everybody! Hello! How's everybody doing today? Are we ready to go back to Hinamizawa? Get demoned away. But yeah, how you guys doing? Also, real quick, for those of you who are subs, I have the wave and thunk emote uploaded. I have the peak one in tier 2 because I wasn't really sure where to put it, but also it's getting approved still, so that should be ready by next stream. But it's all good. You're doing good. That's good. And I think we're 4 sub points away from our next emote slot, so that's gonna be fun. Yeah, those are the emotes. Okay, so let me go ahead. So we are going to be starting with the previous chapter that we were on, just to do the little extra stuff, and then we will be going to the next chapter. But this going over these shouldn't take all that long. Let me see. Let me make sure that it's gonna capture. I tried to set it up and then I closed the window, and it's just like, oh, you want to capture OBS? And it's like, no. Okay, let's go over here. And so now, let me see, I'll move that there. And so we go into the extras. Let's see, we'll go into the tips. Satoko's trap course. I know one thing for sure. Satoko could fend off an entire army division by holding up in this mountain. I know all about it. Satoko was one of the Soviet military advisors that gave training on traps to that one country. Stop saying weird things. Somebody help me! How did it come to this? What traps did we fall for? And how did we fall for them? Did they have to put ads on Twitch? No, I'm sorry, Cave! Mion was caught in a profusely thin pitfall we couldn't escape from, and only her head was poking above the ground. But Anna's head was completely covered by a tin bucket. She was squirming around in a vain attempt to remove it. Either of those really were funny, but that's where it ended. At least they had their feet on the ground. Kid-chan, what about you? Think you could get out of that? Hurry up and get out so we can save this old man.
Or Kei-chan. Right. Katie calls Katie-kun. There we go. You're the one who should be breaking out and saving me, Mion. What do you expect me to do in this freaking bamboo mat? I was wrapped up in a bamboo mat and hanging 2 meters above the ground. What was this trap and how did I fall into it? Huh? It was Satoko. This all started when they suggested that I was unfamiliar with nature, having grown up in the city, and proposed a little exploration on the mountain.
But Anna doesn't really know how it is back there either. Anna might get lost. Oh.
The mountain out back, huh? I played there a lot when I was little, but I haven't gone there for years. If we get lost out there, things could get pretty dangerous.
You can leave the mountain to us. The whole thing is our playground. Isn't that right, Rika? Yeah.
Oh, I see. How reassuring. We'll defer to you two this time and have you be our tour guides.
Wait, Kichi-kun. The summer vacation guidebook says not to play on the mountain because you get lost. It isn't summer vacation yet, so it's alright. We know the path, so there's no need to worry. The mountain has always been our playground, our backyard. We know all the secret paths and shortcuts.
Yes, both Satoko and Rika-chan knew their path like the back of their hands. Thanks to them, we had our fill of fresh air, gorgeous views, and Mother Nature, the likes of which you could never see in the village. But things got strange partway through.
Oh yes, everyone, I have something to say. From here on, you must follow exactly where I go.
Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden?
It would be safer to do as Satoko says. Oh my! Mita! Hey Mita, look at this! What is it? Should I pull it? Should I?
Suddenly, squeak, crash. When Nana pulled the kite string, a bundle of bamboo spears fastened to the tree branch all came down in a clatter right next to where Elena was standing. Oh no. Wah! Wah! What is this? What? Yeah!
That brings back memories. Setsuko made this trap in the second semester of second grade. That was a close one. The tips of the spears are covered in dog poop, so if one of them hurts you, the wound will start to fester.
When did this turn into freaking Vietnam? According to Satoko and Ika-chan, earlier in elementary school, Satoko had been on a trap-making craze and set them up along every inch of this mountain. Ah, I see.
Keiichi-kun, maybe they didn't tell us not to go on the mountain because we'd get lost, but because it was dangerous?
Ion and I both nodded wholeheartedly at Rena's hypothesis.
Come now, we are hurrying on ahead. If we do not return soon, it will get dark. If it gets dark, it may even become dangerous for me.
But you're the one who brought us to this crazy mountain. Why was an average healthy Japanese boy like me being forced to deal with life-threatening booby traps? And then, the very moment Satoko and Ika-chan got just out of sight was when the three of us all got caught in a nice little trap together. Someone get me out! I have to go to the bathroom! Never mind that. Somebody get the bucket off of me. I can't see in front of me. Wait, Lena, don't struggle around so much. I can see your panties.
You saw? You saw? Keiichi-kun, you saw?
Smash, crash, smash, 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 crash, bash. Of course you can see them. You may be in a bucket, but you can definitely bucket that I was using me as a sandbag and Mion was crying.
You can't get out of the pitfall? How sad, how sad. Jeez, didn't I already tell you all? You weren't supposed to leave my side.
I finally had an epiphany. Setsuko had been so bent on taking everyone out to the mountain because she wanted to brag about all the traps she'd set up here over the years. You could have stopped just at showing them to us. I didn't need to experience how it felt firsthand. Rika-chan pets our three heads in sequence in an incredibly satisfied mood. That was cute. That was really cute. Setsuko's trap course intermediate. Pardon me. I could see Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun walking over to the gym storehouse. They needed to get the bag of lime used to make the lines on the court for the next gym class. They were on duty today, after all. But in that storehouse, a terrible trap was awaiting them. Being on this side of the trap for once is really thrilling.
If you realize that is the true pleasure in setting up traps, then you have the potential yourself, Keiichi-san.
The two of them fumbled around in the gym storehouse's lock. Oh? What's this? Okamura-kun pointed at part of the door and started whispering to Tomita-kun. Then, realizing something, they both jumped away from the door. Oh, Satoko, I think they found out. Did we mess up?
I had calculated that they would notice the trap at the entrance. And, of course, I've calculated what action they will take now.
According to Satoko, after they noticed the suspicious trap on the door, they would go around and try to get in through the back window. And, just as she prophesied, they went around to the back. And just as she'd prophesied, they climbed up, opened the window, and tried to sneak in. Wow. Amazing. Everything's exactly like you said. It got them. Poof, poof. An explosion of pure white lime burst out of the window. After a few moments, the two of them managed to crawl away from the window, both of them completely white.
This is the moment I live for. It tastes like honey.
But still, that was some trap. You would have had to know everything to set up something like that up. Where they'd put their hands, their legs, where they jump down?
Listen carefully, Keiichi-san. The first step to making a trap is to watch and observe the victim. You must scrupulously predict their movement patterns, how they'll move at any given moment. If you do that, then you can achieve the greatest possible results with only the most minimal trap.
Come to think of it, before Satoko read the final move at the final moment earlier, Mion had given her high praise, saying that she had the makings of a genius. So it's all about reading the opponent. So then the traps you've caught me in before, they've worked because you figured out everything I do?
Yes! I can see right through all your actions, and that's how I set them up. If one day you suddenly started having different habits and behavior, I wouldn't be able to anymore.
Bragging that she could anticipate everything I do, that was kind of mean. Okay then, let's play a game now. I want to test whether your predictions are accurate.
Yes, that is fine with me. Keiichi-san, you are particularly easy to get a read on. I can do it before breakfast.
When we went back to the classroom, Satoko tore off pieces of paper and wrote something on the back of them, making 3 cards. Of course, I didn't know what she'd written.
Please pick one of these cards, Keiichi-san. If you do not pick the one that says you're a loser, you'll win.
Great, you're on. The club has built up my sensitivity to this stuff, so I'll smash right through your predictions. Satoko smirks and holds out the 3 cards. Set your mind to full power by calming it, Keiichi Maebara. Cool and collected is how you'll win. If I don't pick the losing one, I'll win, which means if I do pick it, Satoko will win. In other words, Satoko wants me to pick the losing one. What would she do to make sure I picked the losing one? Could she even predict something like that? Statistically speaking, isn't there some rule that says I'm more likely to pick one in the middle or ones on either side? And then it hits me like a flash. This is what Mion would do.
Now, which one will you pick?
I've made my decision, and it is this one!
Huh? What are you doing?
I steal all 3 cards from Satoko's hands. I predicted what Satoko would do in advance. Satoko wanted to make sure I picked the losing one, which meant all 3 of these were losing ones. And that's how I knew. Allow me to look at all 3. I flipped all 3 cards face up, and on each one there's a single word. You're a loser. What is this? You're a loser. Huh?
It means just what it says. If you had only chosen one, you wouldn't have lost.
What? Then you predicted that I'd draw all 3? Yeah! I held my head in my hands and fainted as Satoko reveled in the might of her abilities. Her shrill laughter echoed throughout the classroom. And then there was a poof as lime powder came down upon Satoko's head. I looked up to see Tomata-kun and Okamura-kun in all white, dumping a whole bag of lime powder on her, getting their revenge. Hojo! You're the only one who could have set up a trick like that.
Well, excuse me. Would you happen to have any proof? And I'd like it if you didn't call it something so inelegant a trick. I would prefer if you call it something more refined, a trap. Please.
Payback!
Eee! Keiichi-san, help me!
Our underclassmen crashed around the classroom in furious combat, getting white lime everywhere. Hey, Satoko? Why couldn't you see this coming exactly? At the time, I hadn't seen something coming too. The teacher coming to me afterward and giving us all a stern talking to. Rip Keiichi. Let's see. And an advanced trap course. It was a peaceful lunch break. Thud, clatter, splash! Oh yes, very peaceful. What? What was that?
I just heard something really loud from the hallway. What was it? What was it?
We rushed into the hallway, and to our surprise, Coach was there with a water bucket overturned on his head. Coach, are you okay? Man, you sure got me. Hello, everyone. Coach greets us, cool and calm. What's going on, Coach? You don't come to school very much. Well, I do come here once a week as part of my job. It had been quiet for a while, but I totally let my guard down.
Satoko-chan's little tricks always come when you least expect them. Will you be okay in those clothes?
Oh, I'm fine. I was just thinking of taking a nice bath, so this is actually cooling me off. KG watching her get chased. Pathetic, yes. You sure are calm, Coach. In fact, you never get mad. It really makes you come off as an adult. She was right. If I were Coach, I would have started running around with the bucket still on my head looking for her. His adult way of not getting mad at every little child's prank was admirable. Listen, Mayabeta-san, with things like this, changing your perspective just a little can make it either irritating or pleasant. It's all about how you react to it. If there's some secret trick to staying so calm after getting hit in the head with a bucket filled of water, then I'm begging you, tell me. For example, let's say there was this old and traditional family dating back to the Meiji era. Okay. And let's say they had many maids under their employ. Being a large house, of course, they have all kinds of maids, from the veteran ones who turned mean and don't want to give up their jobs to the new ones who are young and full of energy. See? Can you imagine it? Yes. Yes. A space filled with dreamy maids in pink and peach, adorned in frills and headbands, with Coach at the center, began to spread out before me. The newer maids with all their youthful vitality, giving everything they have to please their master. But the older maids won't allow that to happen. They find fault with everything they do, bullying them and tormenting them all day long. Look, there's still so much dust here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Do it over. Splash. A bucket falls upside down on the maid. She's soaking wet and she wants to cry, but still puts on a brave face. Maids. Maids.
I don't get it, but it sounds fun. Maybe Rena should be a maid too.
Jeez, stop. You've even infected Rena. And you, Kei-chan, don't go getting lost forever in Coach's world.
If not for this character trait, Coach would be a good person too.
I mean, there's a few different character traits that Coach has that would make him be a good person if he didn't have them. I think he's fine with his maid kink, but with him wanting to marry you, that's a thing that I would prefer him not. One Satoko Hojo-san cited. I say, Satoko-san, what is this? I say, look at all this dust. I say, it's time for you to be punished.
What? Nya! Nya! Why are you yelling?
Coach plucked Satoko up and started giving her a spanking. Why are we laughing about this? This is serious. Maid outfits are great. One day I will have a model with a maid outfit.
Satoko-chan, you're so cute.
Satoko can put traps together with such brilliant predictions. It's so strange how she can't predict to the very end, though.
Oh, is it? I think Satoko-chan wanted this to happen. She wanted it.
I would be very concerned if she wanted to be spanked. I'm very concerned. Satoko wanted this outcome? What do you mean by that?
When she plays pranks on people like this, they always get mad and chase her around. Don't you think it's like a form of communication?
Sounds like a terrible way to communicate. Don't people normally say hello to each other?
Oh, Keiichi-kun, haven't you heard of it before? People who play lots of pranks are actually lonely and want people to pay attention to them.
Rena gave me a cool smile and, laughing abruptly, explained.
That's what I mean. If Satoko-chan plays a trick on someone, she wants them to get mad or laugh and chase her. It's kind of like a kitty biting you softly. Don't you think it's cute?
I guess I don't get time to answer that.
They will definitely be surprised right here and jump backwards. So if I put it in this spot, it will work for certain.
Satoko, regaling us with her trap philosophy, was improving the already brutal trap hell on the mountain. If Rena was right, and her traps were to get people to pay attention to her, then all these traps on this mountain were basically a crystallized form of those feelings. alone with Rika-chan, setting up trap after trap after trap in the mountains, always waiting for someone to fall into them. But nobody needed to come to this mountain in the first place. Without a doubt, she and Rika-chan had spent a lot of time imagining how victims caught in their traps would react. Satoko, separated for so long from her beloved Mimi Satoshi, with her stubbornness, she never once said that she wanted him to come home. But all the traps sleeping on the mountain told me how Satoko really felt.
Katie-san, are you listening?
Oh, sorry about that. What did you say?
All you have to do is pound one nail into the tree trunk like this, and it's already a great trap. If you trip up right there and smack your forehead into it, it would really hurt.
A human hammer pushing a nail into your forehead? Yeah, that sounds painful.
If it was someone really, really evil, this trap could put them to death. I do so look forward to seeing what sort of villain gets caught up by it.
Why do you keep glancing at me like that? Are you saying you want me to fall for it? I could get really badly hurt, you know. Maybe you shouldn't be using this trap.
Is that so? Well, it is true that I can't use traps without love behind them. Then I'll just move the nail here, so if the villain really reforms their behavior, they won't get caught by it.
Setsuko immersed herself in adjusting the nail's position. Traps of love, huh? Maybe Coach was right. Just by reacting a little differently, everything changes. Come to think of it, maybe you could feel humor and warmth even when Satsuko's traps get ya. Tiny child, yes.
Hello, Mal. How you doing? All finished. Now, it's absolutely perfect where it is. What do you think, Katie-san?
Yeah, it's perfect. I hope a villain comes along and gets caught by this trap.
No, of course it would be better if it didn't happen.
It looked a little painful, but I considered coming here sometime and getting caught in it.
Is that so? No balls, Katie-san.
The slacking manager. Shion-san, why don't you help me out a little? Are you asking a girl to carry something heavy? This is why you still haven't found a nice lady at your age, Coach. Well, you see, at times like these, here's what people say. It's none of your business. He was loading the station wagon with heaps of equipment he'd used for today's barbecue meeting. All the fathers and sons who had helped were starting to get out on their way.
Hello, Crimson. How you doing? I see you've noticed the new hi emote.
All right. So, Shion-san, why did you come all the way here? If you rode here on your bike, I can give you a lift. I did, but I'll be fine riding back. I appreciate your consideration.
New emotes, Pog, yes.
I was glad you came today. Things don't quite fit together without the manager here. Am I still the manager? I've been shirking my duty for an entire year, so maybe you should just fire such an incompetent manager already. All right. If you say you want to quit, then I'll fire you whenever you want. That's not fair. Let me go soon, please. Every time I don't show up to a game, I get an annoying phone call, and I can't stand those. If you were more honest with yourself, Shion-chan, you'd be far cuter. Your father is so sad. Where did he go so wrong to deserve such a rebellious daughter? Oh, perhaps if your father catches you in a big, loving embrace, you'll open up your eyes? Well then, don't mind if I do. Come here. Coach was fooling around with all his might, but Shion just smiled into the distance without responding. Can't wait to see a Pog emote added. Yeah, one day. I want to make the next emote idea that I have is this like worried, kind of scared expression. And that's the next one I want to do. So probably when I sketch that one out, I can also sketch out a Pog. Nothing's changed. You're still a weirdo, Coach, and everyone's still lively as ever. Even though Satoshi-kun isn't here. Is that what you wanted to say? He'll come home. I'm sure of it. He has someone waiting for him. Say whatever you want. Sure is cruel, isn't he? Going off to who knows where, leaving such a cute girlfriend behind. Huh? Girlfriend? Who? Huh? Jeez. Quit laughing already. Coach! Coach bent over and laughed heartily for a little while. Oh, manga has emo. Yeah, I was really excited to add the little thing. I added the peak to the tier 2, but it's still like in the approval wait time. We'll see each other again. Please come and root for us once in a while, okay? If I feel like it. I have no desire to be the manager anymore after all. That's fine. If you don't like it, I'll fire you. I'm not the kind of person who likes forcing people to do things against their will. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. You win this round. If I feel like I'll come root for you, so for today, just be patient. Whoops, that time already? It's past time to return all this. I'm already making them wait for me. I'll be leaving for today then.
Oh, thank you for the host, Crimson.
Let's meet again at the game. Yes, if I feel like it. Goodbye, Coach. Man, such a comfy feeling. Now onto the autopsy. The autopsy suggests the victim was killed in the following manner. 1. Entire body bound in restraints. Traces left behind from when the body seemed to have been bound indicated usage of a specific restraining table rather than rope or another common method. Finger joints on either hand appear to have been bound especially tightly. Highly likely that the table was either specially made or homemade given this information. Ooh. Both ears and nose severed with a sharp blade. Traces of the restraint and other things seem to suggest that there was at least one other than the one who severed these body parts holding down the victim's head. Possible that multiple blades were used, with one of them most likely being scissors or shears. Ooh! Cut with scissors! That gave me a weird shiver. Number 3. 5 nails penetrated fingers on each hand. 1 long nail stuck in each joint of each finger on each hand for a total of 30. The deceased fingers were nailed to wooden planks 20 square centimeters large, and extremely likely these planks were part of the restraining table. In addition, it is likely that the table was originally designed for just such a purpose. Oh, Number 4, abdomen incised, intestines removed. The incision of the abdomen is likely to have been a technique grounded in medical methodology, using a sharp blade. Estimated that there was still no threat to the victim's life at the stage. After this, the organs inside the incision were dismantled and removed. The victim likely died as a result of this process. Number 5, body disposed. After fastening a dumbbell to the victim's neck using a commercial pet collar, the victim was likely abandoned in the Oiji River's third drain. Judging by the dumbbell's weight, it's highly possible that they have needed at least 3 grown men to have disposed of the body. To Oishi-san, here's a copy of the preliminary autopsy of the slaughtered corpse in the Oiji River. Chief Shigeharu seems to have having a possible relation to the S group. What are your thoughts, Oishi-san? I hope the tips actually, go over the body, because I don't even remember if they explained it in the answers arc. But I guess we'll see in the future. East round 3. Here it is, Ron. 3 churn, 3 Dora. Mangan with 1,500 extra. What? What's up with that? How do you have 3 Dora? You idiot. You're the one who flipped over the other Kandora when you knew Oishi was in Tempeh. I have no idea how to play this game that they're talking about. That's what you get. Getting more Dora was the only thing I could do after revealing the churn. Oh, stretch and hydrate. Good idea. I will hydrate first and then stretch. Why would anyone want 3 Doras, right? That's a rookie move. Oh, I don't know if you heard my arm just pop 3 different ways. Okay. Getting more Dora was the only thing I could do after revealing the chun. You can't discard a Dora tile after a Yakuhai is out. Oishi grinned meaningfully at as his buddies, swearing, began breaking down the walls and reforming them. By the way, Oishi-san, figure it out yet? What? Oh, the murder body in the drainage channel. Any new clues come up? Yes, well, you are the one collecting evidence here. I should have expected that. Who was the deceased? Rina Mamiya. Rina. I might be confusing it with a different character. Whoops, almost dropped my phone again. Actual name Noriko. Apparently she worked for the Blue Mermaid, a hostess bar in the Shishibone Flower Road. Oh, wow, that place, huh? A young leader of the Sonozaki zones, yeah? Sonozaki, whoops. So it's related to the S group. That mountain will be tough to scale. Rumors say the deceased had her hands in both drug dealing and money to be paid in the government. And on a pretty significant scale, too, from what I've heard. A woman getting her hands on Yakuza tax money sounds like a man's behind it. Not a lot of women do that sort of thing themselves. Well, she's dead now. The dead can't have anything to do with it. Oh, is it the pink-haired lady? I guess she died in a different way in the different loop. Anybody who doesn't know of Higurashi is just like, what? What are you talking about? Who? About that, Oishi-san. Her man's apparently alive. Alive? Then maybe he'll die soon. Vermin usually exterminate other vermin. I think we have a very nice self-cleansing system going on. Anyway, her man, it's, well, Teppei Hojo. Yeah, 'cause, I guess that's what happens when, well, either way you're gonna die, lady, I guess. Hojo? Who's that? Teppei Hojo, the husband of the housewife who has been beaten to death last year in Hinamizawa. I heard he disappeared after the incident, though. I get it. He was staying at his lover's place. Huh? He was staying at his lover's place? I feel like this is a mistranslation or something. And so the Sonozakis grew ever more suspicious. Where is he now? He was living in a woman's apartment. He must have thought she abandoned him, so he'd been searching around shops and other gathering places. She deserves. Yeah. The Hojo family. Every year, Oyashiro-sama's curse claims 2 victims. This means that for 4 years in a row, there have been 8 now, but it's worthwhile to note half of them have been members of this family. Note, the curse on the 2nd year, a certain falling incident, involved the death of Hojo, a dam proponent, and the disappearance of his wife. She was pronounced dead the following year after being considered to have vanished under perilous circumstances. The curse of the 4th year involved the death of the Hojo siblings' aunt, who was then their foster mother, and the disappearance of the elder brother. The Hojo family is a poor one, and it's hard to say Mr. Hojo's job went very well. Apparently, upon re-employment via family connections, there was a plan for them to return to the home of the mother's side of the family. For Mr. Hojo, the eviction due to the Hinamizawa Dam project and the payment of the large amount of compensation money was essentially a windfall. Mr. Hojo aggressively accepted the Ministry of Construction's negotiations from an early stage and selected others from Hinamizawa who were also dam proponents. It was rumored he had been bought out by the Ministry of Construction for doing so, but the truth is unknown. However, the dam's proponents were in the vastly outnumbered minority. In addition, as the Sonozaki family strengthened its own foundation and promised support against the dam, all the proponents, save for Mr. Hojo, switched over to the anti-dam side. At this point, Hinamizawa was completely united against the dam, and Mr. Hojo was held up to ridicule as a stooge for the dam's project's proponents. He was, essentially, used as a scapegoat for the anti-dam coalition. In the end, the dam project collapsed with Oyashiro-sama's curse and the dismemberment accident. However, punishment towards the bitter enemies supporting the dam project continues to this day. There are not many left today who supported the dam project, nor who had a negative reputation at the time. If there were any candidates left for the curse, it's the husband of the housewife who had been beaten to death last year, Teppei Hojo, and Mr. Hojo's daughter, Satoko Hojo. Strangely, these two are the only candidates left. Will this year's curse come down to the two of them? There is more than enough value in observing them both. Now we got Oishi's post memo. To Oishi-san, there was a call for you from Section 4's Chief Haru. One of those names. Apparently, the slaughtered corpse in the Oijikawa River is related to the S group, as we thought. They're still verifying what happened behind the scenes, but apparently the deceased filled up dozens of self-created fictional bank accounts to their limit with money from the S group, reaching around 100 million yen. It appears that there were 3 or 4 men with former S group connections involved in this. They've already disappeared along with millions of yen. The deceased was tortured to the point for information, and she was clearly slaughtered as an example to others. There are apparently some real wizards chasing down the people who disappeared. They're also spreading letters to related Yakuza groups not to harbor them. There's still no evidence that Tepe Hojo is one of those people. From what Chief Shigeharu has seen, nothing's been announced. For such a dependent, the man wasn't trusted at all. Tepe Hojo has left his apartment in Okinomiya and has returned to his former residence in Hinamizawa. Oh my gosh, we got so many books. But at least the books seem a little bit shorter. December 1st, 1981. Prefecture Juvenile Welfare Division report. Do not view, do not duplicate. Okay, I guess we gotta skip that. Case 31, November 20th. Satoko Hojo, years old. Residence, Hinamazawa Village, Shishibone. Consultation circumstances. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. Number 2, abuse situation. Anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents, her guardians. Family structure. Circle marks abusers. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, older brother, child in question. Note, in June 1980, the child's parents died in an incident and she was given to her uncle on her father's side, her father's younger brother. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked for her situation. The next day, the welfare officer on duty visited the child's home and heard what they had to say. Both adoptive parents agreed to the center's coaching, contacted anti-abuse network in the city. As part of this suggested coaching, a district welfare officer in the area began visiting for coaching at fixed intervals. The scrawled note below is stapled to the report. Related information for former official Mr. W. Ooh. Refer to 1977 document D23, number 44. Ask Chief Investigator F from the city's education consultation offices. He's well informed about it. Going through these tips at the start of these streams is very convenient for me being like, okay, what level of reading comprehension do I have today? Am I going to trip over words or am I going to do it smoothly? I don't know. Article 2, Definition of Child Abuse. The term child abuse means the following acts committed by a custodian, meaning a person who exercises parental authority, a guardian of a minor or other person who is currently engaged in the custody of a child. Hereinafter the same shall apply. Against a child, meaning a person who is under 18 years of age. Hereinafter the same shall apply. Assault the child in a manner that will cause or is likely to cause external injury on the body of a child. Engage in indecency against the child or cause the child to engage in indecency. Substantially reduce the amount of food for the child or abandon and neglect the child for a long time period in a manner that may interfere with normal development of the child mentally or physically, and otherwise materially fail to perform the duty of a custodian, or speak or behave in a manner that will be significantly traumatic to the child. So yeah, Tepe did all of this. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not the second one. Maybe. Hopefully. But he kind of did all of this. Article 3, Probation of Child Abuse. No person shall abuse a child. Law number, Act number 82 of 2000. What? Authored by the Minister of Health and Welfare. Statistics of the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Year 19. Principal abusers in cases reported to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total 5,352. Mother by blood 2,943, 55%. Mother not by blood 203, 3.8%. Father by blood 1,445, 27%. Father not by blood 488, 9.1%. Year 19. Instances by type of abuse in cases reported to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total 5,352. Physical abuse 2,780, 51.9%. Neglect, abandonment of child 1,728, 32.3%. Psychological damage 458, 8.6%. Forbidden from going to school 75, 1.4%. Sexual violence 311, 5.8%. Man. I was kind of confused by those numbers, but like, dang. June 18th, 1983, abuse issues regarding Setsuko Hojo urgent. We propose that Setsuko Hojo must be taken into immediate custody based on the items below. Family situation. Chop that man's ween off. Yes, 100%. Just right down the middle. Maybe take a power drill. Just Life with adoptive father who recently returned to Hinamezawa has already turned disastrous, and she is currently subject to unendurable physical and mental abuse from the father. Child Consultation Center's response. A child probation officer has dispatched yesterday on the 17th of the prefecture welfare office, but because of the 77 case, changed to continued coaching and cautionary action. Unfortunately, the consultation office head does not properly understand the situation. Status of concerned child. Child already appears to be suffering from an outbreak of something close to neurosis or manic depression. If her unstable pubescent mind is negatively stimulated by stress, it will put her development of a healthy body and mind at risk. This cannot be allowed to continue from a humane standpoint. Allegations made to the family court. We propose, based on the above items, that Setsuko Hojo should immediately be taken into protective custody. She should be secured temporarily under the emergency allegations to the family court under Article 28. We request emergency coordination between all related agencies. Man, there's some serious stuff. Fukujisho, D2-3, number 44, 1977. Child name, Setsuko Hojo. Years old. Residence, Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. Consultation circumstances. Telephone SOS from child of child abuse. Abuse situation. Child claims she is being physically abused by her adoptive father. Family structure. Circle marks abusers. Adoptive father, real mother, older brother, child in question. Note, adoptive father and real mother entered family registry in 19. The child is the daughter of the mother's previous husband. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the child's telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked for her situation. On that day, the child welfare officer on duty visited the child's house and conducted an interview. The adoptive father sincerely listened to instruction and agreed to take child-raising workshops in the city from now on. As part of the suggested coaching, the center will continue to observe the situation. Other notes. As a result of numerous counseling sessions at the city's education consultation office regarding the child, we learned that there was a high possibility that the cause of the child's excessive distress towards her adoptive father was the result of a lack of communication. The abuse she claimed hadn't actually taken place. She had made a false report to distance herself from her adoptive father. Below was a note written in pencil by the person on the duty at the time. The problem appeared to be more than the daughter. Chief Investigator F of the city's education consultation office said that most of her stories of abuse were likely fabrications. They decided to shift the focus of their coaching to the child. Be cautious not to take everything the child says as truth. And that's why they couldn't really make a report, sadly. July 1982. Okinomiya Police Station, 1st Investigative Division, Chief Takasugi. Prefecture Police Headquarters for the Eradication of Drug-Related Crime. Shishibone Branch Head. Regarding incident, designated as Undercover Investigator. Chief Investigator F indeed, he failed Setsuko. Right? Failed her so bad. This message is to inform you that a section of the testimony records of the incident under this police headquarters jurisdiction has been found that is thought to be related to the undercover investigation of the incident in question, Okinomiya Police Station X, Hinamizawa Village housewife slaughter incident. During the investigation of suspect who was arrested in possession of illegal drugs, there was testimony related to the crime in question, and as part of it, we learned that the criminal had information only he could have known. Therefore, this record of testimony, duplicate attached, will be provided to you. If this testimonial is to be believed, then there is an extremely high chance that the suspect was the culprit behind the incident in question. In addition, the head investigator on the case received this report and inquired as to the incident with the Okinomiya police station, but the responsible party at Okinomiya station, who responded to the designated undercover investigation announced by the prefectural police's general director on July 1st, 1982, Osamu Fusakane B112, misunderstood and did not explain the incident's existence in the head investigator of the case properly. Because of this, the case's head investigator was not aware of the importance of the testimony as it is related to the case in question and, as a result, was negligent when combing the scene. We apologize for having left it in the dark until now. Those were so long of run-on sentences. In addition, there is a postscript stating that the suspect died while in confinement yesterday on RIP. Fire from hell. Oh no. Hello? Do you need the hospital or the fire department? The fire department. Is there a fire or some other accident? Please speak slowly and calmly. I think it's a fire. This is the rest area on the highway. I can see a ton of fire and smoke coming up from the mountains behind us. Nobody goes back there, so I don't know why anything got lit on fire. Anyway, I figured I should let you know. It could turn into a forest fire. I understand. I need to know exactly where you are, so please tell me your name, a phone number we can get in touch with you, and the exact location of the fire. Notice from the fire department headquarters. We have a report of a suspicious fire on the western slopes of the mountain. Given its distance from the road, it could be a couple's bonfire or someone unlawfully burning trash. The location is deep in the woods. No homes in the area, but the fire could spread. Immediately go to the site to verify. Toasty. Yeah. Is this the fire station? This is the District Fire Department branch. We arrived moments ago at the reported area. Fire confirmed to be a burning oil drum left in the mountains. The fire is calming and there is no chance it will spread. And well, in the oil drum, I think it might be a person. Like a person burned with kerosene or something. Well, I think maybe we should get the police over here. There's no mistaking it. This is a person. Eek! Rip Takano. Victim of the 5th year. This year's curse, then. That's what it looks like. He kills them differently each year, but this is particularly conspicuous, isn't it? Clawing at your own throat. That isn't normal. Let's leave the rest to the old man and the forensics. I'm sure he'll find some suspicious drugs. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, Oishi-san. Komiyama-san and the others have arrived. Oishi-san, much appreciated. Well, it would seem we have a pretty crazy one this year. Yes, we've been outsmarted. I was absolutely under the impression Teppei Hojo would get killed tonight. Who is the deceased? Jiro Tometake, a photographer with a hobby for coming to Hinamizawa a few times a year. We don't even have him marked. I wonder what happened. Did they realize we were watching the Hojo residence the whole time and decide to switch their target? Maybe. We sure flubbed this one. And there are no problems with Teppei Hojo? Correct. His daughter left for the festival in the evening, and a little while later he left on his motorbike. His daughter came back first. Wait. Has he not come back yet? Is he still out drinking somewhere? Oishi-san, are you there? Call from Chief Takasa Sugi. He's on the line in car 1. Yeah.
She just gets really cold sometimes. She needs to be all warm and toasty.
Okinomiya Police Station Command Center transmission recording. June 20th, 8:08 p.m. This is the Okinomiya Security Police. We read you loud and clear. Hello, I'd like you to look up a license plate for us. All right. Please give us a moment to look it up. Thank you. Number match. Owner. Man, a lot of redacteds in this one. Address. Hinamizawa Village, Hishibone. Vehicle make and model. We don't even get the make and the model of the thing. Theft reports, none. Special mentions, nothing of note. Was there even a car? Okinomiya Security Police to Oishi. We found the license plate from earlier. Oishi, do you read? Oishi, please respond. Am I getting a bad signal? Anyone in Oishi's please read. Nothing, eh? Oishi-san wanted a license plate check? Whose car was it? Someone from the village. A completely average car. Who was it? If Oishi-san was asking, then it can't be anyone good, right? The special mentions column is completely blank. No indication it's related to the S group either. And no demerits on it. Maybe it passed him on the road and he got mad. That guy isn't the type to forget a grudge. Rip. Record of malice. He said it smelled. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled.
He said I smelled because I don't take baths. He said to take a bath 3 times a day because I was a smelly person. He said I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. He must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing the man who died said. Why does he know what that man said before? That much is obvious. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. Can't a sudden earthquake make a big hole in front of the house? If it did, he would definitely go and look into it, and then I just have to push him in. I won't give in until I get the chance. I won't give in. I won't cry. I won't give in. I won't cry. Someone is apologizing again.
Yeah, Oyashiro-sama better apologize. They didn't want this to happen, but still. Oyashiro-sama. Nobody really knows what characters to use to write Oyashiro-sama. Knowing this is hard partly because depending on the time period, he has been called into various titles with subtle changes to his name, and nobody knows the real one. The only thing one time period agrees on is that the 4 syllables o, ya, shi, and ro are always used. There's a theory stating the shrine or yashiro dedicated to Oyashiro-sama itself became an object of worship, and the people began calling it Oyashiro-sama, or Lord Honorable Shrine, but this doesn't make a bit of sense. I don't know whether this is related, but people say the Furude family, the most respected bloodline in the terms of worshipping Oyashiro-sama, actually inherited his blood. And a legend the Furude family passes down. If for 18 generations in a row the firstborn is a girl, The 8th daughter will be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. If we go by this legend, the characters used for Oyashiro-sama's name should be O for honorable, Ya for 8, and Shido for generation. These character assignments are to simplify something I've thought up. There is no way to verify it. If this is true, then Oyashiro-sama would have been named as such under the assumption he would come again. The second coming of the object of worship can be seen in several religions, so this isn't unusual. But a few of those religions call the second coming of their object of worship a day of judgment or something along those lines, and we must not forget that they mean it to be the end of the world. Rika Furude, pampered and loved dearly by the elderly folk in the village. The rumors say she is the 8th generation, and Oyashiro-sama. I do not know the family tree of the Furudes, but at the very least I can confirm that for the past 2 generations, the first child has been a girl. Rika Furude watches over Hinamizawa. If the village were to lose her protection, what would happen? Would peace between man and demon be lost? Would it once again create a hellish landscape where man-eating demons ran rampant? A gruesome feast of the demons, who suddenly remembered how delicious the weak humans were, who could only cry, scream, and run for their lives. What would that look like? Just imagining it is enough to make my heart pound with excitement. I think this is Takano saying this. Takano's very into demons and all, so more than likely her. So now, we get the all-cast review session!
Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi When They Cried Chapter 3, Tatari Goroshi. How did you like it? It had a different sort of atmosphere than the previous chapters. I would be happy if you enjoyed it.
A bad end again, the type which we're so fond of, huh? Personally, I wanted to get a scene of the gas coming in, the villagers spasming and foaming at the mouths one by one before dying. Do you all think so too?
Of course I do not think so. Again. It happened again.
A huge bad end.
Huh? Mi-chan, you sure seem happy about the bad end.
Well, it's more like all we can honestly do at this point is laugh. The terrible endings have been escalating through each chapter, and it finally reached a culmination, I suppose.
Everyone died together as friends. As friends. Mipa.
I guess you could say that. I die every time, though, and I'm a little tired of it. It would be nice to have an ending where I didn't die once in a while. Tomataka-san, you're kind of like a news reporter. When you die, it's like, oh, we're in the second half now. Kind of.
Okay, now here are all the new character portraits that debuted in this chapter. Everyone give a big round of applause. Pachi pachi pachi. First is Coach Ire Kyosuke-san.
I'm honored to have your introduction. Hello there. I was a minor character, but having a full portrait like this makes me feel really important.
It's true. You had too many appearances and too much dialogue to be a minor character this time.
I don't know if I'll appear in the next scenario, so please root for me.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Chie-sensei, who's been around since Chapter 1 but never had a portrait until now.
Hello there, everyone. They've had me appear in school scenes ever since the first chapter, but for whatever reason, I didn't have my own portrait. I wonder why.
Yes, I wonder. Oh, someone give Chie-sensei a seat, please.
Okay, now everybody's here. Rena, you can do the honors again.
Okay, everyone. Please, pick up the cup nearest to you on your table. There are plenty of different drinks.
These after parties have really gotten lively. How many do we have here now? Including us, I think there are about 10 people. Now we finally have the same number of minors and adults. We can all drink without being ashamed. Speaking of beer, how is it that something so delicious when cold turns so bad when warm? One of the 7 wonders of the world, I say. I wonder why. Okay, I'll pour some beer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh? There's 6 adults here?
Meep. I would like the foamy barley tea as well. Hika-chan, you can't drink!
Anyway, Rena-san, let's get this moving.
Well, okay. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Alright, everyone. Excellent work on the Tatoro Goroshi chapter. Cheers! Kanpai! Kanpai! Yay! Pachi, 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 pachi.
Okay then, let's get down to our traditional plot discussion.
Still, though, this chapter just confused us all yet again. Well, if anyone has an opinion, please raise your hand.
Wow, everyone's being so discreet. No hands? Then why don't I break the ice? Oh, excuse me. Could you change the music, please? To something a little more mysterious. Yeah, that's good.
The mood has been set. Alright, Takano-san, take it away.
I think that just by poring over the Totoro Goroshi story, the mystery won't be revealed. I know what you mean. Obviously, that's how the stories have been set up.
Was there something like that in particular?
I don't know if I'm right, but in Onikakushi, when Maibara-san was eating at the restaurant with Oishi-san, Sonozaki-san found out, and it was a little mysterious, right? It was certainly mysterious just in Onikakushi, but after reading Watanagashi, a few things made a lot more sense. When I mentioned a restaurant with cute uniforms during the story, it must have meant Angel Mort. And Angel Mort is owned by the Sonozaki family, so... Someone who knew Kei-chan was there and told me it actually makes a good amount of sense, right? That's what we mean. There are subtle differences in the Higurashi stories, but I think there's 3 facets that are the same for each. The character settings, for example.
That was scary in Onikakushi, but that wasn't only because it was Onikakushi, it was because my character was the exact same in all 3 stories. Is that it? BRB in a bit. Okay, Crimson.
I agree with the characters being exactly the same. The most extreme case being me dying in the same way in the same place every time.
No matter which story it is, you always die on the same day.
There is a scene where, during Watanagashi, Takano-san and Tobenta-san sneak into the ritual implement storehouse. The same scene may have still happened in the other stories, even though it wasn't portrayed.
I think it still happened. Save for a few events, though whether the day of the festival, what we did in the club, and Satoko's uncle coming home, it's almost all the same.
Which means we have a bunch more questions. If the stories are told in exactly the same environment each time, why do they end up being so different? If we think in a general sound novel type of way, sometimes the story branches depending on the choices, right? So, like, if in Watanagashi you had given the doll to my sister? And an unavoidable bad end from the choice so early on. That's pretty scary.
Well, in Tatari Goroshi, maybe whether you decide to kill my uncle or not.
I think it was way before that. I think it branched back when Uncle's lover disappeared because of the same trouble and he returned to Hinamizawa.
Then what was the first branch in Onikakushi?
I think it was when I appeared and started talking about the serial freak death incidents related to Oyashiro-sama's curse.
You know, I just thought of something. If Keiichi-san gave the doll to Mion-san, and if Oishi-san and my uncle hadn't appeared, would we not have spent our time in peace without anything happening?
I see. Satoko's gotten right to the point. You're right. You can say that again. Then maybe we could pray Oishi-san and her uncle don't show up in this dark story. And then if we can prevent Sonozaki-san from getting in a bad mood, everyone will be happy. Yay, big sis! You're needed for the bad ending!
Be careful, everyone. If you make my sister mad, you're sure to get a bad end.
What are you saying, Shion? Next time I'll pound nails into you without mercy. Bang, bang. Just you wait.
We can't solve any of the mysteries thus far, but we seem to have put together a plan for how to get the story to end happily.
I wonder if that would really make us happy. Oishi-san and Tepe Hojo don't show up. Mion-san gets the doll. Is that all we have to do to make sure of? You're right. We're all forgetting the most important thing. Remember the great Hinamizawa disaster?
You cannot prevent natural disasters. Should we have everyone in the village put on gas masks and move away? It's probably Oyashido-sama's curse, so you need to make sure not to make Oyashido-sama angry.
This is getting a little tricky. We mustn't anger Oyashido-sama, eh? And what should we do in order to prevent that? The dam project itself is probably out of the question. Maybe if there was never a dam project in the first place? That would be hard. If it didn't happen, we would need a ritual to quell Oyashido-sama's anger. Sinking a sacrifice into the Onegafuchi swamp. A ritual sacrifice.
A sacrifice? Who do we sacrifice?
Come on, use your head. Someone who dies no matter what happens. If he's gonna die anyway, then we may as well have it tap out Hinamizawa. When you say dies no matter what, you're talking about me, aren't you? I knew all along. I knew you had some very important role in the story, Jiro-san. We'll get you to play your part. And with that, we have a blueprint for getting a nice, happy, good ending, don't we? Let's give it a try since we have time. Everyone involved, come over here. Oh no! First, we stop Uncle Hojo, whose lover ran out on him from returning to Hinamizawa. Hiya, my name's Uncle Hojo. He has no portrait, so I'm standing in. I'm so lonely and blue because my lover ran away. Time to go back to Hinamizawa, lock up Satoko-chan, and raise her into a maidservant. Why don't I take my motorbike back? I'll just put in the key and click, click, kaboom!
Judgment! To ashes and dust shall you return. Satoko-chan, don't you think that was a little too much gunpowder? I hope Coach is alright.
Next, we stop Oishi from showing up. Me this time? My name is Kurado Oishi, a hot, good-looking middle-aged man who looks like a blues singer. Kaboom!
Just for you.
And lest we forget, a follow-up service from my sister. Come here, big sis. Here's a cute little doll for you. Aw, how nice. I'm not really understanding this. And finally, we must quell Yashida-sama's anger. Then, will our last actor please come up? Tie him fast, wrap him up, and hang him. He'll sink for 3 days, right? I'm not that patient. Let's just get it over with. And with that, the case has been closed. Yeah.
Oh no, all of a sudden this arm of mine is glowing with an awesome power. This pile of corpses is a pretty big deal.
I'm confused.
Huh? It's the phone. Hello? Oh, Keiichi-kun. Thanks for all your work.
Yeah. Looks like you're all having a roaring old time, and yet here I am busy with reading the scenario for the next story. Whatever. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off without any teasing. Is she on there? Can you put her on? What? You're going to announce it here? I wanted to keep it a secret for a little longer, but okay.
A secret between Mion-san and Keiichi-san?
What do you mean? Nobody told me about this. Nobody. Okay, Kei-chan, let's say it at the same time. 1, 2, 3. The main character of the next story will be Shion Sonozaki. What? Yes, so that's that. The one topping the popularity charts since her first appearance. The late appearing younger sister of the twins who's been the pattern of things ever since the days of TH. I have no idea what that means, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I've been fired from my main character post for a while. If the rumors are right, I might even get a portrait finally. Yahoo! Well, portraits of Kei-chan will be a big waste of disk space, so it couldn't all fit on one disc. There's a pretty high chance he'd be the first one dropped. There's a pretty big chance he'd be the first one dropped. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Are you okay with this, Shion-san? The main character always meets some terrible fate in the end.
Well, until now. But that doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen next time.
With Tadari Goroshi, we were already at the third game of Higurashi When They Cry series. This first half presented a lot of strange and exciting mysteries, but starting next time, the mysteries will start to be solved in the second half, marking the start of the investigation arc, temporary name.
That means it'll be a thrilling story whereby I become a detective and solve all these crazy, unfair mysteries. You'd all better think up good signature phrases like, "You, sir, are the criminal." It won't happen, never. You'll get too close to the three family secrets, be imprisoned, and then get tortured. You're a shoo-in to meet a violent, unnatural death. Sis, I should say the same to you. Are you mentally prepared for me to see through all your mysteries and secrets and have you apologize to me and commit... I'm not gonna say the word.
No chances of a Yashida-sama's curse for me, is there?
Anyway, the new story is to begin in the second half, temporarily called Miekashi, or Eye-Opening, is currently undergoing diligent development. We should be able to unveil it to you in the near future, so I hope you'll look forward to it.
Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatarakashi. What truths will you all come up with after reading those 3 stories? Or will you just come up with more questions instead of theories?
Dana has no clue either. For all you warriors who never yielded to these 3 mysteries and kept on fighting, we present you with one of the final scenarios as thanks for your enthusiasm, one which we never originally planned on giving to you. Please enjoy it. You mean questions arc and more questions arc? Right? Y'all have my permission to call me a god applauded by supreme power.
What happened, Kay? What'd you do?
And so we are done with Tadari Goroshi. And so with that, I will go to the chatting screen so that way I can very quickly switch over the games. But yes, what godlike powers do you have today, Cave? And also, the chapter that they mentioned is the chapter after this one that we're doing. So, very interesting choice in there. You just have to select the language. I'm just high on the feeling of supremacy when you bring in all the shopping in one trip. Noise! Let me make my little window here bigger. It's not gonna really change anything for you guys, but makes it better for me. And yeah, we'll do the updated character sprites. Come on, there we go. Just need a little bit of adjustment, and then wobble. Yes, this is still, I guess it's not technically the questions arc, but it's not the answers arc either. I now entrust you with all the mysteries hidden within Higurashi When They Cry, however comical it may be. If you have reached any conjecture, then you have passed. This final novel is a meager reward for you. Conjecture is impossible. You have the right to reject the story. The laugh is still really weird. Who is the criminal, you may ask? Don't we search for them in the story? Who is the criminal, you may ask? Do you even know what the criminal did? Who's the criminal? Who's the criminal who will kill me now? Also, I need to remember to change the game to the next Higurashi, so let me do that real quick. Let's see, it's the picture with... yes, this one. There we go! It's like, it's still Higurashi, so it's not too big of a deal, but you know. I had misread the time and ended up arriving too early. Burn Castell. Yeah, I feel like her name's been showing up in a few of the, like, starter things, so I guess that's another connection. The schedule board flipped with a series of clacks. My flight to Sapporo was still a bit later on. I still had over an hour before boarding. Well, I might as well close my eyes for a bit on that bench over there then. I came here directly from work, so maybe the fatigue from that was making me sleepy. Finding a suitable bench, I put my luggage on the seat next to me and settled down. Phew. I sighed like an old man. I had hoped to stay young forever, but had become splendidly middle-aged. Splendidly, I see. Apparently, the rumor had that even people in the later half of their 20s experience a decline in their physical strength wasn't a lie. It had been mind-numbingly busy at work lately, so I rarely had any time to myself. This might have been the first time I had been able to enjoy a journey alone like this since I was a student. The reason behind this trip was to meet with an old friend. It was a bit strange to call him an old friend. In fact, it might be better to call him a bad one. After retiring a couple years ago, he moved to Sapporo, his mother's hometown. Is his friend Oishi? His mother passed away soon after, and he was now peacefully enjoying his second lease on life. Yeah! His name was Claudio Oishi. He was a former detective from the primary investigation unit at the station of Okinomiya Prefecture. To be honest, the only direct contact we ever had didn't last more than 3 days. After that, we exchanged New Year's cards, but never met again. So this would be the first time meeting him in 7 years. In other words, we met 7 years ago, in 1978. There was something I just had to ask, to talk to him about concerning that time, to explain that it was impossible not to recall the incident that happened back then. That kidnapping, the details and resolution of which were resigned to darkness. Also, it was impossible not to recall a certain mysterious girl. I just love how Burton Castell has been in the beginning because it also hints towards Umineko and Higurashi overlap. Yeah. My name is Mamoru Akasaka. So I wonder if that means that they were working on Higurashi and Umineko at the same time. Or if they just made up the name and then they were like, you know what? I want to use this name for my next game. It was a year that had been strangely hot even though it was only June. Early summer, 1978. Goodbye, teacher. Okay, goodbye. Watch out for cars. And don't drop in at a friend's house along the way. Make sure you get your textbooks in order for tomorrow before you go to bed. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The lively sounds of children running towards the hallway. Hey now, didn't I tell you before? I already have one of those. I don't need any more. The unique high-pitched voice of youth. The energetic shrill of the cicadas went completely unheard by their ears. Children, returning home from school, split off one by one from their groups of friends as they went through intersections of the residential area. Even though there were several of them in a group as they left the school, as they got closer to their homes, their numbers dwindled. That's why the fewer friends you were walking home with acted as an indicator that you were that much closer to your destination. Later. See ya. Yeah, see you tomorrow. He finally parted ways with his last friend. A van was parked at the bend in the road. The window was open and the sound of the radio leaking outside. It must have been the news or something. For that reason, the 3 of them were arrested for traffic violations and obstruction of justice due to the protests against the Hinamizawa Dam project, resulting in bloodshed when clashing with the riot police last month. Things have only become more violent. The police are therefore taking precautions against radical activists, causing yet another incident. Last week, there was also a direct confrontation with Minister Inugai on the steps of the Ministry of Construction. The boy's ears perked up at the mention of the name Inugai. At that moment, a man's face peeked out suddenly from the window of the van. His behavior was a little different from that of a man looking around to see if there was any incoming traffic before he opened the door of his vehicle. His eyes meeting suddenly with the unfamiliar man, the boy panicked slightly. Nightingale, okay? Skylark, okay? They've secured the 2 blocks around us. We're good to go. The man in the passenger seat whispered quietly. Nodding in acknowledgement, the man opened the door and stood before the boy. You. Are you Toshiki Inugai-kun? While asking that, the man peered at the boy's name tag. Toshiki Inugai. The name was written plainly there. I don't think he made it home. The phone rang for a 3rd time. If he reached out, he could easily pick up the receiver. However, he was concerned that if he picked it up before it even finished ringing once, whoever was on the other end of the line would think of him a fairly cheap person. That's why he normally never picked up the phone until the 3rd ring. Even he thought it was a worthless habit. However, his thinking that there isn't much meaning in waiting for just 3 rings, wouldn't waiting for 5 be alright, was very much a reality. His mind filled with such trifling thoughts, he picked up the phone after the 3rd ring had finished, its reverb dampened by his action. Yes. Hello? Hello? He knew that sometimes due to malfunction at the switchboard, calls didn't connect well. At those times, it had been best to hang up and let the person on the other end call again. Thinking that, the moment he began to hang up the phone, he sensed that he was definitely connected after all. He felt the presence of the person on the other end of the line, keeping silent. Hello? There was no way they couldn't hear his question. What was the meaning of this? It wasn't like he didn't know that people could use silent calls to harass others. However, he'd never received a call like that until today. Maybe he was just lucky before, but he didn't believe that he would receive such a call onto this phone. There was no direct calls to or from this line. Everything had to go through an operator. Therefore, there was absolutely no way the call would be connected unless it was verified that there was somebody else on the other end of the line. That's why he didn't understand how to deal with the silent call and instead settled into confusion. I don't know who you are, but if you have nothing to say, I'm going to hang up. Please call again some other time. Intending that to be a parting line, he made to slam down the receiver. It was at that moment the person on the other end spoke for the first time. You didn't say who you were, so I was anxious. If you're not Minister Inugai, please hang up right away. He couldn't help but be surprised by the extremely strange voice on the other end of the line. Was there a human alive who could speak this hoarse and metallic tone? No. This was a voice he had heard somewhere before. That was the kind of voice that was lowbrow documentaries that they used when they wanted to hide the identity of a speaker, wasn't it? The voice he was hearing over the line was exactly like that. Who are you? I wonder if I should, do a voice mod thing for this, specific man's talking. Let me see, do I have, a good voice mod that would be comparable? Ooh, I have a Jigsaw sounding one. I don't know how it sounds though. Let me test it.
I have your son. maybe this one. Oh, we have your son. Oh no.
None of them are good.
None of them are good. No. Ah! Wait, maybe. I'll do this one. Okay, this is gonna be a lot of clicking back and forth, but it'll be worth it. Wait, let me add a key. Can I add a keybind? I don't know. Oh. Okay, keybind for that one too. Okay, we got this. We got this. Immersion. As I said, that's what I want to ask. Are you Minister Inugai? Inugai hesitated to answer. Unable to discern the intent of the suspicious phone call, he had a vague feeling that something was off. He thought about hanging up the phone and asking the operator who initiated the call. However, he forced himself to restrain that urge, and for the time being, chose to state his name and listen. That's right. This is Inugai. I said my name, now you say yours. My name doesn't matter. First of all, let's begin by thinking about the situation you're in right now. Right now, you're sitting in your chair talking on the phone, yes? Then, why don't you try opening the lower drawer to your right? The lowest drawer to the right of the minister's chair. There was a lock on it. Not enough to function as a safe, but nevertheless it was a drawer that contained some valuable things. That's why Inugai thought that the person wanted some of the important information contained within the drawer. Sorry, I don't have any intention of opening that. I have no reason to follow orders from someone who won't even give me his name. If you don't open that drawer, I'll hang up the phone. You will most likely end up regretting that. Why don't you think about opening that drawer first? Inugai didn't like following orders from the suspicious person one bit. However, he was concerned about what the man said about regretting it, so he decided to open the drawer. He took the small key he kept stowed in his wallet and unlocked the drawer. Hello, Morinda, how you doing? Imagine someone making a ransom call after kidnapping us. Well, this is the best one I have. I mean, unless you guys would
Prefer this one, but I feel like it doesn't have quite the effect. I'm not sure if you guys would prefer this one, though.
His hand stopped right before he opened it. What if there was a bomb inside? It would explode if the drawer was opened? That delusion took hold of him. I like the first one. Cool, I'm sticking with the auto-tune then. That delusion took hold of him. He quelled that instinct and opened it. Did you do it? The thing that's in there, do you know what it is? This is... What is the meaning of this? Hey! I don't think there's any need for me to explain, is there? I'll give you some time, so please think about it a little. I'll contact you again later. Now then, pardon me. Hey! Wait! Hello? Hello! The call had already ended. That would not change no matter how much he yelled at it. Even still, Inugai, without realizing it, continued yelling into the receiver for a while. That's my son's finger! The drawer was still open. On top of the folders crammed into the drawer, it laid there. Toshiki Inugai, written in plain lettering on the grade schooler's name tag, just lying there. Enshrined there, completely out of place, as if it were cowering. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is entirely coincidental. I feel like they never expand on this. Auto-tune's silly. I'm not even hearing how it's sounding when I'm saying it. Do you remember, Yukie, this picture? This is where I first proposed to you. That brief moment where you nodded back. You probably wouldn't know just how much it seemed like an eternity to me. Yes, I would have never thought that amount of time could feel like an eternity. Compared to how long I had to wait for you to propose to me, it was... From the moment I met you until today, compared to the time I've met since I was born. It might only be a brief period, but there were definitely precious, beautiful days that deserved to be called an eternity. That time continues even now. From now on, I wonder if it'll be a boy. Or maybe a girl? Either one is fine. Boy or girl, either way, it's living proof that we love each other. If it's a boy, we'll name it after you. Mamoru. If it's a girl, we can put the Yuki from my name and hers. Thinking about names is so fun that in the end, we still haven't decided yet. There's still time to puzzle over it. Not that long a time, actually. I was viciously murdering someone in God of War, and then I got confused as this mellow music started playing. You see, Yukie, there's something I have to apologize for today. It's my job. Sorry. It looks like an annoying bit of work has come up. In the worst case, I might not be able to be there for the delivery. It's fine. You have a very important job. What you do protects the way we live. Compared to you, it's nothing. Please, go ahead. When you return, I'll be waiting here with our child. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize. If you feel guilty about it, you can just atone. If I atone that much, no matter how much money I have, it won't be enough. It's a joke. Now, go on. As I left the room, I bumped into an elderly man. It was Yukie's father. In other words, my father-in-law. Father? I didn't want to intrude, so I waited in the hall. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard. Go. Yukie is that kind of girl. No matter what happens, she doesn't want you to hold you back. I've forced Yukie to give up so many things, to put her through this during childbirth, such an important time in her life. I'm ashamed. If you really feel that way, when you're done with your work, make some time for Yukie. She'll be happier with that than you passing your work off on someone else. Thank you. I know full well you do important work. Be proud in what you do. Yukie is looking forward to your triumphant return. Yes. Everything is going to be totally fine with my wife. Nothing bad will ever come to her and my child. I jumped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Compared to the time when I first got here, the numbers of the fare meter had grown considerably. Why does the background look so much better than it usually does? Like, I know this is a different picture and all, but like, for some reason this one seems more high def than the past ones a bit. It seemed the modest time Yukie and I had spent together wasn't so modest from the objective point of view. Sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead. No worries. Well then, off we go. The taxi jerked as it changed gears to accelerate, soon burying the hospital my wife was in behind a throng of buildings. If it was to end up as a really troublesome ordeal, I probably wouldn't be returning for quite some time. To call a rookie like me, and on top of that, one who's off duty, it seemed that the section chief was calling for all hands on deck. The veteran upper brass gathering on the emergency basis happened occasionally. This was the first time, though, that I experienced everybody gathering together like this. Whatever was happening, there was no doubt it was going to be something novel. Right when my wife was ready to give birth. If I wanted to spend the time to curse my misfortunes, I'd be here all day. Even the verdant ginkgo trees lining the street that always brightened my mood seemed to lack some of their usual luster. Eventually, the government office came into view. Briefly holding my breath, I let the feelings of tension course through my body once again. I had to remember the work I was doing was important, necessary, and difficult. I composed myself and sharpened my wit. Ready? The taxi stopped in front of the building. Kusi, Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Public Safety Division. Chief, everyone's here. Akasaka-kun, could you close the blinds? The blinds were usually closed when they needed to use the projector, or if the discussion was going to contain some particularly disturbing content. The blinds closed with a satisfying sound, darkening the interior of the room. Immediately, the inside of the room was completely drained of the pleasant morning atmosphere, leaving behind only the cold illumination of the fluorescent lighting. After the superior ensured that everyone was present, he nodded to the section chief once again. With everybody on the edge of their seats, the chief stood up solemnly and began to give his report. Approximately 48 hours ago, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who is also the son of the staff leaders, is believed to have been kidnapped. It is believed the minister, in an effort to resolve matters amicably, chose not to report the situation to the police and plans to cede to the demands imposed upon him. It seemed that approximately 48 hours earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson and those who have senior staff members were kidnapped. The reason why it was phrased that way was because the person in question didn't admit it had happened. Based on the results of the surveillance conducted on the minister's residence, multiple suspicious phone calls from what is believed to be outside the city took place. The abducted child is said to be under treatment for some illness, but there is no trace of any hospital records or witnesses to such effect. Due to that and various other reasons, we believed without a doubt that a kidnapping has occurred. Here, they omitted the details that brought this incident to light. If you think about it, that meant that before this incident happened, the minister's residence had been under surveillance already. I won't use the word spied upon. Of course, there wouldn't have been court approval for this. It would have been very hard to explain to ordinary citizens. However, it was quite an effective method to catch wind of incidents like this before they got worse. I'd like for you to understand that dealing with these cases before they became a problem is the job of the Public Safety Division. Why is he just following their demands instead of reporting this to police? The fact that a minister can't even trust the police, what is the world coming to? It seems a group of perpetrators demonstrated that they have quite a high level of surveillance on the minister themselves when they conducted the kidnappings, enough to give the minister pause before calling the police. We'll find out right away if you call the cops, more or less. So it's possible that there's a mole close to the minister. Several of the higher-ranking members who seem to have experience with this kind of thing let out deep sighs. The goal of the perpetrators, their demands, as well as the entire incident are as of yet unclear. But in any case, the possibility that this may grow to threaten national interest is extremely high. If their goal was to simply have their demands met for monetary gain, that would have been nice. However, if this was some politically motivated shakeup, things would get a lot more complicated. Since we're not receiving any cooperation from the victim, that means they're not privy to any of the details of the threats or demands. Due to the fact we believe that there may be a mole involved in this incident, this investigation is highly classified. Only the people in this room are to know of this. Furthermore, as this case is our utmost priority, we'll be placing a hold on everybody's normal duties. Understood? After that, the supervisor continued on, tactfully explaining their course of action. If this incident were to become public, it would be possible that the minister's political life would be over. I'll spare you the explanation of how the rest of the dominoes would fall, but in the end, support in the Diet would decline, followed by a no-confidence vote and a snap election, and it would even expand communist influences. In other words, he wanted to handle this delicately. Kawasaki and Saeki monitor communications from the minister and the child residence 24/7, find out what the minister is doing, report anything that happens. The remaining members investigate whatever is related to the case as assigned to your units. Focus on the line of investigation on the commies, Reds, and Confeds. Don't discount the possibility of foreign involvement either. I've experienced one or two actionable situations before. This, however, was the first time I'd seen things get so hectic. Several sophisticated conversations were progressing without the involvement of a rookie like me. I didn't intend to be timid, but I couldn't hide my confusion at this unfair situation. Or unfamiliar, rather. And covered that. As for Asakasa-kun, I snapped back to alertness upon hearing my name called. Yes! You investigate the environmental groups that have petitioned the minister. Among them, there's that group protesting the Hinamizawa Dam project that made the papers. Make sure you investigate them thoroughly. I doubt this is the act of some citizen group, but we have to eliminate every possibility we can. Understood. So those opposed to the Hinamizawa Dam. It's probably best if you go to the location personally. Get some information from the local authorities. They're a fairly radical organization, so the Public Safety Division there should have them marked as well. Understood. I'll head over there. Your wife, she's almost ready to give birth, isn't she? I apologize for the timing of all this, but I'm counting on your cooperation. We can't take our time with this, so we just have to brute force it with our boots to the ground. Yeah, I know. My wife hates to interfere with my work with her own circumstances anyways. Sorry, and thanks. So then, as for Kawasaki-kun and Saeki-kun, to help support your... I didn't want to take a business trip when my wife was about to give birth. Even if I was a little busy, as long as I was in Tokyo, I could head to the hospital right away. On assignment, though, that would be difficult. Even so, I knew the work I was doing was important and fully understood that I was in no position to be selfish. I'd have to make it up to my wife for having to be away at such an important time. My wife, Yukie, would probably forgive me with a smile. The only thing she could hate doing would be holding me back. My male ego, though, at least wished she would have tried stopping me. Sorry, Yukie. I don't mind if you always complain to our child that their father couldn't come to the hospital when they were born because he was too busy with work. The next day, I took the bullet train to Nagoya, and from there was transferred to the train to Prefecture. Getting to my destination by land took several hours. If I was traveling by air, in that amount of time, I could probably get as far as Hong Kong. Prefecture was by no means close. I never sat in first class except for work, but whenever I did, the seats seemed stiff. Closing my eyes, I mentally reviewed the documents I read yesterday. The group under investigation, the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. They were a group of residents opposed to the development proposed under the Hinamizawa Dam project. The local protests were quite heated and were getting more radicalized, even limited to what was written in the newspapers. There was bloodshed that occurred during a clash of riot police, interference with the dam construction, too many to count. The number of petitions, sit-ins, and direct appeals to the relevant organizations were innumerable. As the extension of that, there was a direct appeal to the Minister of Construction of the other day. This was the reason why they were investigating this group in the first place. The land that they lived on was going to be submerged, so it was no longer that they could go into a frenzy over it. Even given that, though, could they really be capable of doing something like kidnapping the Minister of Construction's grandson in order to halt the project? From my take on it, I had serious doubts. This kidnapping plot was extremely sophisticated and complicated enough that it would be believed that there was some political backing. This wasn't something that could be pulled off by some group of local protesters. Well, just like this chief said, the plan was to eliminate all possibilities. While I'm in the police's reference room taking my time investigating, the higher-ups in Tokyo would probably solve the case, without my involvement entirely. Even if that was true, I couldn't regret being away from Tokyo while my wife was ready to give birth. This was work. There was really nothing that I could do. Ding dong! The announcement that we would be arriving at our destination soon slapped me back to wakefulness. Goguda Prefecture, Prefectural Public Safety Division. The Onigafuchi Defense Alliance? Yeah, they've been quite active around here. The Prefectural Public Safety Department already had the documents and a cup of tea ready and waiting for me. The short of it is that they're a group of residents opposed to the dam. Really, it's probably better to say that every resident living on the land that's going to be submerged is rising to action, though. Like the old saying goes, first fight to the last. They're a determined and well-prepared lot. It'd be nice if they drew a line at just being a moderate residential organization. The stack of papers they had prepared for me in the document room was by no means thin. At first, they were pretty much your average citizen's initiative, but ever since that incident with the riot police, they've really started to heat up. Now they've got a violent mentality on top of growing increasingly radical. Violent organizations usually indicate that ones that enforce their own ideology without regards to the democratic process. Breaking that down, many of the organizations held extreme left revolutionary ideologies. Considering that, I couldn't help but be surprised that a citizens group would end up going this far. Radical citizens movements happened occasionally. It seemed, however, that this group was nothing as trifling as that. It seemed that I would have to reconsider exactly what this Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was. They forgot the I and it threw me off. The Defense Alliance's demand, in other words, the withdrawal of the dam project. How far would they go to have that demand met? The kidnapping of the minister's grandson was classified. That meant, of course, I couldn't tell the prefectural department about it either. As you know, there were arrests after last week's confrontation with Minister Inugai. That there's enough reason to believe that they could use illegal means to assert their demands. I skimmed over the list of criminal records related to the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance recorded in the documents. The contents were all violent, not giving me the barest hint of a feeling that these people were trying to uphold the law. Could you give me a basic rundown on the types of illegal activities in the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance are engaging in? The chief opened up a manila envelope, fished out several unorganized sheets, and spread them out on the desk. It seems that raids of the construction site are the most common. At first, they were committing relatively petty crimes like cutting power cords, jamming locks, and breaking office windows by throwing rocks. Of course, that really happened first when things like demonstrations, sit-ins, and distribution of pamphlets, likely but democratic forms of protests. However, then the demonstrators and police clashed, which started a riot, leading to numerous injuries and arrests. It was from then on that the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, like their names implied, began to take a more demonish form of resistance. If the raids were frequent, didn't the local police up their patrols? Well, of course they were on full alert, but they were up against locals, you know? There wasn't much the police could do if they were sneaking around under the cover of darkness. You might as well label the entire map of Hinamizawa village around the dam construction site enemy territory. No matter how alert the police were, the locals would just show them exactly how easy it was to sneak around. Actually, it was after the police upped security that the protesters started getting even more extreme, as though they were being provoked. See here? Can you tell how things started to heat up? An office set on fire. The destruction of heavy construction equipment. Destruction? They couldn't have used explosives. No way. You see, they crammed the gas tanks full of sugar cubes. If they do that, it fouls the engines. Even in Japan, it seemed there have been people doing that to the vehicles of occupying forces right after the war. Compared to misdemeanors like breaking windows, it was extremely violent and aggressive. After being toyed around with to that extent, the local police have completely lost face. The arson was a bit much. After that, the local police drastically increased the number of personnel they had stationed there around the clock. The raids on the construction site quieted down a bit after that. He used the words quieted down, but that was still smack dab in the middle of the list of crimes. See, after they found that attacking the site had become difficult, they started resorting to personal attacks. The first people targeted were the construction workers. After that, there was silence. What was being described to me was a guerrilla war fought in the jungle. Threats and violence against the workers, harsh words and harsher rocks were thrown. There's quite a list of accusations here, but there's not a whole lot of convictions. Of course not. First of all, there's no witnesses. On top of that, even if we identify the perpetrators, they have alibis coming out of the woodwork. What do you mean by that? Take, for example, you're walking around Hinamizawa. When a certain man stabs you with a knife, you remember the person clearly and even know his name and address. However, the knife doesn't have any fingerprints on it and there's no other physical evidence. Well, you'd think this would be a run-of-the-mill case of assault, wouldn't you? In Hinamizawa, though, it's a perfect crime. The entire village, they're all in on it. To protect the man who is the perpetrator, they'll get their story straight and prepare an alibi. To that end, they'll probably even forge some evidence. There's nothing they could do but put them on trial. Pardon me. On top of that, there not being any material evidence, though, people testify one after another to cover his side of the story. Any persecutor would hesitate to file charges. I'm not sure about murder, but if it's something like opening a gash on somebody's forehead with a thrown rock, or leaving a bruise after hitting someone, even if you could single out the suspect, there's enough reasonable doubt to not convict. Every case is without a doubt perpetrated by someone in Hinamizawa, but they couldn't identify who. Even if they could figure out who it was, they're unable to obtain such circumstantial evidence through due process. The villagers were all extremely well informed about this, and so the meticulous, vicious, and tenacious personal attacks continued. The victims can't have been okay with that, right? Couldn't they have filed for an appeal? Well, you see, about that, everybody in the inquest committee didn't want to get involved with something so terrible. Or troublesome, rather. They won't stick their noses into anything related to Hinamizawa. The inquest committee is comprised of a random selection of local residents. In the event that the persecutor fails to get a conviction, they have the power to order a retrial. It's a system designed to assert the will of the people on the actions of expert prosecutors in the illegal world. In this case, however, being composed of local residents has backfired. They don't want to get involved? Why is that? How do I explain this? You could say they're afraid, since it's a little special there. Special? Is that an outcast community? No, it's a little different from that. Well, just think of it as them being afraid. It's a little hard to explain it just now. Oh, right, there's an easier way. Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, he opened a file labeled as a list of members of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. The power of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, you see, is the fact that they count many people among their members who are influential in neighboring areas. Could you take a look at this? I looked. What I saw startled me. prefectural and municipal assembly members, staff members of the Chamber of Commerce, an executive of the Business Association, an executive of a town council association, and a PTA liaison. There were more than a few people with a lot of say both locally and in the neighboring regions. Around here, you could pretty much expect your actions to be observed by those against the dam project. If you said something in its support, you know how it'd work in your own disadvantage. In any case, every town in this area is being held by the throat by somebody from Hinamizawa. The list of Inquisition Committee members is undisclosed, isn't it? There has to be some measures in place to make sure they avoid retribution, no? Well, it is undisclosed, so their privacy is assured, but the person in charge of that is from the Okonomiya Municipal Office. In other words, a local. While you might expect some professional confidentiality, you can't know how everybody is connected. The people from Hinamizawa have a lot of tight bonds in that regard. When you consider the obligations and duties people have to the region, the web of information thereby formed is nothing to scoff at. It's not uncommon for housewives in the neighborhood to know which kid in which house, in what grade, in which school, what subject they're good at, and what vegetables they hate, among other things. You see, there's a Yakuza organization here with strong ties to Hinamizawa and the surrounding area. It would seem they're providing full support in those recent incidents. They seem to be proving most effective. Gangsters? Siding together with the residents opposed to the construction of the dam? It's a little hard to see what their common interest is. It's not that difficult at all. You see, actually, one of the lieutenants in that gang is originally from Hinamizawa. He was adopted into a rather influential family in the village. Exactly what was this Hinamizawa? I had thought it was some desolate, rustic village. However, for some reason, they exerted a strong influence on the surrounding areas and had a strong sense of unity. They would protect their village by any means necessary, even if that meant resorting to violence. The chief had said that they were afraid because there were numerous influential people living there, but somehow I got the feeling that they were afraid of the village itself. There was something clearly different from that I had read in the documents in Tokyo. This was no simple residential protest against the dam. For some reason, an uneasy feeling began to nestle itself in the back of my mind. I chose the most basic way to ask my question. In other words, I directly asked what I wanted to know. Chief, this is just a hypothetical situation, but... This Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, in order to halt the dam project, do you think they could, say, threaten somebody important to accomplish that? The chief replied immediately. It's possible. Truth be told, they've already gone to municipal and prefectural offices as well as local offices in the Ministry of Construction and done things that could be construed as intimidation. Several of the workers' families have also reported that they're being followed by some suspicious people. Well, that would make sense. To halt progress on the dam, they raided the construction site, destroying heavy machinery and lighting the construction office on fire. If they didn't have any qualms about doing that, threats and violence against people related to the dam would probably be no problem. But that was it. Even your everyday hoodlum could use threats and violence. However, this time it was the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, an abnormally high-level crime. Not only was pulling off the kidnapping difficult in the first place, but so was maneuvering to have the ministers surrender to their demands immediately. There was no way this would work for amateurs. Did these people have the power to enact this large of a crime? That was the heart of the matter. Was the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance an organization capable of pulling this off? In order to ask that question once again, I chose the most basic method. Again, hypothetically, do you think they could kidnap a relative of someone of political importance? Just hypothetical, you know. This didn't happen, but, you know, hypothetically if it did. There's no way they could pull off something like that big. That was the answer I most hoped for. If it was the answer, my work was as good as halfway done. It might be able to get back in time for my wife to give birth. That was how it was supposed to be. The chief, without a hint of hesitation, replied. They just might. There's no telling how far they go. Sorry, Yukie. It seemed like my work wouldn't end so simply after all. Oh, Akasaka-kun. Good work. How's the information gathering at the prefectural office? Whoops, I went out of tune. It's coming along. It seems I'll be able to meet with their public safety department, so I'm planning on heading out that way. How's the investigation in Tokyo going? The others are progressing along, but the number of groups we have to investigate are countless. The time isn't a luxury here. There were no new developments at this time. No matter how suspicious the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was, if they solved the case in Tokyo, my job was done. It looked like my wishful thinking wouldn't come to pass. Hanging up the phone, I let my gaze drift outside the window on the valley of the unfamiliar buildings. Akasaka-san, a car you can borrow just returned. I'll take you to it, so follow me. Ah, thank you. He showed me the elevator to the underground parking lot where the battered sedan was waiting for me. That the steering wheel kept drifting to the left was a little concerning, but it would be enough to get me around for a while. My destination was Shishibone City Prefecture, an area under the control of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. The Okinomiya police station was right on the front lines.
A little change of scene. When do we get to meet Rika?
Okinomiya Prefecture, Okinomiya Police Station. Shishibone City was, as far as provincial cities went, rather behind the times. Okinomiya, recessed in the mountains, was even more remote. With little changes between the seasons, all that was left was the tepid passage of time. It made for a rather drab town. There were no tourist attractions or local delicacies. Without even a strong regional industry, it was simply dull. Just looking at the monotonous and peaceful townscape, it was hard to get a glimpse of the radical resistance of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. The atmosphere of boredom didn't hint the Okinomiya police station being in the front lines of the dam conflict, nor of the numerous incidents that I heard about in the prefectural headquarters. Good morning. Are you here to pay a fine? No, I have an appointment with Motodai-san from the Public Safety Division. Please tell him it's Akasaka. My apologies. Please wait a minute. The clerk, who thought I was there for a parking violation at first glance, after fumbling with the unfamiliar extension number, told the person on the line that they had a visitor. Welcome, welcome. Akasaka-san, was it? It must have been tiring traveling out all this way. Sorry we have to do this here. I tried to reserve a reception room, you see, but the counselor suddenly woke up and chased me out. I would hesitate to call where we were a conference room, as it was very small and cluttered. The cramped space was packed with lockers, and I had an impression that it was more of a change room that doubled as one for smoking. Listening to his crude chortles, I didn't get much of a feeling of that Motodai, who was the head of the local public safety division, was much of an intellectual. But I knew that, in exchange, he had both the experience and absolute confidence in his instinctions. I apologize for interrupting you during such a busy time. I'm Akasaka from the Metropolitan Police Department. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Motodai from the Public Safety Division. Nice to meet you. I was threatened by Sankai from the prefectural gangbusters to be generous with my cooperation. Gangbusters? You mean the prefectural crime prevention division? You see, we're treating the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance as an extension of the Yakuza. You'd have to be a newbie if you'd think that they're just a residential protest group. They said at the prefectural office, too, that the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was linked to the local mob. If I recall correctly, the adopted son of somebody influential is a lieutenant of that gang. It's the other way around, the complete opposite. The Yakuza put up the protest group as a front to justify their actions. Just think of it like that. Completely the other way around. Motodai was just about rolling with laughter. This was slightly different than the info given to me at the prefectural office, but somebody embedded locally would be more knowledgeable. While we were talking, occasionally some people who seemed to be detectives would come in and change. One of those individuals, noticing Motodai's guffaws, came up to us. I was wondering what you guys were talking about. Oh, Kura-chan. Perfect timing. Why don't you join us? This here is Inspector Akasaka, who come all the way from the Tokyo Police Department. An inspector? I'm still a rookie. My name is Akasaka. Pleased to meet you. It must be nice to be so fresh-faced. Did they hire you this year? I couldn't help but think I was being ridiculed, so I only responded with a forced smile. I could tell that this new person was like Motodai, the type who had confidence in their instincts and experience. I really didn't like those types of people. Let me introduce you, Akasaka-san. This is Oishi-kun from the investigative department. Regarding the S-file you were talking about, he's familiar with it. S-file. S for Sonozaki. If something is in an S-file, it means it has something to do with the Sonozaki family. It's something of a code name. Sonozaki. Come to think of it, I remembered when I was poring over the documents at the headquarters that there was quite a few people with the last name Sonozaki popping up. Also, I really like this track. Like it definitely has the detective vibes. I'm digging it. If I remembered right, there's a Sonozaki who is one of the executives at Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. I'm pretty sure that the treasurer. The two of them were surprised when I rattled off what post that Sonozaki held. After a moment, both of them erupted into laughter. Akasaka-san, was it? You're quite the studious one. Could it be that you've memorized all the central figures in the Alliance? I wouldn't say memorize exactly, but I've at least read the list of Onigafuchi Defense Alliance executives. Then, who are the president and vice president? The president is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Kei Kimiyoshi. The vice president is the priest of the local shrine, Furude. The treasurer is O Sonozaki, the auditor of Makino. The liaison is Y Kimiyoshi. The PR head is Y Sonozaki. Akasaka-san, you're pretty good. The pay sucks, but you want to work here? You're just the type we're looking for. By the way, Yoshio Sonozaki is head of the youth department. So close. The head of public relations is actually Tadayoshi Sonozaki. Feeling like I wasn't being complimented at all, I started settling into an uncomfortable mood. However, I was becoming more and more aware that I was the weakest link in this investigation, so I just had to bear it. I didn't mean for that feeling to show up on my face, but the crafty detectives didn't let that slip by. I didn't mean to make fun of you. To make up for it, why don't I show you around the village? So if somebody with no feel for the area like me, it would be a great help. I couldn't have asked for more. In the end, the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance is nothing more than the alias Hinamizawa is using to deal with the outside world. I think getting to know the village would speed up your work. How about it? The residential movement, in other words, held influence over the whole region. So the leader of the movement was the leader of that influence. Just like that, the thought processes of the region would become the overall personality of the movement. Just like Oishi had said, in order to learn what they were really like, this regional force behind the dam protests, getting to know the village was the quickest way. If you would, nodding back without skipping a beat, Oishi laughed in satisfaction and stood up. If I took the information I learned at the prefectural office and from Motodai at heart, if my position was exposed, my personal safety was at risk. The opponent was an extremist group that had no qualms about using threats or violence against somebody. If my personal info was leaked, it would be hard to imagine that I'd be in danger, whether on the job or not. Thinking that, I felt a little nervous. These guys are quick to remember faces. If you have seen with me, you'll probably do a lot to hinder your work. This might be a little cliche, but please put these on. Oishi handed me an increasingly suspicious disguise comprised of a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. I didn't want to get all hot and stuffy, but Oishi's warning was probably right on the money. Considering that, I put them on with appreciation. I looked so suspicious that Oishi had to smile wearily. How much did I tell you again? Let's see. To the part where you were talking about how the three ancient families control the village. The Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was the same as the village of Hinamizawa itself, meaning that there was a direct correlation between being an executive in the alliance and being a leader in the village, as Motodai had told me a short time ago. If the village was ruled by 3 ancient families, then it would mean the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was ruled by those same 3 families. What do the documents of the prefectural office say? About the leader of the Defense Alliance or whatnot? The documents I was using were classified. If I responded to Oishi's question, it would be a breach of security. However, most likely, this man, I judged, was more well-versed in the situation than any of the documents at the prefectural police department, so I decided to answer him. That the president of the alliance is the current mayor of the village, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Oishi, upon hearing that, let out a small chuckle. For him to ask like that and to laugh at the answer, as it was recorded in the documents, meant that it wasn't the case in reality. So then, that means there's somebody else other than Kimiyoshi behind the scenes, contrary to what the prefectural office thinks, or rather, what is commonly known. Old man Kimiyoshi is nothing more than a figurehead. In the first place, the post of the mayor in the village is nothing more than ceremonial. In other words, there's something else in charge of both the alliance and the village? Would that be the 3 families we just talked about? Well, I'll explain that part right now. All of a sudden, with a thunk, the car suddenly lurched. The paved road had given way to a gravel one. At the same time, the scenery outside the window changed. The Hinamizawa Dam project must be withdrawn. Overthrow the shameless puppets of the governor. The dam will submerge the natural beauty of Hinamizawa. Protect the village from the unethical dam. Fear the wrath of Yashida-sama's curse. Demolish the dam. Those involved must go away. The consultation office must respond. The office villager must negotiate with us. Signs and banners crowded the roadside. Even reading the brush-scrawled words was daunting. It was as though the road just changed, was a border with a different country. I am back. Welcome back, Crimson. At that moment, I was startled by the car suddenly braking. Just the car goes bark. Looking ahead, the barricade had been erected. About 5 or 6 protesters wearing masks and helmets to hide their faces were blocking the road, yelling at us angrily to stop. Oh, what is this? A checkpoint? These guys never learn. Oishi snorted as he rolled down the window and leaned out. Bought her Kinder Egg. I want Kinder Chocolate. Can you share, Crimson? Can you share the Kinder Egg? Hey, whoops. I'm trying to be small. Why is it? There you go. I apparently hit number lock at one point. Hey, you guys. You can't be blocking the road like this here. As Oishi glared at them with a malicious laugh, they visibly faltered. Clear the way. We can't get by like this. Who would have thought it was Oishi's car? That panicked thought seemed to make them lose their presence of mind. If we had known it was your car, Detective Oishi, we wouldn't have been so rude. Detective, what happened to your usual car? Is it in for maintenance? Something like that. I just can't get used to this car they loaned me. Judging by their brief conversation, I could guess they were familiar with the license plate of the car Oishi normally used. In other words, if they knew the car belonged to the police, they would have hidden the barricade. What they were doing was obviously obstruction of traffic, a blatant crime. Sorry, my first egg, so I'm gonna enjoy this one to the last morsel. Maybe next time I'll share. Okay, well you better share next time. Who's that suspicious guy? Could you show us your face? The man glared at me menacingly. Wearing a mask and sunglasses made me look particularly dubious. Would not showing my face get me into some unnecessary trouble? I turned to Oishi to see what I should do. Give him a break. He's a little shy little rookie. We just wanted to make sure he wasn't anybody suspicious. Hinamizawa has been in a bit of a stir as of late. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? That mask you're wearing is way more suspicious. The men in Oishi continued to talk like that, feigning smiles at one another. However, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't get over the feeling I was sitting on a power keg. Has the number of trucks illegally dumping still not decreased? It's a real hassle dealing with it all in the time. If the police could understand and cooperate, it would really help. During that conversation, the barricade was moved, leaving a gap wide enough for a single car to get through. Oishi lightly honked the horn once and began to roll the car forward. I could see the men's antagonistic glares at the back of the car in the rearview mirror. What was that just now? Blocking a public road like that? Of course it's a crime. Still, if you get worked up over that, it'll never end. Those guys, see, claim there's an infestation of trucks illegally dumping in the village. Their story goes that in order to stop that, they're halting suspicious vehicles for inspection. Endgame Hulk hands, Kinder Egg surprise. Here's the...
Thank you.
Illegal dumping? Like corrupt contractors just tossing industrial waste away? Their line of argument is that if the police aren't going to do anything about it, they'll take matters in their own hands. Well, the industrial waste is just something they're doing about themselves anyway. By themselves? They have a pretty good strategy. You see, in order to hinder construction, they've spread industrial waste over by the dam site. Then, blaming it on corrupt contractors, they start instituting these inspections. There, they stop every construction vehicle coming through and interfere with them as much as possible. So then, it's one of the methods the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance is using. With that inspection just now, this car's license plate has probably been recorded. It shouldn't get stopped from here on out. Those guys know very well not to get me angry. See, rumor is that if they figure a car is related to the construction in some way, not only would there be checkpoints stopping it at every turn, but they'd be throwing rocks and planting road spikes as well. It's best you be careful if you're not identified. If they find out you're from public safety, who knows if what you'll suffer through. Or she was acting like we were talking about something fun, but for me it was no laughing matter. It almost feels like we've wandered into a civil war in the Middle East. That's a good way of putting it. It's pretty much what you just said. Why, she turned to me with a grin and menacing laugh. You see, this here's a war zone. Gotta go to my mother's B-Day breakfast, be back in a few.
Okay, have fun! Have fun, Cave!
The car slowed down a bit as it went down a narrow road through some farmland. You see that house in the forest over there? That antiquated one? Or antiquated, I guess would be the right word. Looking at where Oishi was pointing, there certainly was an old, traditionally designed house. That belongs to the mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi. You could say it belongs to the main Kimiyoshi house as well. There's a lot of branches, but they'd be one of the three families. The three families? The ancient families that control Hinamizawa? That's right. And one of the others is the Furude family. Their house doesn't even have a single branch, as all that's left is the head priestess's family. Right over there, there's the shrine. He's the priest there. By the way, the Defense Alliance's office is on the grounds of that shrine. The office of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. If these guys were the enemy, that would make the shrine their stronghold. Can we go look over there? The shrine is the Furude family's private property, you see. Being police, we can't set foot there without a warrant. See, they've got a member of the Diet with ties to the village backing them up. Basically, being the police has its strengths and its weaknesses. Well, even when we talk about the three families, there's something from a long time ago, way back when. Those three families used to hold councils to decide things about the village. Meaning, it's different now? You've got a pretty good nose. That's what I expect from an academic. The car braked to a halt with a squeal. Ahead of where we stopped were several signs. Private property beyond, no trespassing, beware of poisonous snakes, danger, turn back, Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Signs were erected there with things like that written on them. The road was separated from the forest by a chain link fence wrapped in barbed wire. Since this is a private property, this is as far as we go. There's several surveillance cameras set up further in. Saying that we just got lost won't work with these guys. They're beyond here, right? The people currently controlling Hinamizawa and the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance were neither the Kimiyoshi family nor the Furude family, but the last of the three. Yeah. Beyond here is one of the three families, the Sonozaki family. They're the ones controlling Hinamizawa from the shadows. Among the list of executives recorded in the documents, the number of people with the last names from the three families was quite high. Of course, Sonozaki was no exception. However, at the top was the Kimiyoshi family. If the Kimiyoshi family seemed to be in charge, the rulers behind the scenes were the Sonozaki family. This double-layered structure implicitly told me that this village had both a light and dark side. The current head of the Sonozaki family is an old lady named Orio. She has enough clout that you could call her Empress Sonozaki. Be careful, she's no small fry. She's enough of a VIP that even the mayor of the city has to bow before her. Well, in Hinamizawa and the surrounding area, the relatives amount to a block of several thousand votes. No politician could show disrespect for that. In other words, that would make her the actual leader of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, right? You've got it. With those words, Oishi pulled out a well-worn cigarette box. The suspected kidnapping of the minister's grandchild and subsequent threats. Were these part of the hidden plot by the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance in order to have the Hinamizawa Dam project cancelled? You came all the way from Tokyo to investigate this, didn't you? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Something the matter? Then, is it related to that direct appeal incident with Minister Inugai? If that's the case, then public safety has them marked on a watch list? Something like that? Having you guess that so quickly makes this easy. While exhaling out cigarette smoke, Oishi smiled broadly, like I just pulled a good one on him. Or so I thought. His smile disappeared suddenly. That's a lie, isn't it? Huh? I mean, the direct appeal putting them on a watch list. That's a lie, isn't it? Oishi knew that there was no way that Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. If they were to dispatch someone, it had to be for a more dire reason. He had figured out that much. I thought of myself as the type of person who doesn't let things show on their face. In front of his own watchful gaze, however, I felt that what I was thinking was completely laid bare. Oishi silently lit another cigarette, as if waiting for me to interject during this awkward pause. I see. So this was a veteran detective's way of getting someone to spill information. But as long as I realized this, there would be nothing more. If I didn't open my mouth, I wouldn't have to lose anything. All I had to do was stare out the window and enjoy the scenery until Oishi gave up. You really are bad at hiding things, you know. Being so young and earnest isn't so bad. Oishi smirked as he twisted out his third cigarette, while I tried not to let him notice that I hadn't yielded yet. At first, I'd thought I had won, but at the very least, Oishi had ascertained that I was hiding something, meaning that I might have ended up marching to his tune. Oishi started up the engine once again and began to move the car. If you'd just been honest with me, I thought I might have been able to help you. How would you help? If the cat was out of the bag, I might as well use it to catch some mice. Well, this depends on what we're talking about, but I might be able to set you up with someone who's knowledgeable about the going-ons in Hinamizawa. An informant? I see. Is that what you call it? Why are you interested in my case? Oishi-san. Well, I'm the same as you. Isn't it our business to know things? Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was an extremely compelling opportunity. We were looking to recruit somebody familiar with the area to collaborate with their intelligence. In the end, there was no better method for finding people than asking. We were always taught, however, that the rank-and-file police were no better than monkeys. Unlike us, they were careless with confidential cases. We looked down on them like they'd run their mouths off a drunken stupor. Oishi was an outlaw, even amongst them, and here I was lost on whether I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. This information, exactly how knowledgeable are they about the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance? If you're from public safety, you'd know, wouldn't you? Something like that is something I can't just tell you. Protect your sources. That was the first principle of dealing with confidential information. In that regard, it seemed that Oishi wasn't one of those monkeys. Should I trust him and ask for his help, or not? It's just that you work for the feds, and I work for the prefecture. I don't think that our jobs are that different. I think I could be of help. However, I had trouble believing that this crafty old man would simply help me just like he claimed. If I find it hard to believe that someone of your standing would help me out without strings attached. Well, it's not like I'm completely without an ulterior motive. As I recall, you guys have space in your budget allocated to pay informants, right? Something you don't need to submit a receipt for. Just a little bit of that would be the cost of meeting with the informant. In other words, give the compensation earmarked of the informant to you first? Well, it helps that the details of this deal are so clear-cut. He certainly was something else for being able to brazenly state his ulterior motive like this. Rather than him doing this out of the kindness of his heart, everything was a lot clearer if he was being compensated for this deal. I felt that he was the type of man who was good at these backroom dealings. Don't misunderstand me, please. It's not me who needs the money, it's the informant, okay? Well, in regards to the payment, I'll be handling the money. When do you want it? Right now would be good. If you don't have it on you, tomorrow works as well. I pulled out the wallet that was different from my personal one. The price was pretty much fixed depending on what kind of information I was paying for. In that case, the payment was up front, and also considering the fact I didn't know what kind of info I would get, I shouldn't pay too much. When I suggested that, Oishi suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the contents of the wallet. At times like this, it's best you not be so stingy. It's alright, it won't go to waste. I understand. I won't be stingy. And? What kind of information are you looking for? Depending on what you want, how we approach this will probably change. You swear you won't spread this information to anybody else, Oishi-san? I can't swear as much. I am the same as you. I can't withhold information obtained during the course of my duties. I got it, I swear. Nothing here gets said anywhere else. On top of that, thanks to you, I can pay back what I owe from my mahjong debts. In any case, I won't break a promise that involves money. I was still unsure if I should trust him until the very last moment, but in the end, I broke down. Oishi wasn't the type of guy I could trust 100%, but there was no mistaking that he had access to underground information networks. In order to accomplish my mission swiftly, I needed his cooperation. I set my resolve. I'm investigating whether or not the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance is related to a certain incident. Certain incident? There's a possibility that the Minister of Construction, Inugai, has been coerced by someone. Saying there's a possibility is kind of a roundabout way of putting it. It appears there's a mole closer to the minister, and due to that mole, the minister has been monitored quite thoroughly and was seemingly coerced to cede to their threats right away. None of this is reported to us or the police. I see. So that's why you're saying there's only the possibility of him being coerced. In that case, isn't it a little strange? If the minister didn't report this to anybody, how did you guys know about this incident? If we didn't spy on the minister's private life, we would have never found out. I don't think we have to provide that explanation to the informant, so I'm omitting it. Oishi had apparently caught on and quietly chuckled when I refused to explain. I see. There's a spy close to the minister, so public safety made it highly classified investigation. That certainly isn't an amicable story, isn't it? if that matter became public, not only would this affect the minister's political career, but the possibility of there being a shift in the political landscape is extremely high. If the perpetrator's aim is indeed that, then this could develop into a very grave situation. Well, with the government having development projects all over the country, they've butted heads with quite a few people. It wouldn't take much wrongdoings for the left-wing parties to suddenly garner more support. We're currently investigating what demands are being forced on the minister, but at least we have a good idea of what's being threatened. Ow. The minister's grandson was kidnapped. They're denying it, but judging from when he was last seen, it's believed it's already been over 72 hours since the kidnapping. So 3 days. If they were just another ransom money, this would have been settled by now. It may be this isn't for monetary gain. The possibility that they're forcing the minister to do something politically is extremely high. That's something we just can't consent to. So then, the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was listed as one of the possible perpetrators. That is correct. Well, kidnap the minister's grandson and demand the cancellation of the dam project. What do you think, Oishi-san? From your point of view, do you think that's possible? Oishi seemed to ponder the idea for a while. The section chief of the regional office had responded immediately with, "It's possible." However, Oishi, who was this well-informed about the matter, was humming and hawing. Finally, just a little bit. He said something that was really just a little bit strange. This was before the Meiji era, you see. This area wasn't named Hinamizawa Village back then. It was called Onigafuchi. This is just what I heard from my grandmother. This topic was so completely and suddenly unrelated that the subject of the kidnapping of the minister's grandson I was taken slightly aback. Onigafuchi? Oh, so that's why they're called the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. You see, the village of Onigafuchi was said to be inhabited by demons that devoured humans. Even now, it's believed that the blood of these demons particularly coursed through the veins of the villagers. Demons that devour humans? Oishi-san, what are you saying? It's information. I got a lot from you just now. A little too much. In exchange, I'm giving you a little freebie. Oishi finally smiled, but it didn't seem like he was fooling around. Please continue. You see, these human-devouring demons, normally they were revered as Taoist transcendents and lived tucked away from the rest of the world. But they ate people after all, so apparently they'd go to villages in the foothills regularly and abduct their prey. They used to call that being demoned away, or onikakushi. Demoned away. It was the first I'd heard such a peculiar phrase. However, I felt something slightly ominous from this horrifying tale of demons abducting people in order to eat them. Look, you know how there's a common phrase, spirited away? When people suddenly go missing one day, they call it that. When the same thing happens around here, they call it being demoned away. How does that old tale relate to the matter at hand? Oh no, there's no direct relationship. I'm just making some small talk here. It's just... Ka-thump, ka-thump. The car shook. At some point, the gravel road had changed to a paved one. It's just what? That around here, the phrase demoned away is somewhat a code of disappearances and kidnappings. I just thought I'd mention that. I don't know if this has anything to do with the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Well, there's no deep meaning behind it. It's just there's that little bit of history. Onikakushi. Human-eating demons coming down to the foothills and abducting their prey. Then, in order to cancel the dam project that threatened to submerge the village they lived in, did they demon away the minister's grandson? Then, had they already made an example of the minister's grandson and eaten him alive? It's a bit of an interesting old tale, isn't it? If you set foot into the demon's village without reason, you'll promptly be captured and eaten alive, so don't go near Onigafuchi. Kids these days wouldn't have these superstitions, would they? Even amongst the older folks. Pardon me. In Okinomiya, born in the Meiji era, there's quite a few who wouldn't heed these warnings. Hinamizawa village was feared by the people in the area. I recalled that piece of information I heard from the Prefectural Public Safety Division. And... pardon me! Ah! In any case, we're in the boonies out here. It's kind of expected that there'd be some kind of superstitions around. Somebody from Tokyo like you, Akasaka-san, probably couldn't even begin to imagine it, could you? The man-eating demons, as the price for violating sanctity in the village, kidnapped the minister's grandson and swallowed him whole. That ludicrous idea flew through my head. It was so absurd. I was half disgusted with myself. Oishi was just teasing me. Stupid. It was all really so stupid. Come to think of it, by then, I may have already been seized by the curse of the dubious village. For me to realize that, it would take a little more time.
Oh, sippy.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here being like, where is Rika? Where is she? But we are at the first save point, which, dang, that first chapter was long. Waking up in a cheap hotel in the city was by no means pleasant. I remembered even during the long camping trips we had during grade school, I wanted to get home quickly, counting out the days left on my fingers. Waking up this morning, I was somehow reminded of that. Was it a need to be with my wife when she gave birth? A particular type of homesickness? As a productive member of society, as a public servant bound to fulfill his duties. It was pathetic indeed. Those negative emotions faded as I downed my breakfast, which was surprisingly not half bad. Did you at least call your wife, sir? The meeting with the informant that Oishi had provided would be tonight. Until then, I can't just be lazing around. The Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was protesting the dam's construction in various ways. Included in this was a strategy involving public relations, which could be categorized into two major forms, combative and peaceful. In regards to the former, as an attempt to keep law enforcement in check, they appealed to the public's sympathy by highlighting the oppressive and inhumane tactics of the police and brutality of the riot squads. The latter, peaceful, stressed how precious the natural surroundings of Hinamizawa was, seeking people who would oppose the dam on environmental grounds. As part of that, the village of Hinamizawa had invited celebrated zoologists and botanists, as well as environmental groups, to advertise the nature surrounding the town. According to the news, in recent years there had been a group calling itself Hinamizawa Nature Watching, setting up free sightseeing tours. I would have liked to take advantage of the opportunity, but when I called the village administrative offices, they responded that it was too late to put in an application for the tour, and they were still undecided as to when they'd be doing another one. I see. So there's no applications for next time. Too bad. Are you a member of an environmental group? Or maybe somebody from a magazine? No, just here privately. Privately? Then you're a tourist. Something like that. It's my hobby to take pictures that display how beautiful nature can be. I read in a magazine that there was some precious nature reserves here, so I was looking forward to it. I knew there was an article that had something like that written in it, but I hadn't actually read it. Was this ad-libbed lie not going to work? However, contrary to my expectations, the person was speaking to laughed happily. Then come. The village is a little busy right now, but you're totally welcome here. In that case, I'll graciously accept the offer. Thank you. How are you getting around? Car? If that's the case, could I ask for your license plate number? No, there's no ulterior motive behind that. That was probably related to the checkpoints they'd set up on the way to the village. If I didn't give them my license plate number, I'd most likely be hindered in various ways. I thought about using the car I had borrowed from the prefecture, but I was lost on whether it would be okay to tell them the plate number. If the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was behind this incident, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to find out who I was. I had to play it safe, so I elected to refrain from using the car. No, actually, I'm not using a car. If there's a bus or something, I'd prefer that. We do have a bus, actually. The route is going to be discontinued soon, though. You can take that. It departs from Okinomiya Station. Thank you very much. I'll look out for it. When will you be coming? Is it your first time in Hinamizawa? If it is, you must be unsure about a lot of things. If you let me know, I can have somebody show you around. Oh, no, I couldn't ask that much of you. Don't worry about it. That's just a bit of PR we do to protect nature around the village. Judging by what I saw at the checkpoint, the villagers were at the very least wary of outsiders. That's why in order to move in and out of the village freely, I had to travel with somebody like Oishi or side with the dam protests. Having an interest in the natural environment surrounding the village tied to a peaceful type of PR that the village was using, I was a bit against having a watchdog attached to me, but that might actually work out in my favor. The entire village was fired up about the dam protests, so I might be lucky enough to hear some especially candid opinions from the residents. Given that, there was no real reason for me to refuse their offer. Is it really all right? If so, that'll really help. After that, I was shown the bus schedule and directed to which bus I should get on. Somebody would come and meet me at the bus stop in the village. After showing me around a spot I had taken interest in, there was no doubt they'd bring me to somewhere in an anti-dam information center. Then, over a cup of tea, they'd try to indoctrinate me into accepting their principles and beliefs. Well, if that was their aim, there'd be a lot of freebies involved. The world is about give and take, after all. I couldn't be going in a suit. I pulled some plain clothes out of my travel case and changed it into something more casual. After that, after calming down by watching some local television, I left the hotel and set out for Okinomiya Station. You know, I miss Keiichi's ramblings. His rambling internal dialogue. The bus route that I was told would soon be discontinued certainly didn't look that way. There was more than enough trips on the schedule, and the number of passengers was by no means sparse. It was the main link to Okinomiya, the only town in the area. The types of passengers that stood out were older folk who didn't look like they could drive, and housewives who didn't seem like they had a license. If the area was submerged at the bottom of the lake, it wouldn't matter if there was a bus route. That's why it was going to be discontinued, in the unnatural scheme of things. I could catch a glimpse of the government's intent in cutting off their means of transportation to bully the village into emptying out sooner. It makes sense. According to the documents, talks between the Ministry of Construction and the locals broke down quite early. The government seemed from the start to take an aggressive stance on the matter. It was like the fairy tale with the north wind and the sun trying to get the traveler to remove his cloak. Even their bullying had a meaning to it. The reason why the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance resisted so violently was because the government was doing unseemly things like that. It was somebody who lived in Tokyo, so for a village or two out in the boonies like this would be to be submerged didn't seem like a big deal. But I guess for somebody actually living here, it would be a vitally huge problem. This route will be discontinued on the of. Thank you for your patronage up to this point. We look forward to your continued patronage on our other lines. Transportation. Gazing lazily in the notice of discontinued service posted inside the bus, I counted down the number of stops until the designated one. Along the way, we passed through a checkpoint before without stopping. They knew what time the bus was coming, so they had opened up the barricade ahead of time. From here on out was enemy territory. My palms had at some point become coated in a thin film of sweat. Now arriving at Ukita Waterworks. Now arriving at Ukita Waterworks. Are there any passengers disembarking? I hurriedly pressed the stop button. Request at the designated stop was announced. For none of the numerous passengers to be getting off here meant it must have been quite the remote place. In actuality, the stop I got off on was so abnormally run down that I could tell it was barely used. As soon as I stepped out, an intense atmosphere completely different from the interior of the bus assailed my body. Right now, Oishi or Motodai weren't beside me. That's right. At present, I was alone in the middle of enemy territory. My adversaries probably thought I was just an ordinary tourist, but that was nothing more than a ruse. But if by some mistake my true identity was to be exposed, it brought back the terrifying words I had heard at the prefectural office, that if somebody was attacked in Hinamizawa with a knife, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind it. I didn't seem suspicious, did I? My clothing was currently casual. It was exactly the type of clothing that a city slicker that viewed the countryside as a wholesome getaway would wear. A camera and knapsack. Inside were various things needed for hiking. It was still only June, and maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was already in the middle of summer. The fact that I didn't bring a hat must seem odd. No, it wasn't something to be concerned about. It's all right. I was just a normal tourist. Just normal. Was there anything suspicious about me? Asking that as I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. All the passengers by the window were staring down at me silently. They were staring right at me, as if they had seen right through my proud little outfit. Just staring, looking down at me. Countless stares rained down like needles on me from the windows opened to air out the bus. All that rained down were stares. None of them were saying a word. But all the more, their silent stares told me that more than a million words could. Hurry up and go back to Tokyo, you outsider. No, There was no reason for me to speak. My quiet voice was drowned out by the sound of the engine. The bus, as if to torment me, set out slowly, and doing more than enough to intimidate me, sped off. A thin film of sweat began to rise from my entire body. According to the documents, it was a village that seemed wary of outsiders. Its population was small as well. If they saw an unfamiliar face, they would be quick to identify the face of an outsider. On top of that, nobody else had gotten off at the stop. It was a bus stop that they normally just passed on by. Somebody actually getting off there. There was no doubt that it had drawn some attention. But this wasn't a slip-up. They were the ones who directed me to get off at this stop. There was nothing to worry about. I knew that I was just nervous, since this was my first undercover mission. My more seasoned colleagues referred to us as the new generation that didn't know how to lose their cool. But it wasn't true at all. In order to calm my breathing down, I exhaled the unpleasant air residing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but pray that my apprehensions would disappear like the white clouds of exhaust expelled from the bus. There was a small shed there to serve as shelter if it rained, and it was there that I decided to sit. Inside the shed, one wall was plastered with posters advertising the dam opposition efforts. It was like the heartfelt screams of the villagers were recorded on that wall. Inside that shelter, I felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't like I had any relation to the dam project, but it was still made me feel hesitant about being inside there. That was just how filled with the forest of denial that space was. And inside that uneasy space was a girl. Inside that shed covered in words written in broad brushstrokes berating the policies regarding the dam and calling for action, there was a girl sitting there with a drowsy gaze, as if half asleep. The two images clashed so much that I could only stand there dumbfounded for a moment, trapped in such a surreal environment. If I stepped inside, who knew what kind of oafish noises I would actually make? I couldn't be disturbing this girl's slumber like that. Having thought this, I gave up on entering the shed. It was just a sleeping kid, so why was I so worked up about it? Finally, I realized, this girl, to us, as a married couple, was the very image of our ideal child. Even after numerous examinations at the hospital, we didn't know for sure what our child's gender was. Whether we could tell if it were a boy or a girl was, in the end, dependent on whether or not we could get an image of their genitalia. There was, of course, no guarantee that it was a girl, but with things the way they were, the possibility was high. Even so, Yukie has been saying that the chances that it was a boy or a girl were even. But in my heart, I had already decided that our coming child was a girl. Since the day I decided that until now, it was so fun to imagine how our child would grow up that I couldn't help myself. Amongst those numerous imagined forms, the one that I thought would be the most ideal had materialized right in front of me. You know, that is kind of weird. You just get off at the bus stop, you see a sleeping kid, and it's just like, that's what I want my kid to be. I haven't spoken to this kid hasn't spoken to me, she's just asleep, it's just like, yep, ideal kid right here. Of course, a little of it was due to the circumstances. In my ideal image, her hair would be of the short side. The girl in front of me, though, had long hair. It was almost as if somebody had taken my ideal and made some small adjustments. It certainly wasn't something unpleasant. Even so, I felt like I was sullying her by just looking at her like that. She had an immaculate, no, a divine air about her. That girl with an angelic smile, with a yawn wide enough that you could see her molars, woke up all of a sudden. I didn't mean to peep, but locking eyes with a girl who had just woken up like this somehow made me feel like I was playing a prank on her. I wasn't doing anything shady, but I became flustered. The girl spoke. No. Cried out?
Meep.
Meep? Like that character on the show with the puppets? With the orange hair? I thought it was just one of those greetings kids do. So in order to prove I wasn't a suspicious person, I responded in kind.
Meep. Meep?
Meep. The girl stared at me dubiously with a doll-like expression, cute but cold and hard to read. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There was, after all, an unfamiliar man right in front of her when she woke up, who responded with meep when she said the same. Suspicious. She definitely thought I was suspicious.
Meep.
Meep. We were both at a loss for words. No, the only one lost was me. The girl in front of me, as if inquiring about my motives, stared at me intently. In the silence, I felt like I was the one who had something to say first. Damn it. This girl was way better at interrogating somebody than Oishi. I'm not anybody suspicious. I'm...
Nippa.
Nippa...
Nippa.
What I could only have described as a cold expression suddenly blossomed into a smile, one that soon infected me. You might be familiar with the term angelic smile to me. It was like that phrase was created just to describe the smile she gave me. The girl smiling while saying Nippa probably wanted me to return the favor in kind. That's right, this is a kid's form of communication. Having the other person immaculate what you just did was a rudimentary form of mutual understanding. Nippa.
Nippa.
It was a beautiful afternoon in the early summer. What was I doing?
Nippa.
Nippa. Well, whatever. This was interesting in its own way.
Nippa.
If making somebody happy with just a smile was the work of angels, then this girl was definitely one of them. I couldn't help but pray that my own child, who was soon to be born, would grow up to be like this girl. That strangely gentle moment was finally brought to the end of the arrival of a car. An older person waved at me from the driver's seat, a dry smile plastered on their face. Hi there, good afternoon. Sorry for being late. You're the tourist who phoned yesterday, right? Yes. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm running a little behind because of the farm. I'll hop right on in. It looks like the weather isn't going to hold up for much longer, so I'll show you around real quick. Huh? The weather? It changes fast around here. There'll probably be evening showers again today. If that happens, you won't be able to take any pictures. Come on, get in, get in!
Meep.
Turning around, the girl was standing right behind me with an intrigued expression. Her body language somehow reminded me of a stray cat that followed you around after you played with it a little. So charming. Well, if it isn't Rika-sama. Praise be, praise be.
Nippa.
A girl named Rika with an immaculate smile and an old man praising her while rubbing prayer beads in his hands. It was a rather mysterious sight to behold.
Are you going to work, Makino?
It's not exactly work per se. I was asked by the mayor to show around a youngin' who came to the village for some sightseeing.
A youngin' who's come to the village for sightseeing.
The girl, Rika-chan, said that with a smile as she clung onto my arm. Well, yeah. I heard that this village is surrounded by a precious nature reserve, so I very much wanted to record that with my camera. Even though I look like this, I really like to take pictures.
Tometake Mark II.
Huh? Tometake? Huh?
Makino. Is it okay if I come along too?
I couldn't. You could come along, Rika-chama, but there's nothing interesting to see. You should go play near the shrine or something.
Meep.
A distinctly displeased expression creeped across Rika-chan's face. Being unable to show one's emotion honestly on their face was a privilege young children had. It's not too much of a problem. Could you bring this child along with us? When I said those helpful words, another smile spread across Rika-chan's face with another nippa as she clung to me again. Not bad at all. I want this girl to call me Papa. No, Father. Dad. Daddy? Oh no. At least we're pretty sure that, like, his is actually fatherly intentions. And not like, I will marry this girl. He doesn't have Edie intentions. What am I doing? Ever since I met this girl, I was completely off my game. Just calm down. Nothing I can do, I guess. Rika-chama never listens, even if you say no. Come on, hop on in. Come now, Rika-chama too. The old man descended from the driver's seat and opened up the sliding door of the van, which had Onigafuchi Alliance Town Council stenciled in on the side. Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into his seat, and began bouncing around right away. It seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying the bouncy springs. Come on now, Rika-chama. If you're like that on our guest, our guests can't sit down. Hey, Rika-chama. Girls are so nice. I wonder if my child will play around like this too. No. It was written in that guide that to raising a child that you shouldn't dote on them. Kids are kids if you don't raise them strictly without spoiling them.
It's soft and springy. Nippa. Nippa.
I'm definitely going to be a terrible father. It was decided I would be a doting parent before my child was even born. Well then, sir, I'll show you around some places that I think look nice. Have you eaten lunch yet? Yeah, I had a light meal at the hotel. Is that so? Well then, let's get going.
We're setting off on a tour of Hinamizawa. Yay!
Is it alright if I call you Rika-chan?
Sure. My name is Rika Furude. I can already do addition in the 10th digit.
Oh, is that true? That's amazing.
I don't count on my fingers. I can do it all in my head.
The way she insisted upon that was just too cute. At some point, the nervousness I had about being alone in enemy territory had evaporated like it was never there at all. I had to be at least a little thankful that I had met this girl. Well then, let's get going. It's time for Hinamizawa nature watching. The old man stepped on the gas with a great deal of gusto. This track is fun. Like, I think it has like, it's because it has like that like kind of bouncy thing in the background.
Look at all these locations.
Got close to the other Sonozaki house, I think. Wait, no. Was that the one near the water? I don't know.
I finished my lemonade.
Hi, Rika-chan. Before anything bad happened. What a lovely time. The old man, who was apparently named Makino. Was he the same Makino that was listed as the auditor of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance? Showed me around places that were all breathtaking. Even though I wasn't really here for sightseeing, I couldn't help but be impressed. First of all, this was different from the simple scenery of a city, and the scenery of a charming village like this, no matter how mundane it seemed to be the villagers, had a tranquil appeal to it. At first, I was only releasing the shutter as part of my tourist act, but midway through I found myself taking pictures out of pure interest. Tourist traps had their own unique allure to them, but there was nothing like that here. I was especially captivated by the unspoiled nature of the place. If there wasn't that whole uproar of the dam, I would want to bring Yukie with me here some other time. I wanted her to breathe in this fresh air as well as show her this rejuvenating, verdant scenery.
Is something like this that interesting? You're a changed person, Akasaka.
No, these cylindrical mailboxes are rare nowadays. They have a certain nostalgic air about them. You wouldn't happen to think they're elegant, would you?
Is Hinamizawa fun?
Yeah, it's fun. Once she's discharged from the hospital, I'd like to bring my wife here at least once, with the child that would be born by that time. Right now she's in the hospital waiting to give birth. She's due any day now. It'd be nice if there's a cute girl like you. Sir, it seems like congratulations are soon to be in order. Still, that's no good. To leave your wife behind and play around in a place like this? I was momentarily at a loss for words. It was exactly how Makino said. There is no good reason for a man who is waiting for his wife to give birth to be playing around idly in this place. Did I slip up? Well, we had already planned this trip to Hinamizawa a long time ago. My wife's family is with her, so it's alright. If you had this planned so far in advance, then how come you didn't make this sign-up deadline for the nature watching? If you did, you could have toured around on a nice bus instead of being cramped up in here. It didn't seem as if Makino was actually digging for anything. But if this conversation continued any longer, it would put some unexpected holes in my cover. I halted the conversation by pretending to take another picture. Well now, for our last stop, I'll take you to the place with the best view. It was slightly before evening. The sun was still burning brightly, but the cool breeze had begun to mix itself into the air. It seemed my exploration of Hinamizawa with Rika-chan was just about done.
The place with the best view?
Well, Rika-chama, where else would it be but the view from around the shrine? Hearing that, Rika-chan smiled even more.
Well then, I'll introduce you to my house, Akasaka.
Huh? By Rika-chan's house, you mean... Huh? The shrine. Furude Shrine. There's an observation platform. You can see really pretty scenery. Furude Shrine? The girl who called Furude Shrine her home, Rika. If I remember correctly, her full name was Rika Furude. I just keep tripping over my words today. And Furude was... That's right. One of the three families. Even if the Sonozaki family is said to hold all the actual power, it was still one of the old houses that held some authority. No, more important than that right now was Furude Shrine. If I remember correctly, Oishi had told me, within the grounds of the Furude Shrine there are the offices of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, and since the land around Furude Shrine were private property, the police couldn't set foot there heedlessly. Furude Shrine, where even Oishi couldn't simply set foot into, the main base of operations for the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. I had been given an unsuspected opportunity to enter there. I couldn't have asked for more. I'm looking forward to it. Please, if you would. Well then, let's get there quickly. The weather seems to be getting a little iffy. The sky had suddenly become overcast. It would be odd if it started raining soon. Or it wouldn't be, rather. The cicadas, as if trying to finish their daily allotment of chirps before the evening, cried out even more fervently. It's such a cozy feeling, especially considering this is before everything goes bad, you know? Like, just timeline-wise. Also, since it just so happened to come across a mid-scene change, I feel like now is a good time to take my little break. It is like a little bit early, but it's close enough that it should be fine. So everybody, this is now the time to get up and stretch. Maybe use the bathroom if you need to, get some hydration, get a snack, and we'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'm trying to see if for some reason the clips aren't working on the other scene. There they go. Okay, but I will see you guys in like 10 minutes. What? Ew. Oh, no, no, fish. No. You got me stuck! You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
Keep running!
Did you just puke? And twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing, and then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora, and he's like, what? and like I remember it showed up, and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiji.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, kid? How dare you wait for my pain?
No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall
fine.
be a good girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I
It'll
shouldn't
be
have done that.
fine. It'll be fine. Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I swear.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped up, I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
That's to watch.
Ah! Don't smack me. Don't smack.
Spank him.
Hey. Don't. Like, hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops. There they go. Home. I'm sorry! I didn't mean. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety!
I am sick of seeing spoilers I want to play.
Didn't hear boots. Alright, we're good. This is starting off as a great
How
stream.
dare you?
Talking about the vines?
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
Ow. Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
And he's not as cute as you either.
Where are you right now? Come on, let's at least wash that feet.
A gun?
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows. Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sewer men. Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy's belly's in the way of everything.
How dare ya?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
Scuff stream.
God.
You good? Don't die on me. You're supposed to drink the water, not inhale it.
I'm sorry.
And then I blacked out.
Quack, 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 quack.
That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Ah, I see. When it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy's belly's in the way of everything.
How dare ya?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's to watch. Ah! Don't smack me. No,
Smack
no.
your butt.
No smack.
Spanking.
No. There they go. That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No,
fantastic.
no.
You
You got me
Butt
stuck.
head.
You got me stuck.
You got me stuck.
You got me stuck.
Keep running.
Are you talking about the vines or that beard?
What's this?
Helmet. So this is growing that off too. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your psychic.
Where's your body?
I was lost. Body's on. Hang on. Borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not as cute as you either.
Oh.
Neither are you right now. Come on. Let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
I figured you would come back earlier. Because, you know, I was just sitting here being like, it's a few minutes early, but that's okay. Everybody have a good break. We ready to keep hanging out with Rika-chan? Okay. Let me take a little sip of water. And now we shall continue. After I burp, apparently. The van stopped in the shrine's parking lot. Also parked there was numerous other vans with loudspeakers mounted on top of them to act as a makeshift propaganda vehicles. On the side of each vehicle was scrawled, "The dam project must be demolished. Defend our homeland to the last. No Oyashiro-sama's anger," or a slogan of some other similar kind. They gave the feeling that even without using the loudspeakers, there was enough to overwhelm any onlookers. Vertical banners were erected in various places. The contents of those banners were similar. They were all objections against the dam or crude insults towards the government. There were horizontal banners, placards, and so on and so forth. They proclaimed that without a doubt that this was the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. For Rika-chan, however, this hectic place was also her home.
We've arrived. I'm home.
Rika-chan crawled over my lap and exited the vehicle first. Makino had noticed that I was looking at protest banners. The shrine also has the offices of the anti-dam movement. For you, this probably brings back memories of the anti-security treaty conflicts back in the day. Student movements against government policies, movements that broadened on terrorist activity, were at one time commonplace, if only in order to garner global attention. Students holding out in lecture halls, brawling with the riot squads that charged in. It was an age where wasting one's youth like that was widely considered a road to glory. It was slightly before my time. I'm not really an activist or anything. I studied without incident and graduated without incident. I don't really argue with the violence, or I don't really agree with the violence or occupations they used to protest the government's policies. Oh? You have quite the nice opinion there. If you have an opinion on a policy, vote for the candidate who shares your view, or enter the political world yourself and assert your beliefs in a lawful manner. That is the foundation of democracy. I don't think there's something you should challenge with violence. For a youngin', you have some fine beliefs. I saw that feeling of respect reflected in Makino's gaze. At that moment, something tugged at my sleeve.
I have no idea what Akasaka is saying.
Rika-chan, feeling like she was the only one who didn't understand the conversation, had a look of displeasure on her face.
Welcome back, Cave.
That expression was so charming, I had to keep myself from grinning like an idiot. It's often said that a father wants to spoil his daughter often. I think I understood that feeling very well. Sorry. It was a little bit hard for Rika-chan to understand, wasn't it? Japan is a peaceful country, so you have to argue your point in a peaceful manner. You shouldn't resort to violence, in other words. No matter how much I explained, a girl who was just boasting about being able to carry digits over when adding things probably wouldn't understand. It probably wasn't something to talk about in front of Rika-chan anyway.
So then, Akasaka, how do you think we should keep our village from being flooded by the dam?
Even if I regretted my careless words, it was too late now. Here I was, at the main headquarters of the organization, telling them their way of doing things was illegal, preaching that violence was not the answer. Yes, resort to violence. Dismember a man. A complicated feeling had mixed itself in with the respect in Makino's gaze. It was then I finally realized it wasn't that simple. There wasn't a soul who would argue that what I was saying wasn't correct. Using violence to get one's way was something that everybody knew you shouldn't be proud of. However, right now, Hinamizawa was in the predicament that couldn't be overcome with peaceful means alone. The legality of the Hinamizawa Dam project, through the efforts of the various propaganda campaigns enacted by the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, was being called into question. Time for the purge in Hinamizawa. No, that's not for another few years. Or maybe just one, I don't remember. If they further strengthened their campaign, they might be able to suspend or change the construction plans. No, I think it's a few years ahead. Or behind, 4 or 5. I could be wrong. But that was at the most just a possibility. If the government proceeded with the construction as planned, it wouldn't be long before this place was at the bottom of a lake. If it wasn't for the unrestrained resistance of the residents of Hinamizawa, this place might already have been underwater.
You can't live anywhere else other than here. You can't live in the city.
The words of this remarkably young girl were all too accurate, carrying with them the screams of the hearts and minds of the residents of Hinamizawa. Of course, there was nothing I could say to respond to that. I could only respond to Makino and Rika-chan's heavy words with silence. I'm sorry.
Or, I'm sorry. This isn't a problem that an outsider should just slightly poke their nose into, is it? I apologize.
Makino, unsure of how to reply for a while, could only laugh pointlessly. It's nothing that concerns guests that make their home somewhere else. If you enjoy it here, please tell all your friends that Hinamizawa is a wonderful place. Please. If word spreads to dozens, maybe even hundreds of people, then that ridiculous plan to submerge this place at the foot of the dam will eventually fall apart. He followed that with a smile that said, please don't think much of it. Makino letting me not worry that much was really a stroke of good fortune. Becoming infatuated with the idea of making friends with a little girl had made me completely forget my apprehension at being in enemy territory. Being reminded of this right before I was going to step foot into their headquarters might have been a good thing. If we had this exchange in the middle of their office, if there was a short-tempered youth in there, they might have come at me. Thinking of how extreme they were, in the worst case, my life could have been in danger. It seemed that I looked quite disponent at that moment. Makino, thinking he said something wrong, became flustered, trying to think of a way to improve my mood. I was a bit careless just now. I'm very sorry. No, don't worry much about it. The sights you showed me around the village were all beautiful, wonderful places. I do want to come here one more time. If this beautiful village is going to be submerged at the bottom of a lake, I can understand why you would fight so desperately. I had somehow managed to use my disponent look to change the topic in my favor. After a bit, Makino had returned to his usual high spirits. It seemed he believed I completely sympathized with his point of view. Now, let's leave the talk of that for now. There's a place around here with a really great view.
Let's go, Akasaka.
Rika-chan, seemingly happy to be free of all the boring and gloomy adult talk, bounded up the stone steps. There was no real need to run, but in order to catch up with her, I also darted up the steps. There were several tents belonging to the town council erected at the shrine grounds. Inside the tents were several folding tables and chairs, and a number of older town council members were livening things up with chit-chat. They weren't saying anything incendiary? I feel like I very rarely see this word. Like, the dam project must be destroyed. It was just some relaxed idle chit-chat between local geezers. The normal sort of calming scenery. At the entrance of the shed that looked like a meeting place, there was a large sign erected with Onigafuchi Defense Alliance headquarters written in bold brushstrokes. Incendiary, as in inflammatory. Okay, I think I can kind of get that. It was just a sense of like, I don't know how to pronounce this word. Yeah, it was their base of operations. But thank you for looking up the meaning, by the way, Morinda. To be honest, it was a bit of a letdown. If you asked what I had been imagining, this was a bit embarrassing, but I thought it would be something much more dramatic, with barbed wire fences and barricades. My first impression of the place, though, was completely different from that. It looked like a simple backwater town hall. It didn't look like anything other than exactly that. The old folks who were chanting had noticed Rika-chan's presence. Well, isn't it Rika-chama? It's time for little kids to head on home.
This is my home.
The old folks guffawed, since she wasn't wrong. From that exchange, I could tell that this Rika Furude girl was loved by everybody. Makino-san, who's that? The tourist who phoned? That's right. This is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Mayor Kimiyoshi. He smiled brightly, but there was no mistaking he would be scary if he got angry. By the looks of things, this old man was the president of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, none other than Kiichiro Kimiyoshi himself. Welcome to Hinamizawa. What do you think? It's a quiet and relaxing place, isn't it? Yeah. I was able to appreciate a multitude of beautiful places throughout the city. I'm thankful for being granted this rare opportunity. Even though you're one of those youngins, you're quite the gentleman.
Kiichiro, I want to show Akasaka a cool place.
Thinking that the formalities between myself and the mayor had gone on for too long, Rika-chan butted into the conversation. For her to call the mayor by his first name, I felt it was a little strange, but none of the villagers seemed to mind. A girl of the Furude household, one of the three families, she was probably different than the average villager.
Akasaka, over here.
Rika-chan tugged at my sleeve. Not resisting, I allowed myself to be pulled over, and waiting for me was a magnificent view. Look at that view of Hinamizawa. This is amazing. It was an observation deck that looked down on the village. They, knowing that this was the best view in the entire village, kept quiet as I stood there awestruck. I was holding a camera, but had completely forgotten to even glance through the viewfinder. This view, no matter what kind of film it was printed on, it wouldn't be able to show everything. If there was a way to explain it, it would only be that I would be able to put it into words. It was just as breathtakingly spectacular view as I struggled to find a comparison. For a while, I was left awestruck. I could only stand there and wonder. A cool breeze helped abate the heat rushing through my body. That comfortable sensation also left me speechless. Rika-chan, who had been holding onto my sleeve the entire time, spoke.
This is my favorite spot.
As she said that, she showed me another adorable smile. That smile seemed very fleeting. If you ask why, this was because the view from her favorite spot would eventually be submerged under the deep green waters of the dam reservoir. I just can't believe that this village is going to end up at the bottom of a lake. I said it so quietly that only Rika-chan could hear it. I regretted it as soon as I did, for those words were all too cruel. However, Rika-chan didn't let them cast a cloud on her expression. In fact, she replied with a smile.
It won't sink. The dam project will definitely go away.
It was just like a little girl to say something like that. There was no basis for her saying so. It was just her wish.
Akasaka, do you think that this village will be submerged?
It's not that I want it to be. I knew how important the dam was. I knew that it was necessary. I just didn't want to recognize the sacrifices that would be made. I agreed with the project in general, but couldn't agree with some of the details. But if it meant that this girl's beloved scenery wouldn't be taken away from her, I might be able to object to the dam. I might be able to ignore the interests of the nation, the development of Japan, all for the sake of one girl's smile. I'm not really much of a humanist, but how sentimental of me.
It won't be submerged, because the dam project will soon go away.
Her words weren't just hopes and dreams, but were seasoned with a hint of resolve, as if she was talking about an unchangeably predetermined outcome. As surely as the sun rising in the east. It'll go away soon? Wanting to ask her why she believed that, I turned around.
Yes, it'll be gone.
What makes you say that?
Well, you see...
She seemed to want to answer, but as though unable to find the right words, she swallowed back what she was about to say.
Regardless of what Akasaka does, the dam project will end this year. It's already been decided.
That was a lie. If something had been already decided, then the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance would have no reason to continue existing. From my point of view, it was like they were doing nothing more than throwing themselves into an endless battle. If they knew the dam project was cancelled, it would feel much more relaxed around here. This village, though, could hardly be called relaxed. For evidence of that, I just had to remember how charged the atmosphere was at the checkpoint, or at the bus stop. The villagers, with their misplaced resolve, were still fighting, and this girl, even knowing the villagers' grim resolve, had already declared their victory. The villagers, throwing themselves into this endless war, and this optimistic girl who'd said they had already won. That contrast was somehow strange. As I recalled, you already know the story. Yeah! I was very interested in it like a few years past. This is just my first time playing through the visual novels. But I know generally what happens. Why do you think that? If you know something that makes you that confident, could you tell me? Rika-chan stayed silent for a while, seemingly choosing what to say.
Because...
Because? She looked like she was lost on whether she could continue or not. As if she was troubled on whether it was okay for her to say it, that kind of expression.
It's already been decided. There's no other way to say it.
It's already been decided, huh? It really is just like a little girl to say something like that. I couldn't believe it was actually true. She was the only one saying such things with such confidence. My real mission, that I had forgotten about during this fun-filled day, resurfaced at the back of my mind. The kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Had the Onegafuchi Defense Alliance kidnapped the minister's grandson and already succeeded in negotiating the cancellation of the dam project? Did Kimiyoshi actually already know that and was just playing dumb? Was that what this girl was really telling me?
Akasaka?
The girl called out my name suddenly. What is it?
Go back to Tokyo.
Huh? I wasn't only surprised at that sudden command. Ever since I came to this village, I had never once mentioned I was from Tokyo. Well, based on my accent, she might have been able to guess where I was from. What was I getting so worked up over? It was probably the sudden and complete change in her demeanor.
You should definitely go back to Tokyo right away. If not, you will woefully regret it.
The girl had been holding my sleeve the entire time. She'd been tugging at my sleeve since hurriedly dragging me over to show me this wonderful view. But this was the adorable Rika-chan, who had spent the entire day with. There was no way she could have been replaced with a doppelganger when I wasn't looking. I'm not a fan of Akasaka in terms of literary analysis. Yeah. At least we don't see him too often past this. She'd been holding on to my sleeve this entire time, but somehow this girl was someone other than Rika-chan. She looked like Rika-chan, but she wasn't. She was some girl I'd never met before. That girl had told me in an indifferent voice that I would eventually regret coming to this village from the bottom of my heart. That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to see, so I thought I'd warn you right now. Why would I come to regret it?
Stop whining.
I couldn't believe what I heard such a cold words come from Rika-chan's mouth. I just couldn't believe it. Was somebody impersonating her? Using ventriloquism or something? Thinking that, I wanted to take a look around, but the girl's gaze had me pinned down, making me unable to move.
When you tried crossing the road when the "Don't Walk" sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was dangerous before pulling you back to the sidewalk? They'd pull you right back right away, wouldn't they? They'd pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that.
The girl I had spent time with, Rika Furude, would not speak like this. She would speak with a cuteness befitting her age, with brief, childish remarks, expressing her emotions honestly. She definitely wouldn't speak with such pointed words.
I've warned you. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm saying this because I hate you. You don't need to tell somebody who's better off dead that they're in danger.
Who are you? You're not Rika-chan. As soon as I accused her of not being Rika-chan, she let out a strange, quiet giggle.
So nano desu ni pa!
Yeah, it was a laugh not befitting of a child her age. It was like she was possessed by something. Her chains was just that, total and complete. Was Rika-chan being attacked by some terrifying phenomenon? That occult idea came to mind without any sort of hesitation. Rika-chan was acting strange. Somebody, help! Thinking that I'd yelled that, I turned to where the mayor was. I immediately realized he was looking at us with a smile. That's right. To him, it looked like nothing more than me and Rika-chan fooling around. He didn't notice that there was something terrifying happening to her.
Akasaka is such a coward.
The girl had obviously grasped that I was afraid. Noticing that and calling me a coward, she laughed again. That cackling girl approached me with a strange manner while still laughing, lost her balance, and fell flat on her face.
Psst, what is it, Moki? What secrets are you telling me, Moki? Are you sneaking in?
My friend's birthday thing, so I can't talk, but
hope you have a good stream. Okay, have fun your birthday. Have a fun birthday. Have fun.
Rika-chan fell down. It was just a little before. I would have extended my hand to help her up without hesitation. But now, extending a hand to this ominous girl, who looked like Rika-chan but wasn't, required a bit more courage than I had at the party. Have a bye! Bye, Moki. See you later.
Meep.
The girl cried out thus. She then squirmed upright and dusted herself off. Afterwards, she looked around restlessly as a blank expression crept across her face. You've got to be kidding me. Was she making fun of me? That way of acting. It was as though, after being possessed by something, she had lost her memories of what happened. You're joking, right? Rika-chan.
Meep.
I don't know if Rika-chan had heard me or not. She just cried out like that as if questioning herself. Hey, mister. Rika-chan too. Tea is ready. There's some snacks too, so please come and have some. An old lady wearing a smock was waving energetically from the entrance of the office. Hearing that there were snacks, Rika-chan's expression changed.
Yay!
A carefree smile. That was a familiar smile, the one that belonged to the embodiment of my ideal daughter. Any hint of that creepy girl that was just there, spouting sinister words, had vanished. Come on, Rika-chan, wash your hands first. There aren't any manju here for dirty hands.
I'll wash them real good. Meep.
Rika-chan responded with vigor, running off to the washing station that was along the side of the office. She stopped halfway, turning around to call to me.
If Akasaka doesn't hurry up, I'll eat a share of manju too. They're steaming fresh. People who don't wash their hands aren't allowed to eat manju.
No matter how you looked at it, that was Rika-chan. Those words and the way she said them, no matter how you heard them, they were definitely Rika-chan's. Come on now, mister. You're the adult here, so show her how it's done. The old lady urged me to wash my hands. Without any resistance, I lined up beside Rika-chan at the wash station. Splish, splash. I stared at Rika-chan, intent on washing her hands properly, like she had probably learned at school.
Meep? Did I do something wrong?
Huh? By wrong, you mean...
While I'm washing my hands? Only got 4 gold stickers for it. I'm probably bad at washing my hands.
You're not doing anything wrong. If you're washing them that carefully, that's more than enough.
But it's not Akasaka. If you don't use a brush and clean out the dirt underneath your fingernails, you won't get a gold sticker.
Rika-chan, you're very diligent. That's something to be proud of.
Nipa! I was praised by Akasaka.
No matter how you looked at it, it was Rika-chan. There was no trace of that girl from before. Exactly what was that sinister girl? Rika-chan, what was the meaning of what just happened now? Just now, you told me to go back to Tokyo, didn't you?
Did I say that?
I was at a loss for words. She didn't remember what that girl just now had said. Like I would ever believe something as occult as that could happen. Like I would ever believe that Rika-chan would be possessed by that strange girl and say those creepy things. Rika-chan, you definitely said that.
Meep.
Her expression told me that, despite my saying so, she had no idea. She wasn't playing dumb. She actually didn't know. Exactly what was that just now? Just as Rika-chan had, I let a look of confusion creep across my face. The two of us, both looking like we had no idea what was going on, must have certainly been a humorous sight to behold. This whole chapter as a whole really annoys me for spoiler reasons. Yeah, I guess that's why it's called the time-wasting chapter. But you know, we might as well get through it, then we can go to the answer arc. While partaking on tea and snacks, I was shown a propaganda film shot by the Defense Alliance that highlighted their resistance efforts. Older folks talked passionately on how long and grueling the fight against the dam was, but they fell on deaf ears. I was transfixed by Rika-chan, who had heard these stories countless times before, and was nodding off. Eventually, Rika-chan noticed I was staring at her, and smiled as she rubbed her eyes. That smile was Rika-chan's after all. There was no hint of that sinister shadow. After that, my unreasonable fear of Rika-chan lessened with the passing of time, but I could by no means forget what had happened. It eventually grew dark, and the mayor said that they had prepared dinner, but I said I would come again tomorrow and took my leave. I had to return to the hotel and file my regular report with the section chief. I see. Well then, please come again tomorrow. If you phone, we'll send somebody to pick you up right away. I appreciate your hospitality. I'll probably come again and enjoy myself tomorrow. Yes, please do. It seems that Reika-chama has taken a pretty big liking to you.
Akasaka, are you coming again tomorrow? I finish after 5th period, so if you can come around 3 o'clock, that would make me happy.
Please come again. That pure smile urged me to do so. There wasn't a trace of that evil aura. Depending on what happened next, all that might end up as nothing other than my hallucination. Thinking about it logically, if the daughter of the Furude household, one of the 3 families, had taken a liking to me, then this was a strong foothold for my investigation from here on out. It was like a free ticket for a reason to visit Hinamizawa. If only I could treat that little incident as a figment of my imagination, then having this girl who was the embodiment of my ideal daughter grew so attached to me wasn't bad either. I had successfully dove into the belly of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance and had the mayor as well as other important members of the alliance welcome me with Oma at arms. This was a great turn of events. However, I still felt uneasy. Getting back to the hotel, I forced down an almost painfully cold beer until I could clear my mind. The shock of that incomprehensibly strange incident continued to torment me. Did you call your wife, though? Please call your wife! Please call your wife! There is a phone in the hotel. There's more than likely a phone in the hospital that she's in. Why are you not calling your wife? Just smack him upside the head. Just like, you know, she's busy with childbirth. I don't need to talk to her. The phone suddenly rang. I woke up in a hurry. The clock read 9 p.m. Damn it. I slept past the time I was supposed to report in. I picked up the receiver. Akasaka-sama. You have a call from an outside line. Shall I connect you? It's from a coworker named Kano-san. I knew it. I didn't call in, so they had phoned me. Sorry, please put them through. Understood. I'll connect you, so please hang up the receiver for the time being. After I put down the receiver for a few seconds, the phone began to ring again. Man, phones in the old times seemed very inconvenient. Yes, hello? This is Akasaka. Akasaka-kun. This is Kano. Good work out there. You didn't call in for your regular report, so we called instead. What's your situation? Leaving the lecture for later, my senior coworker got straight to the point. Today I went to the village proper. Under the guise of a tourist, I managed to establish contact with the mayor and several other core members of the Defense Alliance. I wasn't able to ask them anything, but I left a good impression and was able to make a bridge for my investigation from tomorrow onwards. I see. It looks like things are going smoothly. Akasaka-kun, you seem rather naive sometimes, but it might have worked in your favor. I guess you made some good progress for tomorrow, for now? I have no experience I don't have the experience to make a comparison, so I don't know if it's good or not. I think that things went well for today, though. Did you find out anything about the prefectural or local offices? Does it look as though the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance is unrelated to this incident? I still don't know. I should have been able to say that immediately. I only had to say that, but for some reason, I hesitated. I'm still investigating, so I don't know what to say yet. I see. Could you let us know as soon as possible? I think you understand, but after tonight it'll have been a full 4 days since the kidnapping happened. They didn't set a time limit, but it's obvious that time is not on our side. I think you know that. Yeah, I know. I'll investigate a little quicker while still being careful about it. Okay. Be sure to look after yourself. You're dealing with a violent organization here. It might be dangerous to let your guard down. If you feel that you're in any danger, contact me immediately. In that case, I can get the local public safety office prepared to help you. Thank you. I'll do my best. Anything else to report? I reported several bits of supplementary information, and at the very end I decided to ask, how's the investigation going on your end? Everybody's doing their best here, but we're not making much progress. After all, the number of organizations we've investigated is vast. So if you find out the one that you're investigating is in the clear, we'll have you return to Tokyo to assist some of the other officers. The chief is staying to dig up what you can on Onigafuchi, but I don't think a residential anti-dam protest group has any relation to the incident at hand. Sending somebody out just to investigate a single group makes me cringe, really. At this point, he was just complaining. He was telling me to stop taking time enjoying my trip, to just finish up and get back quick. I'll try and resolve this as soon as I can. Thanks, counting on ya. Well then, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Okay, that's all I have. As we were ending our call, he scolded me thoroughly for being late with my regular report. After that, I hung up the phone and sprawled out on the bed. Come to think of it, I hadn't heard anything from Oishi. He was supposed to contact me about a time and place to meet with the informant tonight. I thought about getting angry with Oishi in retaliation for being scolded for forgetting my daily report. Come to think of it, though, Oishi didn't really say anything other than that he was going to call tonight. Waiting for a phone call when he didn't know what time he was going to come was in itself rather difficult. Oh hey, speak of the devil. Just when I thought that, the phone rang. I picked up the receiver in a hurry. Hello? Well, this is a surprise. Akasaka-san, you're pretty quick to answer the phone. Are you a regular user of dating chat lines or something? I would never even try something seedy like that. The way you overreact is rather interesting. Want to go to a place where you can have a little bit of lewd fun? I'll pass. Could you please get to the point, Oishi-san? Really? Too bad. We'll leave that for next time then. Well, I'll get to the point. Many of the executives at the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance had a lot of sway in the neighboring regions. Even in Okinomiya, there were a lot of people with relations in the village. That's why meeting in Chishibone Market District, far away from Okinomiya, was a matter of course. Akasaka-san, over here. Did you get a little lost? Coming from the north entrance might have been a bit of a detour, but it was easier to give directions from there. No, I'm sorry for being late. Did you eat dinner already? Yeah, I already did. You know what I didn't do? Call my pregnant wife. Well then, shall we go to a place where we can get a drink? Do you prefer Western alcohol, or maybe sake? Would you prefer a place with or without women? Don't worry about that. I don't drink while I'm on the job. Hearing that, the man that Oishi had brought along bent backwards as he guffawed. Whoops, I accidentally pressed that button. Clapping Oishi on the shoulder. See? Isn't he just adorable? In exchange, can you give him a bit extra? That money all came from this guy's wallet, you know. The man that Oishi had brought seemed almost like a ticket scalper or a bookie, even as his appearance was dubious. The informant grinned deviously. Hey boy, how much did you give this guy? Looks like there was a bit of skimmed off the top, you know. Oishi's handling fee was included, so I took that into account. It seemed that the informant had expected a more extravagant reaction on my part. When I responded matter-of-factly, he realized that I was an entirely different type of person than he was. But rather than putting a distance between us, it seemed like I had piqued his interests. I said it, didn't I? He's the serious type. But do you see, Akasaka-san? People in the line of work like ours can really use our wealth of experience to their advantage. I'm wondering exactly how the experience of drinking in a bar with women would work to my advantage. The informant, unable to contain himself, clutched at his stomach as he guffawed, heedless of the people watching. Oh, Lottie! Akasaka-san, you really can judge people. That's what an education does for you. Oishi-san? You've been drinking somewhere, haven't you?
Oh, hello, nobody. How you doing? I see you've noticed our new high emote.
You've been drinking somewhere, haven't you? Are you drunk? What's wrong with drinking when I'm off duty? Even if you're working, I'm not. Oishi, who was the sort that'd fool around to begin with, was in such a good mood I couldn't figure out a way to deal with him. Completely different than me, who had come worried about getting every bit of information I could. Oishi-san, after taking so much money, you were supposed to get me information worth at least as much. I thought this, but then realized I was getting my information from the informant, so it didn't matter how drunk Oishi was. I'm doing good. I also noticed, yes, the funk. But that's good that you're doing good. It was nothing that I could complain about, but I still felt slightly riled up. Oishi and the informant, it was no doubt a fake name, but he introduced himself as Sato, led the way deeper and deeper into the back streets of the market district. Even though the market was bustling, a couple of turns off the main street and you were in a desolate alleyway. Oishi started climbing a set of stairs on the side of a seedy building. There wasn't any sort of signage, so I couldn't tell if the place was open, or if it was even a store at all. Don't worry, this isn't a dubious place. Those words coming from Oishi's mouth had absolutely no credibility. Beyond the door was, thankfully, a typical mahjong parlor. I was relieved that it wasn't the sort of suspicious place I had been on my guard about. Welcome, welcome! Oh, Oishi-san, it's been a while. Want to join in? There'll be a free spot soon. No, I'm here with a group today, so it's fine. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Mahjong is a game played with 4 people. It seemed that a middle-aged man who was going to be our 4th had already arrived and was waiting for us. You're late, Caudaldo. I was just thinking about going home. Oishi made an excuse for why he had taken so long. Eventually, realizing that I was a new face, the other man grew interested. That's Akasaka-san. He's a rookie who came all the way from Tokyo on assignment. We have high hopes for him. Boy, can you play mahjong? Oh, well, I played a bit when I was still a student. Sato and the old man cackled in unison. Their plot to sucker me out of my money was painfully obvious. I thought you'd be a bit tired from your assignment leaving you on edge all the time, so I thought I'd give you a night to cleanse your spirit. I know asking this now might be stupid, but we're betting money on this, aren't we? Well, you see, just a little. It's just a little for funsies. But it doesn't matter who loses, because after this we're using that money to go play at a very nice place. If you get what I'm saying. Go play? At what kind of place would you be doing that? Without reservation, 3 of them started suggesting places like cabarets, high-class clubs, and even brothels. At the very least, they were the types of places that you couldn't go with money that was just for funsies. Oishi-san took all my money the other day, and I also have work to do, so I can't stay for long. Then all you have to do is win. If you win, then you can use the money to pay for this table, and you can talk to Coraldo about work or whatever. No matter what happened, it seemed like they were intent on playing mahjong for free. I would have to fasten my resolve a bit. If I was going to be underestimated like this forever, I was going to get in the way of my work. I understand. Then I'll play with you guys for just a bit. If I win, you guys don't get any of the money or get to go to any of those dirty places, and we talk about work right away. Yeah, bring it on. If I win, we're headed straight to the Blue Mermaid on Flower Road. Oh, that place where the girls dress in gym clothes and maid-up uniforms? This old ledge here likes that place too. Of course, we're going to hop between all the places where they keep the girls coming. What about you, Sato-san? You a child? Gamble with us. Well, it's not a child, they're just a rookie policeman. We're not playing as Keiichi today. We're playing as Sakakawa. I don't know. I keep messing up his name. I'd prefer a place where we can drink quietly. Like a nice place where you can play footsies with a bunny girl. The last time we went drinking, you pulled a tail right off that bunny girl, didn't you? Didn't you end up having to pay for that? The owner ended up charging what he called a tailoring fee. What a lively table this was. I could tell the other customers were glaring at us while we loudly continued our crude conversation. Speaking of which, the fact that they assumed I was the same was a bit disheartening. Oishi had taken all the money I'd brought, so everything I had left was in my own pocket. In addition, there wasn't that much left of that either. If I kept on hanging around him like this, through his goading, my wallet would disappear into the night. I had to somehow win and return the conversation to my job. But these people, no matter how you looked at it, were pretty good. What is up with the slurp noises? I don't know. It was the man with slurping. Probably talking about eating some delicacies. Sorry, Yukie. Well then, I'll just call it Ichi here. Well, the old man and Sato-san probably won't fall for this silly Ichi. I wonder if Akasaka-kun would spit out what I need. At any rate, Kodado's hand is probably holding something like that, huh? In that case, this one ought to go through there! Oh, the old man's pretty good. He's quietly trying to use one of my safe tiles to complete his hand, isn't he? It seems that Akasaka-kun has at least learned the ropes in which it comes to guarding against someone's Richi. But that will be his downfall. What's wrong, boy? Would you hurry up and discard? If you're not sure, anything that Coraldo's already thrown away should be safe, no? Oh, Akasaka-kun's really fretting over this one. It was glaringly obvious that he had a safe tile to discard, but he didn't want to throw it away because it would move him further from completing his hand. They're so nice when they're young and innocent. Don't. Come on, hurry up and throw out the kicker. If he gave me the winning tile, he'd be heading to an establishment where I could do all the sorts of licking and sucking. If he gives the old man his winning tile, we'd be heading straight to the place with maids and bloomers. See, I'm all for that one. This will go through, right? He looked up as he hesitantly threw it at a tile that was... Oh, too bad. Hey now, that's a dangerous tile, you know. Coraldo, does that go through? Yeah, it will. It seems this time you were lucky. But as long as the round kept going, I could still win off the draw. I have no idea who's talking or saying any of these things. But I'm gonna go with the one with the maids. This timeline's getting more and more sus. Well, this was the past. But after that, Akasaka-kun managed to luckily avoid throwing any bad tiles, and somehow the round managed to end without anybody completing a hand. Tenpai! Tenpai! No ten! Sato-san had cleanly anticipated that two players were in Richi and had decided to play it safe. What a cool-headed way of playing. Now let's see, what kind of hand did Akasaka-kun have? When the round ends with nobody winning in Mahjong, anybody in Teppei has to show their hand. But if you're not in Tenpei, you have no obligation to reveal it. Your average beginner would normally show their hand even if they weren't in Tenpei and start a commotion about how if this tile or that tile came, if they would be in Tenpei. But he didn't. Being stingy? How'd you do, boy? Come on and show me. Sato-san reached over to flip the hand that Akasaka-kun had carefully placed face down. What the hell is this? He was nowhere near Tenpai. Was Akasaka-kun totally bad at this after all? Right then, as the old man compared the tiles from Akasaka's hand on the discard pool, a puzzled expression crossed his face. Boy, you were in Tenpei right around here, weren't you? Why'd you break your hand? The higher Manzu tiles suddenly got more valuable, so he suppressed them. Even though with the Oishi-san's Richi, the chance that they were safe tiles had increased. It would have been in no trouble if he'd read the discards, but he went out of his way to keep them out of play? Oh? So Corrado's Tenpai was no good for the start, in other words. If it wasn't such a high-level trap, I would have thought you were waiting for me to throw out the winning tile. But the more concerning thing is that you were in Tenpai and didn't say anything? When did you realize it was in Tenpai? Around here. You threw 4 tiles in a row immediately. At first I thought you were just discarding redundant tiles, but I noticed you were glancing over at me and realized you were waiting for something. Akasaka-kun, Akasaka-kun, or son, when you did your first start playing Mahjong? That wasn't me tripping over my words, it literally is, when you first started playing Mahjong? I never did, except in high school and in university. Now let's continue. Since Sato-san wasn't in Tenpai and the round ended without a winner, then I'm next, right? The next dealer. It seems that Akasaka-kun was really aware of how the game flows. We thought we were going to just eat him alive, but it looks like it isn't going to be so easy. Oishi-san, looks like you're going for the bamboo tiles. Should I put some in play? Spoy. Coraldo, Don't back down. As long as I get 3 more good tiles, Sato-san, think you can do it? Damn it. I'll just force you to go for a cheap Tanyo. Chi! A straight? Well, sorry, I'm gonna have to pawn that tile. Whoa now. Going to call 3 of a kind after he declared a straight? Trying to override and interfere? I have no idea how Mahjong works, so these words mean nothing to me. Boy, you're getting pretty used to this. Oh no. I couldn't even compare to you guys, who've been playing since before I was born. That's game. Ron! Triplets! 3 red Dora, and 3 more Dora. I'm the dealer, so that'll cost you quite a bit. Akasaka-san, good job! Now we'll have to get serious, won't we? Well, can you get serious about handing over your points? I'm tired, so let's end this quickly. Akasaka-kun? This is somehow unreal. Before I could realize it, there was an ominous cloud, cold air emanating from beneath Akasaka-kun's feet. How blasé. The 2, 5, and 8 Manzus are laughing at you. Damn it. Boy, you. Could Aldo finish it? You have to end this boy's turn as a dealer. I hate to admit it, but it seems like the best option. There it is. Ron. Simple straights. 1 Dora. Sorry, head bump. Ron. Straight. A head bump? Damn, brat. Brat? So you don't play that sloppily against a brat? Guess that means you're worse than a brat yourself. It's so interesting, the way you guys call people things like brat and boy. Akasaka-kun? That is you, isn't it? Feels like you're a totally different person. You thought that I, being a sucker, would let you drink some good booze tonight? Seems that you were a little off the mark. Ron, triple straight, red Dora, and another Dora. Whoa! He actually did it! That's why I'm saying you guys are slacking. No matter how you look at it, you have to be able to read such an obvious 3-way weight. Akasaka-kun chuckled as he rested his chin on his hands. That pose was so fitting, it was almost scary. Hey, Kuraldo. This isn't what we discussed. Who the hell said he was a naive sucker ripe for the picking? Who could it be? Oishi-san, this is bad. If we keep going like this, we're seriously going to lose. Also, when did we all hide in the bathroom? Akasaka-kun, for you to make me get serious. Looks like you really want to be milked dry. Pon. Pon. That sounds nice. One more time. Pon! Akasaka-kun was almost singing at this point. The tiles he had opened were all pin tiles. You can't be serious. Are you really going for the flush? Pon. Boy, are you right in the head? You've opened up 4 sets. You only have 1 tile left, you know? That's right. Did you know? Waiting on a single tile is the hardest thing to read. Are you an idiot? With that much of your hand revealed, you don't think we'd give you a tile you need, do you? I know what you're doing, Akasaka-san. That's not a flush or a half flush, is it? The fact that you called Pon 4 times means you're already in a position for an all-triplet hand. Right now, you're far and away in the lead. You're trying to show a flush and goad us into giving you triplets, aren't you? If that's what you think. Want to try throwing out some pins? The left 5 tiles in your hand, Oishi-san. They're pin tiles you're reluctant to throw away, aren't they? Why don't you try discarding them in order from the left? You must be joking. Is he a Mahjong god? If not, he had to be the main character of a manga or something. Maybe even a visual novel. At that moment, the old man sent me a sign under the table. The message was simple and clear. Kuraldo. Do it. Crush him. I don't like to cheat against kids like this. Idiot. After being disrespected like this, we can't pull back now. Well, I'm not responsible for what happens, you know. Go ahead. Here we go, boy. Richi. We'll go open. I'm waiting for a 1, 4, or 7 of pins. Most likely, the tile that Akasaka was waiting for was one of those tiles. With this, Akasaka-kun was no longer capable of winning the hand. When I drew from the wall, I switched out the tile that Akasaka-kun would draw. The tile I'd put in was the 1 pin, one of the tiles that the old man was waiting on. Akasaka-kun discarded it a little while ago, so there was no threat of it being the one he needed. Come on, it's your turn, boy. I knew he was troubled from the tile he drew was the one pin. Of course, he couldn't discard it. Boy, you must be aware, but if you discard it into the open Richi, it's worth the limit, you know? You don't have to tell me that. The tile that came from Akasaka-kun's hand was an honor tile. Woo! Ain't that something? There's only one north wind tile left, isn't there? You were counting on a really rough wait, weren't you? But with this, Akasaka-kun's fate was decided. Brat. You're lucky you're safe, but your hand only has a single tile. You think you'll be able to run away the rest of this round? So it's going to be like that. Akasaka-kun glared at the old man with a discerning eye. This guy had pretty good instincts. Did he figure out we were cheating? Let's stop this. Akasaka-kun is a step or two ahead of us. Fool! You think we can stop after we've come this far? Next, make him draw it. The next tile Akasaka-kun would draw was the 7-pin. With that, it would be settled. No matter which one he discarded, he'd play right into this old man's hand. An unavoidable full payout. When I drew my tile, I sneakily swapped Akasaka-san's. Crash. What? Akasaka-kun suddenly sneezed, collapsing the wall of tiles in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry, I accidentally knocked over the wall when I sneezed. There's a penalty for that, right? I'm the dealer, so 4,000 to everybody? Or is the penalty my point sticks? Unable to hold back, I guffawed. Akasaka-kun, knowing he was going to be cornered a second time and unable to escape, he took the drastic measure of knocking over his own wall. You're good, boy. To get away from a full payout like that? Oishi-san, could you not bother putting me in such an obvious trap? If we were at Baba, this would have been the point where I flipped the table. Oh, no. Sorry. I underestimated you. For some reason, you're really good, aren't you? Answer me honestly. You got a lot of experience when you were younger, didn't you? I played quite a bit around Waseda and Takadono Baba. The place I was accustomed to going to had pretty high rates, and they chewed me out. I made the woman who became my wife pretty angry, so I washed my hands of it all. Raised the stakes too high? How much were you playing for at the time? Depends on who I was playing with, but it was more expensive when I played Kabukicho. The largest stakes I played were about 20 times the standard rate. 20 times?! What kind of stakes were those? Did you have Yakuza at your table? Or pro baseball players? What's this? Kurao-do? You buffoon! Where did you put this professional from? I give up. Jeez. Boy, it's your win. I surrender. Thank you very much. It was an honor. Oh my. Akasaka-san, your personality really changes when you play. Why do you even have a day job? You'd have no problem living as a freelancer. To be a pro mahjong player, you need both talent and luck. I didn't have anything like that supporting me. Luck is luck. With somebody of your skill, I'd think you'd be able to make it pretty far. Normal luck doesn't cut it. Calling a con and 1 time out of 3, you can aim to win on the extra draw with 4 Dora. That kind of luck. Akasaka-kun, if you judge something like that, you're already bordering on the supernatural. No, there's plenty of people who can do that without cheating or superpowers. There was a person I met in Shinjuku who would get Doras every time you blinked. He was as strong as a demon. There was a pro I played with in Yokohama who would draw the tile he needed immediately after calling Nichi like it was an everyday thing. I don't have that kind of luck. What kind of folks were those? They weren't named Ryu or Satoshi by any chance. Well then, is it alright I'm declared the overall winner then? Yeah, we totally lost. I lost. It's been a while since I lost this big. Still, when you were playing, boy, we were pretty into it. It was kind of scary. I hear that a lot. I don't mean to change gears like that, though. Did I really look that scary? Yep. The 3 of us nodded empathetically in agreement. So that was Akasaka-kun, the mahjong prodigy. Before he goes home from his assignment, maybe I could have him go play at this high-stakes table in my place. But it's not good to get greedy. Well then, nothing of it. It was a promise. We'll break up a little late-night study group right now. Sorry about this, old man. That's it for tonight. Nothing you can do. I'm going to go home sleep. My body won't last like this. Problems at work? Oh, he's the foreman of the primary construction site at the Hinamizawa Dam. He's butting heads with the residents every day. It's a rough business. Around next year, I might be in charge of the second site as well. I heard that Corrado-san is pissing blood. He won't hold out much longer. You'll be alright, old man. Your skull is thicker than it looks. I'm not exactly a saint, you know. There's times that just make my blood boil. I especially can't stand dealing with that bratty daughter of Sonozaki's. I think one of these days I'm going to rearrange her face. No. At least the pay is good, right? I heard the wages are pretty exorbitant. Of course they are. If the pay was cheap, nobody would hang around that god-awful job. Hey, Corrado, exactly when are the police going to tell all the villagers to shove off? There'll be a notice of eviction from the government, right? Maybe? I wonder what'll happen. The old man, who identified himself as the foreman of the Hinamizawa Dam, spewed a few complaints until he felt better about it and left quietly. Well then, let's go. I'll leave the rest to Sato-san. Oishi-san, are you going home? If I'm here, I'll just be in the way, won't I? Besides, the one who bought Sato-san's services was you. I didn't pay for my share. Oishi-san was kind of sketchy, but he was strangely conscientious about some things. I felt quite a bit of a gap between myself and Oishi's generation from that part of him I didn't comprehend. Then, boy. No, I can't call Mr. Mahjong here boy anymore. Is Akasaka-kun all right with you? Yes. Then, Akasaka-kun, shall we go? Well then, Akasaka-san, later. If you're having any trouble, you can count on me any time. I don't have any more money to pay you, you know that. You can just come back a little of what I've... You can just get back a little of what I lost tonight. Oishi, seemingly still not having had his fill playing around, but without overstaying his welcome, disappeared into the night. Yay, we won a game I have no knowledge of. They were just throwing out names, and it's like, yep, I'll take your word for it. I guess I'm winning. Ah, whoa. My head did a weird thing. The informant named Sato-san had me get into his car before he set off. He favored narrow roads and made numerous short left turns. Checking if we're being followed? Yeah, I know a lot about this. Checking to see if you were being tailed by making left turns was a rather classic technique. If it was just a single pursuer, you could confirm it that way. But if you're just being tailed as a team, this archaic method wouldn't let you shake them. Of course, doing it anyway was better than not. I didn't hear anything from the boss as to who you are, Akasaka-kun. Related to the police? If you're familiar with checking for being tailed, the only other possibility I can think of is something like a private detective. If it's not something I have to say, I'd like to refuse to answer that question. My. Ever since we played Mahjong, you seem a little more mature. I wonder where that hesitant person went from when we first met. I smiled wearily. Looking back now, I had to be a little grateful for being made to play Mahjong. Thanks to that, I was able to relieve some tension. Eventually, Sato-san, confirming that there were no cars following us, slipped outside the city. We were on a pitch-black country road, unable to see anything besides the lights outside. The only things I was able to hear were the hum of the car's air conditioning and the chirping of insects and frogs. I heard from the boss that you want to hear a bit about Hinamizawa Village, yeah? Like about the old houses known as the Three Families who controlled the place, or that right now is pretty much the Sonosaki family running things. If you know that much already, I'll cut out the introductions. Then, if you would, can you confirm or deny the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance is involved with the kidnapping of Minister Inugai's grandson? Sato-san checked the rearview mirror one more time to confirm there wasn't anybody behind us before speaking. Last night, the Sonozaki main house held a family council. Did you hear about it from the boss? No. If it was a normal meeting, then it would just be all the relatives coming together over a nice cup of tea or something. But a family council held by the main house isn't quite so relaxed. A family council held by the Sonozaki main house. That would be a meeting between those who truly controlled Hinamizawa village. They wouldn't be talking about private family matters. It would be about the village as a whole. About organizing activities against the dam project. Among other things, everything would be decided there. In reality, they were deciding the fate of the village. At the head of the meeting was Orio Sonozaki, more or less called Empress Sonozaki, as the ultimate decision-maker of the clan. She was to be feared and respected. Infirm with old age, she was often unable to stand on her own, but her words carried enough weight to sway the fate of the village. It seemed that lately she had grown weak, and on days she wasn't feeling well, remained bedridden. Family councils that occurred while she wasn't feeling good took place with her on the floor. In the middle of a dignified Japanese-style room, still in a futon, only the upper half of her body sitting upright, a stern look on her face. That was Orio Sonozaki. Sitting next to her was her heir, Mion Sonozaki. She was still young. No, young wasn't quite the right word. She was a girl who remained childish. Her role was to merely sit beside Orio Sonozaki, sometimes responding to her requests. However, she was the only one deemed worthy to succeed Orio. She had the same hawkish eyes, enough to give pause to anybody who so much looked at them. Much was expected of her in the future, this granddaughter of the Sonozaki's leader. And also on either side of her sat several other important members of the remaining three families, the Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. First on the list for the Kimiyoshi family was, of course, the mayor of Hinamizawa village, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. And lined up beside him were several more of his direct relatives. Opposite them sat the other of the three families, the Furude family. The Furude family, was only comprised of the family of the Shinto priest, so the only ones sitting there were said priest, his wife, and their daughter Rika. Rika was doted on by many of the older folks in the village, and seemed that Orio was no exception. While the stress from just attending a family council was said to be enough to shorten your lifespan by 3 days, it seemed like Rika was the only one exempt from that. No matter how charged the atmosphere was around her, she paid it no mind, instead humming along as she doodled in a sketchbook. In fact, the night before, lying on her stomach while humming and doodling, she nonchalantly tucked her legs into Orio's futon like it was a kotatsu. All this was the three families. And all around the room, lined row upon row, were relatives of the Sonozaki family. The only ones who were afforded cushions to sit on were direct relatives. The others were left to sit in the seiza position directly on the tatami mats. With Empress Sonozaki enshrined at their center, they were also like a giant snake coiled around the room. It was decided that everybody would sit in order of their rank. The number of people from the Sonozaki family was overwhelming. The fact that the Sonozaki family held so many seats at a meeting where everything pertained to the village was decided made determining where the balance of power was held in the three families as clear as day. The number of members in attendance from each of the families directly reflected how much influence they had in ruling Hinamizawa. What was talked about at the meeting? Sato-san, after remaining silent for a while, quietly began to speak. Wasn't our monetary gift of appreciation to the media a little large? Breaking the long moment of silence was the head of the Kimiyoshi family, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. The Onigafuchi Defense Alliance wasn't a business. There was nothing more than a private organization pushing for the cancellation of the Hinamizawa Dam project with no reliable source of income. Fundraising had always been a problem. When they first started operating, they had managed to collect a sizable amount of funds through donations, but as the conflict dragged on, that amount was steadily declining. This isn't an era where you can get what you want just by throwing rocks. It's very important you don't underestimate the power of the media, and we want to borrow some of that down the road. The expressions of the people related to the Sonozaki family were sullen. As the one who suggested that they should borrow the power was the family head, Orio Sonozaki. The battle wasn't just about force of arms. In this civilized age, there were civilized methods of fighting. Orio suggested that, creating a strategy incorporating the mass media. Odio's foresight was spot on, and the effects of that plan, while at first unclear, slowly began to manifest. If the physical confrontation of the construction site was meant to delay progress on the dam by even 1 day, then the propaganda war using the media was aimed at attacking the dam project itself. At first, there were those who had doubts about the strategy. There was nobody now who called those results into question. But in order to maintain those media ties, a colossal amount of money was required. As long as the amount of funds they had was abundant, things would turn out fine. It couldn't be argued that it was a massive expense, but the results spoke for themselves. But with the conflict continuing to drag on, the circumstances had changed. The head of the Sonozaki family, no, the one who sat in the pinnacle of the Hinamizawa's 3 families, Oryo, had suggested the idea herself. So it was already untouchable, and continued to be allowed to drain from the budget. Nobody acknowledged that it should be allowed, but nobody could say anything. That was the price of dealing with the mass media. What do you think, Oryo-san? The only person who could object to a plan proposed by the head of the Sonozaki household herself was probably Meraki Miyoshi. Oryo, with a hard-to-define expression on her face, as if she had severed herself from the fetters of mortal emotion, simply listened quietly to Kimiyoshi's words. But really, it was hard to tell if she was quietly listening, or didn't even have the intention of listening at all. Last year, we went through a lot of trouble getting people to wrap their heads around the price hike on the bulletins we were pulling out. We convinced them it was just one time. It just wouldn't do if we had another one this year. Right, Furude-san? The mayor looked at the priest and his wife from the Furude family for affirmation. The priest gave a vague expression, avoiding a prompt response. But his wife gave her answer without a second thought. That's right. The cost of the bulletins are a particularly harsh burden for the poor families. Everybody is dealing with it in the sake of the village, but it's best we don't increase the prices anymore. The bulletin was, as its name implied, a bulletin published by the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. It outlined the alliance's activities, ideals, and resolve, but you couldn't deny the contents were rather piecemeal? The bulletin's main goal wasn't to inform people, but rather was something to sell to businesses and people living in the village or connected to it, and using those sales to collect funds. In other words, it becomes something of a tax. Of course, it didn't have to be said that this was one of the main sources of income for the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. Originally, purchase was supposed to be voluntary, but in Hinamizawa it was silently become the opposite. In the neighboring towns as well, it seemed that many businesses were buying copies just to avoid butting heads with the alliance. The priest whispered to his wife to not say anything unnecessary, but was struck down decidedly with a cold glare. Cowering from that glare, the priest shut his mouth. The priest's wife always held the power in their relationship. That was because she was the one who carried the Furude bloodline. The priest merely married into the family. He was nothing more than somebody who adopted the name just to join the 3 families. He could have been able to find a spot fairly high up in the hierarchy of things. The lack of authority in his voice meant he had still not gained any favor. Casting a backwards glance at her rather dispirited parents, Rika continued to doodle whimsically without paying them any mind. Signaled by a look from Oryo, Mion brought her ear closer to her grandmother. There, something was said to her in a quiet voice. After responding with a couple questions, with a nod from Oryo, Mion looked around the room and conveyed her grandmother's words. There will no freeze on the price increase for the bulletin. Miyoshi made a face, like he had just bit into something unpleasant, but the expression quickly disappeared like it had never happened at all. But Mion-chan, I think you already know this, but the cost of the bulletins is by no means easily affordable. It's a burden carried by everybody in Hinamizawa. If we make people carry too much of that burden, it's possible it will collapse from the inside. And who on the inside would start the collapse? Who? I didn't mean it like that. I'm asking who would be the first to buckle. Being cross-examined by a girl who still had fragments of childness remaining within her, the words stuck in Kimiyoshi's throat as he sunk in silence. Mion repeated her question once more, looking around the crowded room. Everybody refrained making eye contact to avoid being pierced by her gaze. The words she had spoken were unarguably said in the proxy of Oryo. That's why when Mion spoke them, they carried the same weight. But the look in her eyes was different. Like Odio's, they had a hawkish gaze, strong enough that anybody looking upon them would freeze in their tracks and yield. But that gaze was without question, and that one that belonged to Mion herself, as Mion would eventually inherit everything from Odio. The day she would stand up as a young and capable leader in her own right would come. Nobody wanted to believe otherwise for even a minute. That's why nobody even thought of Mion as just some sort of little kid. Kimiyoshi-san, nobody will lose their resolve over something like a price hike on the bulletin. Kimiyoshi, while grumbling a little bit, made a gesture as if to say he had no objection. The expenses related to the mass media will continue. If those expenses become too much, we'll have no choice but to continue the price hikes. Mion had rendered her judgment. Everybody bowed their heads, silently listening to her words. In the name of Mion Sonozaki, as acting head of the Sonozaki family, I hereby declare that all of this shall be effective immediately. Therefore, there shall be no objections, and any opposition shall be removed by force. The formal decree was read aloud, indicating her judgment. There was no retrial, but there was a certain authority behind those words that even a courthouse couldn't compare to. If she was a judge, she would have banged her gavel, signaling that the matter was settled. Mion pulled out a large bell from inside her clothes and rang it. Oh, that's not the first time we've heard that bell. Everybody present should only prostrate themselves before the harsh sound of the bell. Well, that's a rather odd, old-fashioned family council, isn't it? A young guy like you could probably find it hard to believe. In an antiquated place like this, these types of things have firm roots. It was exactly as Oishi had said. The old system of the three families had vanished, and now the Sonozaki family was running things by themselves. On top of that, their rule was borderline despotic. Was that the end of the meeting? No, there's more. I'll continue. Eventually, after the ringing of the bell ceased, there was a deafening silence. Within all that, a lone man shuffled closer to Mion and whispered something in her ear. Mion asked several questions quietly in response. When she was satisfied, she motioned for the man to leave. The man who talked to Mion was a member of the gang that her father was the leader of. That organization had the entire area of Shishibone City under its control, so it was quite well known even here. Of course, this was talking about the criminal underworld, so it's not just like anybody would know. No, but just showing a patch with the gang symbol on it was enough to resolve any disputes in the neighborhood. Mion's biological father, the Orio, was her daughter's husband. The power of that man's gang was the driving force that controlled the dark underbelly of the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. And so that man, from his position as the next in line to control the three families, continued to coerce everybody around him with his unconventional presence. Mion exchanged a look with her father. Was it okay for her to tell what she had just heard directly to Orio? It looked like she was asking him that question. Her father gently but firmly nodded his response. Mion also nodded, then sidled up to Orio and informed her of something. Eventually, Mion finished conveying her message, separated herself from Orio, and fixed her posture, waiting for Orio to signal her response. It wasn't often that Orio showed any emotion. That's why, when she started to laugh quietly, a vague sense of uneasiness crept over everyone in the room. That's quite the conundrum, isn't it? Orio was laughing so happily that Kimiyoshi had to hesitantly ask, "What is it, Orio-san?" "If this land is like a mother to us, then this business with the dam is like somebody threatening our mother's life, isn't it?" Kimiyoshi, unable to comprehend the meaning of her words, looked confused. Orio, with a wide grin on her face, turned towards everybody and addressed them in a clarion voice. "The minister behind the dam project is apparently rattled over the kidnapping of his grandson. That makes us even." That's absurd! Information on the kidnapping of Minister Inugai's, it's a dog guy, grandson shouldn't have leaked from anywhere. How did they know? Even we didn't know that much about the kidnapping incident. Exactly how did that antiquated household so far away from Tokyo come to know of this? It was a tranquil place, but I couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling about Hinamizawa village. At some point, I had mentally filed this place away as unrelated in the incident at hand. That mental paperwork had just blown away in the wind. How did the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance know about that? Sato-san, unable to come up with an answer, fell into silence. I'm sorry. Please continue. Sure. The Minister of Construction's grandson was kidnapped? Oryo-san, is that true? That major of an incident was nowhere to be seen on the newspapers or on TV, but in Hinamizawa, there was nothing strange about Oryo knowing something that the rest of the world didn't. Our pain is the pain of losing a mother. I don't think it completely makes up for it, but the pain of losing a grandchild. You'll have to bear with it for a bit, don't you think? The last question wasn't addressed to anybody in particular. It was as if she was looking for consensus. Still, land and a human child are different things. I don't mind hiding him here, but I want no harm to befall him. The child isn't to blame. Make sure to keep that in mind. That means that the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance were involved in the kidnapping? I can't say for certain. Why? Even though their leader, Oryo, was clearly giving orders on the treatment of the kidnapped child? Lad, you see, this is what the Sonozaki family always does. Always does? What do you mean by that? Let's say that there's this particular problem. One that wasn't exactly favorable for the Sonozaki family. If Oryo shows concern over that particular problem, hearing that, somebody who attended the family council would be helpful. As a result, Oryo's wish would be granted. However, neither Oryo or anybody else would know who exactly did it. With that kind of clever little ploy, the Sonozaki family was able to manipulate events even though they had their hands laid out on the table. Then, that means that somebody who was at the family council was the culprit? Or there's the possibility that there was never a culprit in the first place. Oryo herself, in that room full of people, didn't explicitly say that somebody pulled off the kidnapping. She was just giving her opinion. It was an odd and unpleasantly secretive way of doing things. Were they involved or weren't they? I couldn't see beyond the veil. Or veil, I think. This much, however, I could say with certainty. This kidnapping was an ironclad secret. No matter how much of a position somebody was in, even they wouldn't know about it. If there was somebody who would know about it, they would be connected to public safety. In other words, one of us. The only other options were people connected to the case itself, including the minister. There would be people affected by the incident, or the people that committed it. In any case, there was no way an old household in the place removed from Tokyo by over 6 hours of highway travel should really know about that. Them knowing at all was already strange. My suspicions began to accumulate, like falling snow. That's as much as Oryo said in regards to the kidnapping. Hopefully, what you wanted to find out was in there. After this, it's up to you. I don't know what kind of work you're doing, but if you're going up against the Sonozaki family, you best prepare yourself. Oishi might be fearless, but even he's been attacked 2 or 3 times. He hasn't been wearing it lately, but at one point he was wearing a stab-proof vest while on duty. Oh? Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. You speak pretty well. Are you from Tokyo by any chance? Huh? What's your point? Investigators are always close to danger. It was best not to divulge any information on myself. Your job. Could it you possibly be someone from the Metropolitan Public Safety Division? I couldn't remain silent here. It would be the same thing as admitting it.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Ear wiggle. Okay, here's your ear wiggle.
I haven't had like a good sense of like, because
My ears wiggle like this, but I can also wiggle them like this. So, you know, whichever you prefer. Just wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Just flap in the wind.
okay, and then a quick stretch, like the second. Okay. Oh no!
I'm stretching.
I look so disappointed. Uh-huh. No way. This wasn't accounted for in the money I got from the boss. But as someone who played at the same table today, I'll give you this one as a freebie. After Odio talked about the kidnapping, there was one other topic that came up. Another topic that Odio brought up? And right before he told me this, Sato-san asked if I was in the Metropolitan Public Safety Division. In other words, what those two things meant caused a chill to run up my spine. So you see, in order to investigate the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, there's word that there would be an investigator from the public safety dispatched all the way from Tokyo. An investigator from public safety? They can't be reckless and make a big deal over the kidnapping, so it seems the Metropolitan Public Safety Division is investigating this on their own. Ain't that grand? What is it? Rika, who had been drawing the entire time and was completely uninterested in the conversation up until now, looked up at Odio with an interested face as soon as the topic of public safety came up.
The Metropolitan Police come?
Oh, so Rika-tama knows about the Metropolitan Police Department. That's very admirable.
Who came?
Is there anybody who knows what kind of guy from public safety came here? Mion's father raised his hand slightly. I hear that it's a nice young, fresh piece of meat. Fresh meat? Is it nice and tender? Huh? Yeah, it is. Fresh meat. Mion's father smiled rarely as he answered Rika's question.
Tender and tasty?
Yeah, tender and tasty. Rika smiled with interest. Why did Rika suddenly act interested only when it came to this topic? That was a question that apparently nobody had the answer to. Does Rika-chama know something about this man?
I don't know.
After her rather flat reply, Rika buried herself underneath Orio's futon again. But when she buried herself there, Rika no longer started drawing again. Instead, she was making an expression like she was deep in contemplation.
What shall we do about him, Mother?
Mion's father posed the question. He had the type of uncouth expression on his face indicating that, given the order, he could snuff the problem out at any time. He came all the way to Hinamizawa. Let him take it easy for a little while. So you're saying to just let him go around as he pleases? Mion's father asked the response. Orio smiled thinly as she responded.
Leave him alone. But if he starts causing too much mischief, when that happens, don't hold back. I don't enjoy being taken lightly.
I do have the answer. You do! Is that what they talked about? Or is what they talked about, apparently. Couldn't be that you're that fresh meat from the Metropolitan Police, are you? It couldn't be. The sensation of cold, bristling fear began to crawl up my way on my back. This family council took place last night. In other words, yesterday. Then today, when I was dressed up as a tourist headed down towards Hinamizawa, my cover was already blown? When I remembered the first person I met when I got to the bus stop, I couldn't breathe. The person at the family council who expressed interest in the man being dispatched from the Metropolitan Police, Rika Furude, and then the person who was waiting for me the whole time in the bus shelter, Rika Furude. It was an unthinkable image. No, it was a delusion. When we met at the bus shelter, did Rika-chan already know my true identity? Did she know I was Akasaka, dispatched from the Metropolitan Police Department, and come to meet me? Then, including Mayor Kimiyoshi, every villager that I met, everybody knew but just pretended not to? Because Odio had given instructions not to interfere? Thinking about it logically, it didn't seem possible. I met quite a number of people. If there's people that are good at acting, then there's people who are bad at hiding things. If there was that many people, then there should have been somebody among them who knew I was from public safety and couldn't hide their hostility. However, I didn't feel any presence like that. But then, even still, how did Odio tell them to leave me or why did she tell them to leave me alone? Was it because they were careless about it? It would only raise more suspicion? Or was it because they believed a rookie like me wouldn't be able to find anything? Takasaka is a coward. I recalled that strange voice which could only make me believe that Rika-chan had been possessed. That unknown entity, no matter how you looked at it, knew my true identity from the get-go. And then, how did it warn me again? That's right. It warned me to hurry up and go back to Tokyo, instead of the realistic worry that the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance had discovered my identity. The absurd worry brought on by the unknown girl stuck with me more. What exactly was that girl? What was the thing I would eventually regret? That mysterious girl. Rika Furude. Let's stop this. Everything I was thinking right now is merely conjecture. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'll report everything I heard right now to HQ and await further orders. There was no mistaking that the possibility of Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was related to this case was there, and that the fact that my cover was blown meant that I was in a precarious position. But as everybody at HQ was already extremely busy, they might not be able to spare the support. Is that everything? If you want, I could drop you off wherever you like. Sorry. In that case, the station where we originally met, please. The rural road where even a streetlight was rare. I couldn't see anything. I wasn't aware of anything but the asphalt that was lit up by the headlights. Outside of that light, was it simply darkness? Or was there something lurking there, waiting to strike? I had to think I drew a short straw here. I wanted to go back to Tokyo. For some reason, the voice of the girl warning me to go back to Tokyo still lingered in my head. Well then, go back to Tokyo! Meet up with your wife! Maybe if you went home earlier, you know, bad things wouldn't be happening. But no, you had to be at work. You don't even call your wife, man. Can't believe you. Can't believe this guy, the audacity. The audacity of this man's. I had a restless night's sleep. I did nothing but turn over repeatedly during a night that seemed like it lasted for eternity. Even then, I eventually fell asleep at some point, not realizing how high in the sky the sun had risen. I shook off the urge to go back to sleep. It was then I noticed that the phone was ringing. The time was almost 10:30 in the morning. It was clearly too late for a wake-up call. Akasaka-san? Good morning, it's Oishi. Waking up to the sound of Oishi's voice was a little too much of a shock. My delicate ears were ringing, but thanks to that shock, I was suddenly wide awake. Hello. Good morning. Could it be you just woke up? Even though you're on assignment, it's still not good to be asleep during regular business hours. You're absolutely right. I'll be more careful in the future. I have another tidbit that might wake you up even more. There's something interesting mixed in with the lost and found at the Hinamizawa police box. Lost and found? Let's leave the details for when you get here. You think you'll be able to make it before noon? No, I'll be there right away. Oishi already knew what my mission was. Since Oishi said it was something that could wake me up, it was hard to believe that it would be irrelevant to me. Honestly speaking, judging by the information from Sato-san yesterday, knowing that my cover was already blown, I couldn't wander to and from Hinamizawa carelessly. In other words, my investigation was at an impasse. If there was some information there that could put me back on the trail, that would be nothing less than a stroke of good fortune. After vigorously watching my face, I pulled on my jacket and hailed a taxi, heading towards Okinomiya Police Station. Oh, you're here. The genius mahjong player has arrived. My apologies for being late. So, exactly what popped up? With absolutely no intention of reminiscing about last night's mahjong game, I pressed him to get to the point. Oishi, anticipating that I would act that way, cut to the chase without any resistance. Like I said earlier, something arrived from the Hinamizawa police box lost and found this morning. Lost items that were turned over to the police box were sent to Okinomiya Station after the paperwork was filled out. Oishi pulled out a plastic bag from a drawer and laid its label contents on the desk. Is that a wallet? Indeed. There was a small change inside, but no bills. We thought that a pickpocket threw it away after pulling out the contents. At first, I didn't understand how this wallet, so far removed from Tokyo, could possibly be related to the kidnapping. It had drawn Oishi's attention. It'd have to be something dramatic. If the wallet belonged to the missing grandchild. That would be absurd. Like something that convenient would happen. If that was it, then there were probably initials written on the wallet, like the initials of Toshiki Inugai, the minister's grandson, T.I. Thinking like that, at this point, I didn't suppose that this wallet was something that could get Oishi so excited. Oishi, after putting on a pair of disposable plastic gloves, handed me a pair of the same. I didn't feel like this wallet was such an important thing, so I had my doubts about whether there was any point in putting on the gloves. However, I didn't want Oishi's intentions to go to waste, so I put them on. Oishi opened up the plastic bag and pulled it out, and showed me the back. As I had imagined, there were initials engraved there, but it was slightly more detailed than what I had thought, with Toshiki I marked on it. Oishi grinned at me with a look on his face that said, "See? We can't confirm that this belongs to the minister's grandson," I informed him calmly. This wallet was irrelevant. It was nothing more than Oishi's over-eagerness. First of all, there was absolutely no way in this distant locale that the missing grandchild's wallet would be found in such a convenient timing. After all, the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance wasn't related to the case in the first place. So there was no way this wallet belonged to the grandson. That wallet seems like a cat box to me, right? There's no way it could be him. It's, Takoshi or whatever the name is very, very, common. Devil's proof. There were any numbers of Toshikis in the country. Objection. Why I wanted to decide that was the case, even I really didn't know. Even though that should have been top secret case was leaked before I had even been dispatched. In this situation, how could I say this was definitely unrelated? How could it be more prudent would it be more prudent to pay more attention to this wallet? It had only been a couple of days since I arrived in Hinamizawa. But in those couple of days, due to the number of remarkable events, my nerves might have just been just a little frayed. Shaking my head slightly, I cleared it of unnecessary thoughts. Bet you $5 they have a kid hidden in that torture chamber in Sonozaki, right? I mean, where else would you hide a kid? Oishi opened the wallet zipper, revealing the contents. Inside was small change and a number of crumpled receipts. Oishi, from that jumble, pulled out a folded card. Seeing that, my heart stopped for a moment. It was a card from a dental examination. The name, Toshiki Inugai, and the age, a perfect match. The dentist's location was in Tokyo. There was no need to explain any further. How far was it from Tokyo to Hinamizawa? It was far enough to be taking the bullet trains, and cars would still take several hours. Why would a wallet with a dental examination card from Tokyo inside show up in Hinamizawa? Could it belong to a tourist who came from Tokyo? Or maybe a villager on vacation to Tokyo just happened to pay a visit to the dentist? No, it had to have fallen into somebody's bag by accident. In my mind, I desperately struggled to find a possible excuse as to why this wallet didn't belong to Toshiki Inugai. How suspicious. Why did we find this wallet here? If we flip the chessboard around, we can clearly see they wanted us to find it, right? That is pretty suspicious. We're dealing with Yakuza here. If they wanted it to actually be hidden, we wouldn't have found this wallet. It was just as if they just wanted to do... It was as if it's as if it just wouldn't do for this wallet to belong to him. However, weeding out any possibilities for error one by one, the haze surrounding the wallet in front of me faded, gradually letting it come into clear focus. See? felt a shiver of electricity run up my spine. My pulse quickened, and a thin film of sweat began to coat my entire body. From Oishi's point of view, I was probably slack-jawed and spaced out with a slovenly look on my face. Did you get information from the dental office? That's your job, Akasaka-san. I didn't go that far. When did this wallet show up? The person who picked it up was a villager. They did so yesterday, it seems. Not that. I mean, when was this wallet dropped? It rained here last week, exactly 7 days ago. It doesn't look like the contents were water damage, so the longest it could have been, probably 6 days. Does anybody else at the station have knowledge of the existence of this wallet? The officer who first encountered it at the Hinamizawa police box, and also the 2 or 3 people in charge of Lost and Found. Other than that, it's just me and you. If it's involved in a classified case, it'd be bad to talk about it, wouldn't it? I don't intend to wag my tongue. Yeah, this all takes place in the past. This is before the dismemberment of the one guy working at the dam. I'm pretty sure. They haven't mentioned it at all, so I'm assuming it hasn't happened yet. I forget which years it were. It was? Is the word I was looking for. Do English words, you silly little dragon. Okay. May I borrow a phone? Go ahead. Dial 0 to get an outside line. I dialed the phone number inscribed on the examination card. I could hear my pulse pounding inside my head. Could these possibly be something so absurd? The addresses on the receipts and cards inside the wallets were all given from around the area where the grandson lived. The name on the examination card was also a match. The time we deduced that the wallet was left behind also matched up with the timeline of the kidnapping. Of course, it was possible I could just laugh it off as all big pile of coincidences. There wasn't any strong evidence. Rather than all this circumstantial proof, the contents of the phone call I was about to make would have much greater meaning. What if the person who got dismembered was the guy you're playing as? Considering the 2 newest seasons of the anime, I don't think that happened to this guy. I think he was safe. Unless they retconned it, which they... Go and Sotsu did actually, I feel, retcon a few things. And they were just like, oh yeah, it's retconned, but like, you know, it's time loops, you know. It doesn't change anything. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. This is dental office. Hello, this is police. I have a misplaced wallet here, and I'm trying to get in contact with the owner. Would you be able to help me? Inside the wallet, there was an examination card from your office. Yes. The name is Toshiki Inugai. If I give you the number on the card, would you be able to look up the phone number? Yes, thank you. If you could. Still holding a receiver, I pulled out a notebook from my breast pocket with my free hand. I looked it up on the page with the grandson's address and phone number recorded on it. Yes, hello? Yes, go ahead. I compared the phone number written in my notebook to the one that was being read out on the other line. During that process, I spun around and looked behind me uneasily. I locked eyes with Oishi. Oishi looked puzzled, wondering what the matter was. Why would I feel uneasy and look behind me? That was because the person on the end of the line was reading out the numbers as though doing so straight from my notebook. It seemed that HQ was in quite an uproar thanks to my report. No matter how many times the authenticity of the evidence I had linked to the grandson was called into question, I could only respond that it was the truth. When the lead investigator first picked up the phone, I was grilled about the evidence I'd found that was almost too good to be true, if I do say so myself. But after having doubt after doubt dispelled, he fell into silence. The receiver was finally handed over to the section chief. When he picked it up, the background thumb of the other end of the line disappeared, and I knew it had gone completely silent. After asking the same questions about the wallet that the lead investigator did, the chief quietly spoke his next words. Got it. Love the start of this track. We'll dispatch several people as reinforcements. They should be able to make it there by evening. Akasaka-kun, please continue with your investigation of the area. Get some information on the spot where the wallet was found. Kano-san, we'll select some people and head directly there. The fact that he was sending Kamo, the lead investigator, here meant that the chief had decided there was a possibility that the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was somehow implicit to the kidnapping. However, it felt as though, until the lead investigator, whom he trusted, had verified the evidence with his own eyes, he was still going to be skeptical about it. How'd it go? This song is so wild! It seems that HQ is sending reinforcements. I was ordered to investigate the area. Where was the wallet dropped? Around Takatsudo, apparently. This is Okinomiya. All the way over here, this is Hinamizawa. Then, even further upstream, way up around here, is Takatsudo. Oishi explained where the wallet was found by pointing to locations on the map on the wall. This place, called Takatsudo, was even more remote than Hinamizawa was. What is this song? I don't know, it's funky. There's hardly anybody living in the area around Takatsudo. It was deserted a long time ago. It's littered with abandoned houses, so it's really quite desolate around there. Oishi-san, could I ask you to guide me to Takatsudo? Yeah, I don't mind. You can't really get in and out of Hinamizawa as you please by yourself, after all. Of course, I'll have to make you wear the cap and mask again. That Oishi had agreed to accompany me was very reassuring. If Seto-san's info was to be believed, my cover had been blown. I wasn't sure if the villagers had realized that the fresh meat dispatched from public safety was the tourist that had visited the village yesterday, in other words, me. But deciding that they hadn't noticed would have been overly optimistic. Given a cursory thought, Takatsudo, where the wallet was found, couldn't be ruled out as a hiding spot for the kidnappers. The Takatsudo area didn't have any residential buildings, nor was it along the highway. There wasn't a reason for even the locals to go out their way to visit it. It was exactly what you would call a long-forgotten ghost town in the end of the road. You couldn't even ask for a better place to hold a kidnapped grandson. Also, you couldn't get to Takatsudo without passing through Hinamizawa first. Those several conditions made the area all the more important. I couldn't brush it off any longer. There was no longer any doubt that Onigafuchi Defense Alliance was somebody hired by them. Were they involved in the kidnapping? If that was the case, then the fact that this wallet was found might have already been leaked to them. They might even know so much about how the Public Safety Division was operating. The case of the wallet couldn't be something they didn't know. In that case, there was a possibility that the enemy was lying in wait. To dive into enemy territory surrounded by enemy territory, and to say the least, required an amount of courage and a recklessness that I just did not have. Without your company, Oishi-san, I wouldn't be able to step into the village so easily. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Honestly, I thought you would ask for more money. Well, if we're being honest, Hinamizawa isn't exactly a place I like to go to. I'd at least appreciate if you paid for cab fare. Still, it's not a request I could refuse from a friend that's played the same table as me. Oishi grinned as he pounded me on the back. It struck me that he didn't want to jump ship rather than having any sort of sense of duty towards his job. Even so, that didn't really matter. Right now, I really appreciated the gesture. Well then, shall we hurry up and get going? If the enemy knew that the police had obtained the wallet, then they could probably have moved the hostage to a different place. There wasn't a moment to lose, but Oishi, without regard to the fact that we were about to head out, began to remove his jacket. What are you doing? Well, just a precaution. If you want me to poke the beehive to get your honey, I have to be rather well prepared, you see. Do you want to put one on too? What Oishi pulled from the drawer below the desk was a stab-proof vest. I mean, it checks out. You are going into a dangerous area. You were more than likely going to get stabbed. His name was Toshiki Inugai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inugai. There was only one reason for him being here. If you didn't include gym or art class, his grades were above average. That was the result of having private tutoring sessions twice a week. If you omitted the fact that he couldn't do pull-ups, there wasn't much else that could make him hate school. Of course, he understood full well that his grandfather was a cabinet minister, but he also knew that not too many people were that interested in their relationship. He didn't like to go out of his way to bring up his grandfather, or to call him the Minister of Construction. And finally, he at least tried to know a little more about what kind of work the Minister of Construction did than your average Joe. Serious question, do stab-proof vests actually exist? I mean, I know that chainmail and plate armor exists, but I don't think modern police have those. That is a good question. I mean, they would have to be using the same stuff as, like, plate mail or chainmail. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they would have in, like, the mid-80s. Or wait, are we in the 70s? I forget. I keep forgetting what, like, time period this is. It's somewhere in the 80s or 70s. And finally, he tried to know a little more about what kind of work... Oh, I already did that one. What that entailed was that when you tried your best to make life better for the masses, sometimes you made a few enemies. I think this is the late 70s, but either way, yeah. Because I think it's like 78, and then the main timeline is in like 83 or something? Could be wrong. He knew that all too well from the time he'd spent as a class representative. His grandfather had many enemies. He knew that he would personally catch some of the fallout, so he had to be twice as cautious. He was taught that by his parents. That's why, the moment he was kidnapped, he instantly knew that this was one of those occasions. He understood that he wasn't being treated as Toshiki Inugai, the person, but rather as Toshiki Inugai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction. That he wasn't personally at fault, but that this was the result of some unavoidable trouble with his grandfather's work. It made a little difference, but when he realized it wasn't because of anything he did, he was able to relax, if only a little. Of course, at first he was struck with a terror befitting his age, wondering what was going to happen to him. But after a while of being tied up and only able to stay lying down, he began to ponder a great many things. First, he thought about the reason he was being abducted like this. He understood the answer to that easily. He was taken hostage to coerce his grandfather, the minister. There was no doubt about that. He didn't know exactly what the Minister of Construction did, but it was easy to imagine that there was much to be gained from threatening him. He respected his grandfather more than most. He earnestly believed that his own grandfather was within the top 20 of the most important people in Japan. That was exactly why he wouldn't forgive anybody who tried to threaten his beloved grandfather. More importantly, he wouldn't forgive anybody who would use him as a tool to threaten his grandfather. His grandfather was really busy and rarely had time to meet with the relatives. That's why, with what little time he did manage to scrape together, he just dropped by unannounced. And, as an apology for not being able to meet during New Year's or summer vacation, he doted on his grandson very, very much. The number of times that Toshiki was looked upon with disregard just because his grandfather was a politician and a minister certainly weren't few, but he never thought even once that he wanted his grandfather to quit being a politician. Because it was his beloved grandfather, he wanted him to continue his career as long as possible from the bottom of his heart. However, Toshiki was now being held hostage, and his grandfather was being threatened. His grandfather, who called him the apple of his eye, was surely suffering. He might do anything to save his grandson, maybe even putting aside his ideology if it was required to save his grandson. He might cave into the culprit's demands if it meant saving his grandson. When Toshiki thought about that, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. In his current situation, he was unable to forgive the cowards who would make his beloved grandfather suffer by using such dastardly means. That feeling swelled up inside him, displacing the fear. What he thought at first was something any boy would imagine. Get out of these bonds, beat up the bad guys, and then hand them over to the police. Images of all the brave heroes from all the manga he had read passed through the back of his mind. In his imaginary scenario, he slipped his bonds easily, floating like a butterfly to evade his captors, then stinging like a bee to bring them all down. In the end, it was nothing more than his silly little fantasy, but his vision obstructed and unable to see anything. It was something that he could get into more than any anime at the moment. In actuality, he was enjoying these little scenarios in his head for a long period of time he was tied up. His captors hadn't really done anything to him that he would feel sorry for. However, eventually he began to grow tired of his fantasies, and more realistic scenarios began to run through his head. It was then he realized that none of them were a solution. Yes, he wanted to do something for his grandfather who was being threatened. That he was being held here to inflict pain on his grandfather was the thing he could least forgive, and was also most vexing. And then he noticed there was a much simpler way he could save his grandfather without having to beat up his despicable captors. That was to remove himself as a hostage from the hands of these villains. If he was to disappear from here, his captors would have nothing to threaten his grandfather with. The captors had restrained him, but they didn't treat him roughly, and they made sure he was fed well enough. Meaning, at most, he was nothing more than the means for their threat. They weren't looking to bully or kill him out of spite. If he behaved, no ill will befall him. Realizing that gave him a strong sense of courage, and carrying his train of thought this far, he let it run its course in its natural conclusion. Right now, at this moment, Toshiki Inugai had decided to escape. His ears had been stuffed with a sponge-like material acting as a makeshift earplugs. However, they didn't actually do much to block out any sound, and he could overhear everything his captors were saying. Realizing that this was to his advantage, even when his captors spoke to him, he acted like he couldn't hear them despite the earplugs, or due to the earplugs. His captors, thinking that he couldn't hear their conversation, talked about all sorts of things without reservations. Thanks to that, he was able to obtain various pieces of information. First off, this wasn't Tokyo. It seemed that this was quite a distance away and on top of the countryside, nestled deep in the mountains. It also seemed like his captors were inconvenienced living out here, and he could deduce that this place was far removed from any sort of town. Finally, whenever they went out to buy food or other supplies, they would always take a car. That fact caused him some dismay, because he knew that the method he learned at school of running around blindly while shouting for help wouldn't work here. He paused his little mental escape scenario there. His ultimate goal was to find somebody who would help him. If somebody who fit that description wasn't close by, his chances of escaping successfully grew slim. A desolate, far-off land, deep in the mountains. A place where you couldn't even go shopping without using a car. In this situation, escaping would be very difficult. He grew depressed, and after a little while, he returned to his original scenario. Imagining becoming a hero like in the manga he read and beating down his captors became his respite. However, as he played with those delusions out of his head, his heart, hating to surrender, continued to search for a way to escape. And then, he thought of a way. If the goal was far away, then all he had to do was get closer. His goal, in a nutshell, was to find somebody who would help him. In other words, somebody other than his captors. A place so remote that you couldn't even go shopping without a car. Isn't that 90% of America? Right? I mean, I guess it depends on how far you can walk. Because I know for me, I can shop in some places in a half an hour, 45 minutes walk. But yeah, otherwise, you're gonna be taking a car. It's dangerous to walk anyway. If he faked being sick, then his captors would have to take him to the hospital or bring a doctor to him. They wouldn't probably be reluctant to do that. But he already knew that the hostage was more important than anything. I mean, to be fair, this kid did grow up in Tokyo. A lot of stuff is in Tokyo. So, in the off chance that something happened, like him dying, occurred, they wouldn't be able to threaten anybody anymore. Luckily, he had an experience that would help him fake a serious illness. At the end of last year, he was inadvertently involved in a car accident and had to undergo surgery. The scar from that surgery was still clearly visible on his lower torso. He recalled the pain and suffering from that time. The existence of that experience that would make a huge impact on the realism of his performance. Is he gonna cut open his stomach? He was quite confident in his ability to fake an illness. Probably not. His captors at first took that as a sign that he needed to use the washroom. Untying only his arms, they tried to bring him there while he was still blindfolded. But he didn't try to get up. His hands, now free, only clutched at his abdomen as he writhed in agony. Hey, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? He still has the earplugs in, so he had to pretend he didn't hear his captives asking the question. He was about to nod, so he hurriedly had to stop himself. What's the matter? Yeah, the kid's clutching on his stomach. Must be a stomachache or something. His captors looked down at his suffering form for a bit. One of them proposed a course of action, while another laid his doubts that Toshiki might be faking it. What's wrong, boy? Tummy hurt? His ears are plugged, so he can't hear you. Well, that's the problem. Do we got any medicine that works on stomach pain? Might want to go to the pharmacy and buy some. When it comes to stomach pain, there's a bunch of different meds, isn't there? As long as we don't know the cause, we shouldn't just buy him any old medicine. He's all in his stomach. Maybe he's just constipated. If you buy him some medicine for that, maybe he'll be calming down. It won't kill him if we're wrong either. I mean, don't decide something like that on your own. It might be appendicitis or something. My uncle suddenly got it a while ago. That was pretty scary. One of the captors leaned over beside the boy, who was bent over in agony. I feel sorry for the kid. Whoa, his whole body's covered in sweat. Is it your stomach? Does it hurt? Hey, if it hurts, you shouldn't clutch at it so tightly. It'll only make it worse. Realizing that the captors were concerned about his stomach, he inadvertently let his shirt right up, let the scar from his surgery come up into plain view. His vision was still obscured with packing tape, so he couldn't see the reaction. The scar. They used packing tape on his eyes. Oh no. But his captors were taken aback, and judging from their momentary silence, he had obtained the reaction he was looking for. Hey, this is bad. This scar, it's not that old. Does the boy have a fever? The thumb away. I got so used to talking lazily like this guy, and it's just like no way we have one, but that's a lot of sweat. Yeah, his forehead feels pretty hot, I think. I've heard that under prolonged stress, old wounds can be agitated. Then what do we do? Are you saying the medicine won't work? We don't know what surgery the scar is from, but in any case, this is bad. In the worst case, it could be fatal. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Maybe we should have a doctor take a look at it? At this rate, there's a chance that he might suddenly die on us. Toshiki Inukai, with those few words, knew that the situation was progressing exactly as he had envisioned it, snickering to himself on the inside, pressed his act even further. He didn't even need to see to know that his captors were panicked and was running around like chickens with their heads cut off at the troublesome turn of events. Should we take him to the clinic? No, that's no good. Probably better if the doctor came here. Dr. Erie, you mean? Is that okay? Will that be all right? It'd be worse if anything happened to the hostage. Nothing we could do. It's an emergency. One of the captors hurriedly left in the car. Another of the men, completely shaken up at this point, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. It looked like they were bringing a doctor. As long as the doctor wasn't an accomplice, the doctor was his goal. He was someone he should seek help from. His captors were probably wary of that happening, and they would be prepared for it. This would all come down to luck. Some of the sweat emerging from his brow was from that nervousness. At that moment, the packing tape that was covering his eyes and ears was torn off. The burning lights that he was seeing from the first time in several days hurt his eyes. After that, the gag that made him hard for him to breathe was also removed. Are you all right, kid? We're bringing a doctor to you right now. Just hold on for a bit. The doctor was coming. Now how was he going to ask for help, and how was he going to get away from his captors? A plethora of thoughts began swirling through his head. I think you know this already, but don't say anything unnecessary to the doctor. We don't want to hurt you or anything. You understand that, right? Toshiki Inugai nodded while feigning pain and obedience. His expectations and the enemy's expectations, whether they doubted he was faking his illness or not, they knew what his goal was, and would try to stop it. His stomach contracted from the stress of his gambit, making it seem like his stomach really was starting to hurt. No, it really was. But there was no reason to panic. If he failed with his approach to the doctor, there was nothing else to lose. If there was something to lose, it was this method of faking illness to get in touch with the doctor. If he could think of other methods from here on out, it wasn't much. But at the present, this was the easiest and most dramatic way he could think of. The more he thought about it, the more it looked like it was his first and last gambit. Eventually, he heard the sound of a car approaching once again. The sound of the car doors being hurriedly opened and shut. The sounds of several footsteps approaching. Wow, he looks so much better. The updated graphics, look at that! Look at Eerie! Dang, Eerie! Okay, anyway. A young man in a white medical coat. As he acknowledged the boy, a suspicious look showed on his face. Who's he? He's not one of the kids from the village, is he? The captors didn't respond. From the looks of it, the young doctor had realized that this was an abnormal situation. Right, he's been working out, he's been... like, look at him! He doesn't look too bad. If it wasn't for the Satoko situation, I would be like, Even Cave's like, oh my. One of the captors talked threateningly. That's got nothing to do with you, Dak. For a while, the doctor and the captors silently glared at one another. However, unable to stand the sight of the boy continuing to suffer, the doctor, as the captors had hoped, didn't press any further. I'm concerned about this old surgical scar. What kind of operation was it? We don't know. I should really bring it back to the clinic. Doc, we really can't do that. The doctor said he wanted to bring the boy back to the clinic, but the captors simply silently shook their heads at the notion. It was a fleeting hope, but it was only natural that the captors would refuse. At that moment, his eyes met with the doctor's. Seeing that the boy's painful state was abnormal, the doctor suspected it was a serious illness. Are you all right? I'm a doctor. When was the surgical scar from? Last year. During the winter. From an accident. An accident? I see. This is a problem. He couldn't let the doctor figure out he was faking it here. He had to somehow figure out some way to keep this going and to tell the doctor he was being confined and needed help. I'm going to touch the affected area, okay? If it hurts, tell me where. Ah! Seeing that it was extremely painful, the doctor crossed his arms and began to ponder. He had to somehow get himself to the hospital. To Toshiki Inugai, faking this illness was the performance of a lifetime. Oh man, on a cliffhanger? Rude. At least gives me a chance to take a little free sip. Good work, everyone. I know it's hot, but please do your best. If you catch anybody illegally dumping, please contact someone immediately. We'll act quickly. Thank you for cooperation, Oishi-san. Please. A gap wide enough for a single car was opened in the barricade. Oishi, showing his gratitude, or perhaps a threatening attitude, was a short beep on the horn, rolled the car forward through the checkpoint. This time, my appearance was the very embodiment of the word suspicious, a baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses. On top of that, even though it was sweltering, I was wearing a hoodie. Any respectable police officer would be loath to not stop me for questioning. I had meant to be overcautious, knowing full well that my face was known, but it might have already been too late for that to have been any use. Using that as an excuse, I doffed the unbearably hot hoodie and windbreaker, ripped off the mask and hat, and threw them off of the seat behind me. Why doesn't Oishi have his AC at full blast like usual? Oh my, is that okay? The cheap little disguise like this, they probably figured it out anyways. That just might be the case. Oishi, probably thinking that my unexpected behavior was funny, continued to laugh. The beautiful and pristine scenery of Hinamizawa spread out before me. The village itself would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for the complicated circumstances surrounding it at the moment. I would absolutely love to take Yukie here for a drive away. That's why I haven't called her all this time. Come to think of it, I didn't get a chance to call her last night. You had chances, you just chose not to. I played around with the idea in my head. But in reality, this village wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. I had heard everything at the prefectural headquarters. At the heart of this village, the intellectual network that the three families wielded was, due to blood ties and regional relationships, unbelievably well organized. Their net spread not just around Hinamizawa itself, but encapsulated the entirety of the city of Shishibone as well. When I first heard that, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I didn't take it completely seriously. How could a local organization out in the boonies here have something so grandiose? I couldn't deny that somewhere in the back of my mind I had ridiculed the thought. But not only were they really threatening the minister, they had demonstrated they had a complete grasp on their movements, which were supposed to be top secret. They were almost like the secret police that controlled the small Eastern European country like in some spy novel. The villagers here almost wouldn't bat an eye at getting their hands dirty if it meant fighting the dam project. I also heard something like that at the prefectural headquarters. And now that you mention it, when I first arrived here, Oishi also said that this place was a war zone, didn't he? The residents of this village were at the same time freedom fighters, although by definition they were no different than the guerrillas or the militia. They weren't protected by the Geneva Conventions, but they also didn't have to adhere to those rules either. This place was more of a quagmire than any legitimate battlefield, a secret war unfolding. I could drive along because Oishi was with me. But if I was to leave this car for even something as trivial as looking for a vending machine, there was a chance I wouldn't return. Even though a single shot hadn't been fired, this was a battlefield. No, the reason why bullets weren't flying was simply because it was hard for a civilian to obtain a gun in Japan. Oh, you rolled a 9. That's not too bad. Whatever you were rolling for. So they were probably just equipped with weapons other than guns that were easy to obtain. That was why Oishi was wearing that stab-proof vest, wasn't it? Akasaka-san, are you nervous? Wow, Crimson, you got a 19? Nice. The fact that I was apprehensive was, of course, picked up by Oishi. If he already figured it out, there was no point in trying to deny it or hide it. Of course I am. We're headed into the heart of the enemy territory alone, aren't we? I'm worried about if something unlikely happens with just the two of us. Something unlikely? It'll be all right. Isn't everybody in this village our enemy? If everybody gets their stories straight, they could murder someone in broad daylight and there wouldn't be a shed of evidence. I'm asking about something like that. That was the ironclad rule of not barging into a Yakuza office alone was about. If there wasn't a neutral party involved, that area wasn't bound by the laws of common sense. If something happened, you wouldn't be able to prove it. There wasn't anybody who would take your side. It was pretty much the definition of poking the bear. I've left word that we're headed towards the Hinamizawa area, and in the worst case, we've also got a radio. I know you're scared, Akasaka-san, but it's not that easy to pull off the perfect crime. Well, of course, that doesn't mean we can let your guard down either. Akasaka-san, you're too worked up over this. You were more relaxed the last time you came up here together, weren't you? Laughing it off, Oishi thumped his chest and grinned, as if to say I could depend on him. Well, if it gets really iffy. This comes with having the badge. Oishi made a motion by sticking out his index finger. It was undoubtedly the image of a gun. Will it be of any use? If you're not afraid of dealing with the aftermath after you shoot, it's actually very assuring. An officer's gun was only for show. If you really wanted to fire it, there were quite a number of stipulations, and you had to be prepared for the long probationary period afterwards. That definitely wasn't worth it, so even if an officer did unholster his gun, there wasn't one who actually wanted to pull the trigger. Man, if only police over here were like that, huh? Or at least the ones in the news. Akasaka-san, are you carrying one? A piece? Well, yeah. Take it from Keiichi, he pulled the perfect crime, right? You ever fired it? I have. For training, though. Well, I guess that'd be true. Well then, have you, Oishi-san? Me? Nah, there's no way. What was this? I thought he was laughing at me because he had experience. The two of us laughed together. I've also never pointed the barrel at anybody. I've looked down the barrel of a gun a few times, though. Just being made to look down the barrel like that is enough to shorten your lifespan by about 3 years. Even if you had never fired a gun before, you couldn't even begin to compare the amount of experience Oishi had over me. At a time like this, I could only marvel again at how reliable Oishi seemed. Come to think of it, I didn't want to come this way in the middle of the day. But there's no way to get a car through other than here. Akasaka-san, just in case, put on the mask again to hide your face, please. What's the matter? Can you not hear it because the air conditioning is too loud? I'll turn it off. Try opening the window. When I opened the window, a blast of hot air blew inside, and then I could hear angry yelling coming from far away. At that moment, the forest gave way on either side of us. Our view expanded suddenly. And there there could be seen the Hinamizawa Dam construction grounds, the very front line for Hinamizawa Village. We're absolutely opposed to the construction of the Hinamizawa Dam! The crackling blare of someone's voice sounded over an enormous loudspeaker. The roar of angry voices continued to rumble. The incredible volume had been veritable sound cannon, spewing out its ammunition. The prefabricated site office was surrounded by 2 sets of high fences laced with barbed wire. Lined up in front of those fences were riot police in their vehicles, and surrounding it all were the villagers. They howled out their protests against the dam as a single entity. Oh, there's not too many of them today. We're in luck. That's not too many? Yeah, when there's a lot of them, the crowd reaches as far as the road. You wouldn't even be able to inch forward in a car. At first, due to their overwhelming intensity, it looked to me like there were more people than there actually was, but upon a closer inspection, there was at most 50 to 70 of them. But the 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up that looked like they belonged to a band of thugs were a strange enough sight. The villagers were also wearing helmets and bandanas, as well as covering their faces with masks, adding to the oddity of it all. The propaganda trucks, after barring their chorus, had their volume turned up even higher and began to flood the area with sutras? To say that the noise was downright violent wouldn't be an understatement. From this distance, it was all still this loud. The glass in the office was probably rattling from the noise. They couldn't do anything there but take it. Those riot squad guys, every one of them is wearing earplugs, but they're still having their hearing damaged. Poor sobs. Can't you do something about it with noise ordinance laws? Our prefecture doesn't have any laws regarding noise ordinance. Also, those are sutras, right? We can't regulate religious activities. Those guys are pretty smart. Is what I think Oishi said. Actually, no matter how tightly the windows was shut, the booming sound of the sultras still filled the air. Or car, rather. I couldn't even hear what Oishi, who was sitting right next to me, was saying to me. As the car approached the line of propaganda trucks, the blare became difficult to bear. It wasn't enough to just plug my ears with my fingers. I had to hold my head to keep my skull from splitting apart. If I had seen this terrifying energy sooner, I would have probably understood what Hinamizawa Village was much quicker. Now I knew. They wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing themselves in order to protect their hometown. Ah, so goddamn noisy. Shut up, shut up, shut up! My head throbbed and it felt like I was going to split apart. My eardrums cracked, and on top of it all, I felt like I was going to throw up. With the road crowded with throngs of squatters, the propaganda trucks, and the riot police's vehicles, it was in no way easy to get by. Even if you tried to shoo the squatters with the car horn, they were also wearing earplugs, oblivious to the noises from the outside world, and wouldn't easily move. The car could only inch forward at a snail's pace. Even then, the car eventually got through, starting to leave the tumultuous noise behind. Hey, the bald guy that was playing mahjong with us last night, remember him? I remembered that there was an older person who didn't exactly mince words. The guy that Oishi called Old Man. Ooh, is someone about to do something crazy? I don't know. Maybe. We are at the dam site, so maybe we get to witness the dismemberment. There was something like that. You see, he's the foreman of the main construction site. He's probably holed up in the prefab building, trying to work like irritated out of his mind. Poor fella. You wouldn't be able to stand it if it was like that every day. Yeah, there's no end to the number of people who couldn't handle it and quit. Not every time that happens, their wages go up, so I won't say it's in vain. Even having to deal with all that noise and hostility, they still made a wage that Oishi found enviable. Damn it, those guys. Can they hear or can't they? A group of squatters while in the way of the car. Oishi, sufficiently annoyed, laid into the horn, but there was no indication that they were moving anytime sooner. In this din, could they not even hear a car horn? Or did they hear it and were being malicious? If there were any riot police nearby, they would have made people move, but it just so happens that there weren't any around here. Or maybe I'm pretty sure we're not Crimson. And they keep saying that it was somebody on the damn committee. We are a police. Ah, jeez. Wait just a minute. Oishi opened up the door. The hot air and even more heated roar of the crowd spilled into the car. Oh! Oishi said something as he grinned widely, but I couldn't hear what it was. He was getting them to move. Something like that? Oishi stepped out of the car and closed the door. The din faded slightly. I stared blankly as Oishi headed towards the group and started some sort of conversation. Maybe he'd find the minister's grandson in Takatsudo? At the very least, I wanted to find him there. Find him and slip the cursed bonds of this incomprehensible village. I could only pray. At that moment, a shadow was suddenly cast over me. Somebody was standing right outside the passenger side window, blocking the sunlight. I spun around, looked up, and realized who the backlit figure was.
Huh.
It was a girl. It was Rika Furude. The girl stared down at me with a bored look in her eyes. I didn't have any justification for it, but I felt like I had been found by somebody who I shouldn't be found by. To fill the silence, I raised my hand as I mouthed a meek greeting. Of course, there was no way she heard my small voice in this clamor. But even then, she should have seen me wave my hand in greeting. In spite of that, she simply stared down at me with a cold look on her face. At that moment, the noise and heat spread throughout the car once again. Oishi had returned to the driver's seat. Taking a look, the group that were blocking the road had started to move aside while glaring our way. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we go? Oishi registered the figure of the girl behind me. One of the villagers came over and picked her up, in a manner of "it's dangerous, so get away." It was then that she whispered one or two words. However, I couldn't hear any of it. Well then, let's go. I'm going to get it, okay? But of course, still within the speed limit. As if to shake off the still audible angry voices, Oishi floored the gas. Along with the roar and the din and the shouting, the villagers and the girl quickly disappeared behind us. As soon as we're through here, we're in Takatsudo. Are you okay if we end up getting into a firefight? Don't be fumbling with the safety at the last moment, you hear? Oishi laughed mockingly again. I was more concerned with what the girl had said, however, as I was vaguely bothered by it. What was she trying to say in that apathetic and candid expression? Suppose it's normal if you're nervous from here on out. But if you don't deal with it, there is a chance you might do something rash. But there was no longer a way to confirm what the girl had tried to tell me. It might have been that the girl who warned me to go back to Tokyo again, or else was saying to me, who was here now, ignoring that warning. Even though I warned you. What a fool. I had the feeling she said something like that. Yeah. Really should have went back to Tokyo, sir. She tried warning ya. Now it's too late. If you were to call Hinamizawa a rather lonely village, then Takatsudo was outright desolate. For your everyday city boy like me, I just couldn't understand why anybody would force themselves to live here. There were signs that people had, but they were all covered in dust or enveloped in ivy, indicating that this was all abandoned. People really lived in a place like this, didn't they? Well, it was a long time ago. A remote place like this is pretty rough for old folk to live. And the younger people probably wanted to try living in a more suitable place. If there's nobody left to take the reins, all that gets left is this. If I had no personal attachment to the village, seeing the disused buildings made me feel a little sentimental. It seemed that Oishi also felt the same way. Was the wallet found over here? The person who found it must have a good reason to come out of this desolate place. Yeah, there's some villagers who have a field out in the mountains here. They pass by here in the morning and evenings. The villagers who work in the field walk by here every day? No way. They probably go as far as they can by car. So in the early mornings and evenings they pass by here and just happen to find a single wallet? They probably did. Where exactly did they say they found it? In the thicket by just a bit further ahead. The person who found the wallet just happened to have some stomach cramps and was planning to use the thicket to do his business, it seems. It was there he happened to find it, probably hoping there was some toilet paper in there. Can you... Probably trying to use, like bills. But, like, from what I remember, like, the smallest bill is the equivalent of, like, $10, I think? I could be wrong, because I know a lot of their stuff is in coinage. Everything about that story seems just a little too convenient. Right from the discovery of the wallet, I just can't shake the feeling that something's off. I expressed the feeling that I had from the start of the day, quite frankly. It seemed too good to be true, but it was unwavering proof. But it was too perfect, sickeningly so. That was my feeling. That's some expensive toilet paper, right? That or maybe... I don't know if you would put pocket tissues in a wallet, though. Nah, after 2020, I can see a roll of toilet paper being in someone's wallet. Yeah. But this was late 70s. In Japan. You might actually be onto something by saying it's a little too perfect. Meaning? The truth is, I heard a little something from a friend of mine in the 4th Division, where Orio Sonozaki referenced the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. She referenced it? Yeah. It's been several days since the minister's grandson has been kidnapped. Poor boy. It'd be nice if they let him go soon. It seems that old Orio muttered something like that while on her veranda, and that little musing was conveyed to the various people working deep behind the scenes of the Sonozaki family. I mean, it changed my point of view. True! Right. I had heard something earlier from Sato-san and the informant, that when the leader, Orio, had a concern, somebody in the family would be considerate. So, in essence, she gave the order to release the hostage. I see it that way. The wallet being conveniently discovered was just a ploy to hand the boy over to the police. Why would they release the hostage? Well, there's only one reason why somebody would release a hostage, isn't there? What is it? They reached a deal. That would mean the minister promised to halt the Hinamizawa dam project. The dam project will definitely go away. At that moment, those words that the girl had said resurfaced in the back of my mind. In the end, it was turning out exactly as she had proclaimed. That young girl knew the circumstances. She knew everything about this kidnapping incident, from the beginning to the end. Akasaka? The girl unexpectedly called my name. What is it?
Go back to Tokyo.
Huh?
Before long, you will woefully regret coming to this village.
That would be an increasingly pathetic thing to see,
So I thought I'd warn you right now.
Why would I come to regret it?
Stop whining.
When you tried crossing the road
when the don't walk sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was dangerous before pulling you back to the sidewalk? They'd pull you back right away, wouldn't they? They'd pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that.
No. The girl, who knew everything from the start to the finish, had warned me in the beginning. Go back to Tokyo. Akasaka is such a coward. It's only just now clicking in his mind that he's messed up. We'll probably find the boy, but what happens afterwards will probably be a bit of a problem. How it'll be a problem, though, is something a single officer like me can't figure out. Do you know a girl named Rika Furude? What I had said was such a non sequitur that Oishi sat in stunned silence for a while. Of course I know her. She's the only daughter of the Furude family. One of the 3 families. What kind of girl is she? Well, that was an unexpected name to hear. I'm a bit surprised. Does public safety think that the Furude family smells fishy and wants to keep an eye on them? Share some of that information with me, please. No, it's not like that. It's just something caught my attention. Well, whatever. It wouldn't do to not answer a question from a friend I've sat at the same table with. I'm honored that you call me a friend. So that little lady is, well, somewhat of a village mascot. She's beloved by everybody in the village. Some of the older folk worship her especially.
Worship?
I don't know much about it, you see. Girls born in the Furude family have somewhat of a sacred implication, it seems. It's one of the local beliefs in Hinamizawa. The living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama or something like that. Or so the story goes, apparently. Oyashiro-sama? Now that you mention it, I think I saw Oyashiro-sama written on some of the Alliance's banners. What is Oyashiro-sama exactly? It's the name of the guardian deity in Hinamizawa. They believe it'll exact punishment on those who would do ill towards the village. Well, if there was such a convenient god around, the guys at the dam would have long since been done in by divine justice. Luckily, nothing like that has happened to anybody just yet. The grandson of the minister who trifled with the village as a result of Oyashiro-sama's anger was... what did they call it again? Oh, right, Onigakushi. The minister's grandson was demoned away. That would probably be how the script is being written. I see. It probably would turn into something like that. Divine punishment wrought by Oyashiro-sama. Then the culprit is the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. That girl? Even I didn't know exactly what I was saying. The fact that Oishi laughed it off was a bit of relief. Oishi's joyous laughter was so infectious that I began to laugh like an idiot as well. Oh, this is unusual. Oishi, after laying into the horn several times, rolled the window down and leaned out, waving his arm in an exaggerated manner. It was a car headed the opposite way. Until now, we hadn't run into any other cars except for our own. And of all places, it was at this desolate location. It seemed that Oishi knew the owner of that car. The other car also chirped its horn and came to a stop. Dr. Edie! Ah! Good afternoon! The other car's window rolled down slowly, revealing a young man in a white overcoat. He was about my age, or perhaps a bit older. But you really can't judge somebody by their appearance. Why, it isn't Oishi-san. Good afternoon. Fancy meeting you here. That's my line, Doctor. I never thought I'd see you here. What happened? Oh, nothing. Just a little house call. Oh, really? Was it an emergency? No, nothing quite that serious, thankfully. I'll take my leave here. If I don't get back quickly, my staff will be angry with me. Being the head of a clinic must be tough. Well then, take care. The young doctor named Iri, after gesturing his farewell, drove forwards and soon disappeared around the corner. I don't know if he was able to save the kid. Oishi also drove forwards, but soon came to a stop again. He pulled out a worn map book from the dash. His expression didn't have an ounce of irreverence. He was perfectly serious. What is it? The clinic shouldn't be making any house calls today. It must have been quite an emergency or otherwise a patient with some accentuating circumstances. Oishi flipped through the pages, looking up the map of Takatsudo. After that, he took a look around and started to figure out what our current location was. Are you saying that emergency is suspicious? Didn't I say? There's hardly anybody that lives in Takatsudo area. The road we're on right now is here. Dr. Iri came from this direction. Having no sense of our surroundings, I couldn't digest anything about the places he was indicating on the map. We're heading towards the spot where the wallet was found. By the way, that's over here. Let's see? If you're heading to one of the few residences in Takatsudo, it's the wrong road. Meaning Dr. Iri came from a direction where there were no residents? As long as somebody working in the fields between the mountains didn't collapse. But if somebody collapses and you call a doctor, normally you'd bring them back with you for a more detailed examination. But just now, Dr. Iri said it was nothing serious, and it didn't seem like anybody else was in the car with him. She didn't say any more than that. I also said nothing more. That doctor just now examined a patient, close by. Only that. The noisy radio had suddenly gone quiet. The sky had just suddenly turned an oppressive color. As Oishi mused that it might start to rain, a torrential downpour started, as though trying not to disappoint him. Eventually, Oishi stopped the car. The only sounds to break the silence were the percussion of the rain on the roof and the soft squeak of the windshield wipers. Let's do this a bit hush-hush, shall we? Saying that in a quiet voice, he exited the car without an umbrella, careful not to make any noise. Oishi leaned over, indicating the other side of the thicket. He was pointing to a prefabricated shed and a car that was parked beside it. The car looked obviously well cared for. It wasn't a vehicle that had been left there for several years. What's that shed? It contains equipment used for the forestry service. I heard that they don't go near it except during the summertime. Does that car belong to somebody from the forestry service then? Dunno. Doesn't look like an official vehicle though. Oishi was playing it cool, but my nervousness was gradually increasing. Just in case. Saying that, Oishi returned to the car. I thought that he was going to get an umbrella, but he had grabbed the onboard radio instead. Hello, this is Oishi. Do you read? Greetings. Yes, this is Okinomiya SP. Oishi-san, we read you loud and clear, over. I'm currently in front of the Forestry Service equipment shed. Not the one with the direction of Yagoichi. The one in Takatsudo. If you head there from Hinamizawa. Affirmative, copy that. There's some suspicious people in the shed. Proceeding to investigate. If you don't hear back from me in 5 minutes, get in touch with the local police substation and have them send a cruiser as soon as possible. If you would, please. Understood. Well then, shall we go take a look? Since he was first confirmed here, he had heard the sound of the car multiple times. Bleh. So we just thought the far-off sound was more of the same. However, the reaction from his captors was, until now, something he hadn't seen before. They jumped, reacting as if shocked by a jolt of electricity, and pressed against the window, cautiously peering outside. They stopped. Somebody from the forestry service? This is bad. Nah, looks like a cop to me. One of the captors lifted the boy by his collar and pressed a blade against his cheek. Hey kid, keep quiet for a bit. I think you know this, but if you try and shout, there'll be problems. Toshiki Inugai was sure that the doctor had reported things to police. He had felt relieved when he thought that he was saved, but not imagining that his captors would resort to violence when they were cornered, his anxiety remained unabated. What do we do? Gotta buy time. Take the kid and slip out of the back. We'll meet you back here when the heat's off. One of the perpetrators grabbed the boy by the collar and forced him to stand. Of course, Toshiki Inugai tried to resist by framing his illness had been aggravated by his rough treatment, but his captors paid no heed. I have nothing good for sound effects, just... There we go. The door was violently banged upon. Excuse me? Hello? The door was banged on again. Toshiki Inugai hesitated for a moment to respond to the voice by yelling. However, while he was being indecisive, his mouth was covered, taking that option away from him. The leader of the captors waved at the other to go. The younger perpetrator nodded in response, and while keeping the boy's mouth covered, started heading towards the back door. Yellow! Did you need something? How do you do? This is the police. Would you mind opening the door? The sudden rain has us a bit of a trouble. I'll just open... The moment the lock was undone, Oishi forced the door open. With a gleam of menace in his eyes, he pushed the man aside as he stepped into the room. Then, in a small and empty room, he was able to quickly discern that the boy he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. I heard this was an equipment shed for the forestry service, but there's nothing here at all. There was nothing inside the room that would indicate that this was an equipment shed. There was only a mountain of blankets, indicating that somebody was sleeping here, alongside empty food packets strewn about. This has been empty for some time now. Never seen no equipment stored around here. But this is the Forestry Service's building, isn't it? Are you from the Forestry Service? How about you? Police? Two of them glared at each other suspiciously. Both Oishi and the man steadfastly refused to reveal their identity before the other did. The man, judging from the sharp look in Oishi's eyes, realized that it would be hard to talk his way out of this one. No matter what he said, the most time he could buy would probably be a few dozen seconds. Only the sound of rain filled this tense moment. Just then they heard the sound of a struggle from far off. Oishi had a hunch. There was no doubt that Asakasa, who was circling around back, had run into the perpetrators who was trying to slip away. Noise. As Oishi thought that, the man in front of him reacted a moment faster. Not nice. The man swung with an attack that was more intended to obscure Oishi's vision rather than actually hit him in the face. Seizing his opportunity, the man aimed a kick at Oishi's groin without any hesitation, but he missed his mark and was unable to land that critical blow. The man, trying to pin Oishi, grabbed him by the base of the neck with both hands and fiercely tried to push him down. But as Oishi fell backwards, as if kicking the man upward, he dug his foot into the man's midsection. Ooh. With that leg acting as his fulcrum, the man was flung by the falling Oishi as if in a circle throw. The two of them squared off in the pouring rain. Isn't this interesting? You wanna go? Oishi, as if trying to cheer himself on, grinned smugly. Yeah, fight, fight, fight! He then stood up while brushing the mud off himself. Even though he countered the assault, Oishi was getting up rather awkwardly compared to the man he threw, who swiftly sprang to his feet. Oishi-san! Hurry! Asakasa's voice rang out from the distance. Judging from the distress in his voice, he was already engaged in the fight and wanted Oishi to reconvene with him. But Oishi's hands were full as well. Akasaka-san! Sorry, but could you wait a bit? The man raised both fists into a stance that hinted at him being acquainted with karate or some other form of martial art. Of course, Oishi, as an officer of the law, was decently versed in judo. He also had the moxie to have been through his fair share of fights before. Because of that, he could tell that the man in front of him was quite a bit better at fighting than he was. Damn it. Thinking that this was going to be easy just because the order came from the Sonozaki family to release the hostage had been a big mistake. You're pretty good. Been a while since I got this worked up. Oishi played off the situation like it was no sweat. His opponent, seeing his attitude, took that to mean that Oishi wasn't going down easily. The man wildly charged forward, attempting to grab Oishi. If the man managed to successfully clinch from his low stance, Oishi would be tackled to the ground and end up being mounted. It was something you saw often when children fought, but it was really a bad position since you couldn't do much while you were in it. Oishi, responding to that move, also lowered his stance to collide with the man head-on. The moment they clashed, Oishi grabbed the man's nape. As he yanked the nape upwards, he smashed into the man's solar plexus into the elbow with the same arm. It was a move from Oishi's own personal brand of brawling judo. Then he grabbed on with his free hand and attempted to throw the opponent with both hands, but the man lowered his center of gravity and swung his arms in a large arc, entwining them with Oishi's. Not only that, but he had forced both of Oishi's elbows to the outside, and Oishi, now in an awkward position, was in danger of exposing his back with his hand still clutching the man's chest. This guy practiced Aikido or grappling, didn't he? Oishi, cursing the fact that his fingers were twisted into the man's shirt and couldn't get away, released his grip. But he was in such an awkward position of being bent over, and to top it off at zero range, the man was able to read Oishi's movements and completely as he tried to squirm his way into a better position. And then took the palms of his hands and swiftly clapped them over both of Oishi's ears. Ugh. Clapping the ears in any other martial art except for self-defense was basically forbidden. Karate and judo didn't recognize that as a legal technique. It was that much of a simple and dangerous attack. Oishi raised both his hands as he tried to reflexively clutch at his own ears, but before that could happen, the man wrapped his arms around Oishi's neck. His thick biceps clenched firmly around the base of Oishi's neck like a vice. Oishi instinctively thought he was going to be killed. After all, it wasn't hard to believe that a man like this, who was accustomed to fighting, could crush his opponent's neck from this position. But his opponent didn't do that. He had chosen to keep his hold and force Oishi to lose consciousness. That's why Oishi, at that moment, even though his face was twitching, was grinning wildly. Even though his opponent had a chance to kill him, he didn't choose to. He was thinking, this guy has no intention on killing me. However, even though that might be the case, the man's hold on his neck was by no means gentle. In no time at all, Oishi's consciousness began to fade. Having the experience of being taken down countless times in Judo during his student days, Oishi was utterly resigned to the fact that this was over. Rip Oishi. Akasaka was finally recovering from the intense pain of being kicked in a rather sensitive area. He had bumped into the captor carrying the boy by the back entrance. He had seen Toshiki Unugai's picture plenty of times, but wasn't able to immediately ascertain if the boy was in front of him was the real deal, what with his mouth covered in packing tape. Also, with his limited experience, it wasn't hard for him to panic over how to deal with the situation. Of course, the perpetrator didn't overlook his momentary lapse. His kick landed squarely in a critical spot, with Akasaka not even having time to call for help. As the man flung the boy over his shoulder, he headed towards the front of the shed. But upon hearing Oishi's bellowing voice, he gave up on going that direction. Then he dashed off towards the forest. As if the weight of the boy slung over his shoulder wasn't even there. Akasaka was lost for a moment. Meeting up with Oishi, who was fighting with the enemy, was by far the safer option. Oh. There we go. Let's see. Oh, they're already banned. Nice. But he couldn't lose sight of the fleeting man. Akasaka stood up and chased after the captor's back. At least I think it's banned. I don't know, I just have the option of unbanning, which I'm not gonna do. Akasaka stood up and chased after the captor's back. He ran through a short thicket, branches and falling leaves crunching underfoot. The tips of the branches raked and clawed at him, small scratches inscribing themselves on his body one after another. He kept on stepping into puddles and mud, and his shoes were soon filled with murky water. For Akasaka, traveling through his unexplored forest was, even though this was an emergency situation, extremely unpleasant. Stop! This is the police! As he said that, he regretted it immediately, as it was but a waste of breath. There wasn't a thief in the world that would politely stop when told by the police. Nice bonk, right? Because I think it doesn't have that much information for it, but I'm thinking, like, Streamlabs bonked him because of the ad. Or the link, and then one of the other bots probably banned it because of the buy followers. To a city boy like Akasaka, running through this forest was an arduous task. However, it might have been no easy task either for the man carrying the minister's grandson. He neither gained nor lost ground in his pursuit. Akasaka, upon realizing that, gained back a bit of composure. Just keep on chasing him. We were running into the same conditions. In fact, the man running with an awkward stride was at far more of a disadvantage. They couldn't run forever. Eventually, he'd definitely trip and fall. As long as he was being hounded, he would definitely stumble. And soon, his wish was fulfilled. Whoa! The man who had stepped in something and lost his balance was no longer able to bear the weight of the boy, dropping him. Akasaka, in all honesty, didn't care about the perpetrator at all, just as long as he could ensure the safety of Toshiki Inugai. So if the perpetrator ran off by himself, it was perfectly acceptable. But it seemed like Toshiki Inugai was important to the man as well, and didn't elect to run away empty-handed. Akasaka didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. His first priority should probably be to ensure the safety of the boy, subduing his captor being less important. Grappling with the perpetrator isn't something he planned on, but most likely it was either do or die. Akasaka's moment of indecision proved to be fatal. The man, aiming right between, or rather, for both of Asakasa's eyes, struck out with a jab. Not wanting that, Asakasa raised both his hands to shield his face. At that moment, the man kicked at his own unguarded midsection. The pain almost felt like his vital organs were being squeezed out of his body, but he latched onto his opponent's legs. But this opponent didn't hesitate one bit. Leading with a seized foot, the man jumped at Akasaka, applying pressure and pushing him down. Akasaka was unable to withstand that and fell, but under no circumstances was he letting that leg go. The two men fell together in a tangled heap, The man was desperate to pull his leg free from Akasaka, but having fallen in an awkward position was unable to. The two of them rolled around on the ground, floundering about, trying to gain an advantage. But Akasaka, who was holding into his opponent's knee with both hands, and that opponent, who had complete freedom to move his upper body, were in two completely different situations. The man gained a positional advantage on Akasaka, who was still latched onto his leg and couldn't move away, and poured full force on his head with both fists, or pounded rather. Not only that, but he found a rock nearby and beat it against Akasaka's skull. Thwack, thwack, thwack! The difference between being hit with a fist and being hit with a rock was vast. Akasaka quickly thought of letting go of the man's leg to free his hands to protect his head, but if he let him go here, the man would be away. If he didn't dig in here, everything would be for naught. The boy he was trying to save was right there. He was going to save him and go back to Tokyo. If he could do that, then it was goodbye to this freakish village. Bam! Crack! Thud! Without looking, I could tell my forehead had split open and was gushing blood. But I didn't let go of the man's leg. How could I? I wouldn't let go. It's very interesting that this keeps switching in between like third person and then first person for Akasaka. Then the man realized that no matter how much he beat my head, he wasn't getting away. He used both his hands to grab my throat as if to crush my windpipe. I pulled my head back with a slight form of resistance, but it was of no use. The man's hands enveloped my neck and began to crush it like a vice. It was less than the pain of not being able to breathe, as much as it was choking so hard I felt like I was going to throw up. I felt like my stomach was going to turn itself inside out, but I could only endure it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! My throat hurts! I won't let go. I can't let go. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to resolve this and go back to Tokyo. Go back to Tokyo and talk to Yukie. All about our unborn child. We were going to talk about our bright future. I had no intention of loosening my grip. However, it loosened just a bit and the man's leg came free. The man kicked as hard as possible and I tumbled backwards. My head was spinning and I was unable to get up right away. No, I couldn't even put any strength into getting up in the first place. Even so, I couldn't back down. If I let him escape now, this chance would never come again. Even just catching their scent was nothing short of a miracle. If I weren't able to get the minister's grandson back here, there wouldn't be another chance. The man tried to drag the boy to his feet, but the kid was displaying some unexpected resistance, allowing me to get up unnoticed. I grasped the rock the man had just beat me for the head with. Now it's my turn! Yeah! The rock should be able to supplement what meager strength I had left, adding more than just enough power to my attack. My fist, still wrapped around the rock, dug into the man's side of the man's torso. It seems like it hurt him quite a bit. Good. The man rolled around for a bit, clutching his side. Freed from the man's grip, the boy hid behind me. Toshiki Inogai, right? I've come to help you. To the boy, those were the words he was waiting for the most. But the crisis was still not over. That was because, even though he was still clutching at his sides, the man had gotten up again and was taken into a fighting stance. I could see the man's eyes, the resentment of pain I had caused him, and the confidence that he could still beat me. If we were to clash head-on again, he might not even stop if my head were to split open. Stop resisting! Surrender quietly! You should just hand the boy over! Do you want me to snap your neck? Who would listen to you now? Reinforcements are already on their way. There's nowhere for you to run. The man reacted adversely to the word reinforcements. That was because he knew that arguing like this wasn't just a waste of time, but put him closer and closer to danger. Realizing that, the man shifted mental gears almost too quickly. Then let's finish this fast. How about this? What? What the man pulled out from his back pocket was, of all things, a gun. Of course, I'm a police officer. It's not like I don't know what a gun is, but having one pointed at me was something I'd never experienced before. Was it real? Of course it was. There's no way it would be a replica in a situation like this. Put both your hands behind your head and lay down quietly. Don't get too cocky, you villain. I wouldn't do anything you say. Stupid idiot! Do you not know what this is without me shooting you with it? Then shoot! Reinforcements will hear the gunshot and head right over here. Are you stupid? We're in the middle of the forest and on top of that it's raining. They'll never hear a thing. As long as he still held the gun, no matter how much I yelled at him, I was in a distinct disadvantage. But I still had a fighting chance. If I were in his shoes, instead of wasting time yelling at each other like this, I would just shoot him and take the boy. That way was the fastest and would suppress any sort of further resistance from him. But the man was demanding my surrender without having fired a shot, meaning that he either didn't want to shoot or couldn't. In other words, the man in front of me was soft. If I could buy even just a little more time, the factors that would lead to my victory were numerous. Oishi was probably on his way, and the reinforcements we called from before coming here should be already on their way too. Not only that, they should have contacted the local police box. Without a doubt, somebody stationed in the village would be much quicker than that. Damn it. Do I have to put a bullet in you to understand how dangerous this thing is? There's no escape. Don't add to your crimes. At that moment, I heard a rustling of foliage and heavy footsteps approaching. If Oishi was coming here, it was a whole new ballgame. The man couldn't have more than one gun. You know, he only has one gun. He only shoot one of us. He can't shoot both. Oishi-san, over here. Huh? I had thought that time was on my side, but I had failed to even imagine that the enemy could also have reinforcements. Oishi-san is not on the way. Oishi is on his way to sleep. You could tell the man who'd just appeared was one of the perpetrators just by looking at him. What are you doing? If you don't hurry up, the police will get here. Stop lollygagging. Damn it. What happened to Oishi-san? The chubby fella is down for the counts. He is? Damn it. The boy, sensitive to the impending danger, curled up behind my back. How could this be? Damn it. Your buddy isn't coming. Serves you right. Shoes on the other foot now. As I backed up against the large tree while still protecting the boy, the second man also pulled out a gun. Won't be saying this twice. Put your hands on your head and lie down. I refuse. Bang. He's dead. As I shouted in protest, blood erupted from my left shoulder. It took a few moments to register that I had been shot. Compared to the ones from in movies and TV dramas, the first actual gunshot I heard was simple and mundane. In fact, the sound was more akin to a small firework I used to buy from the corner store as a kid. But there was no comparing the pain. It was a fear you knew only after you had been shot.
Sir? Are you okay? Are you okay?
The boy, in his confusion, tugged at my clothes, agitating the wound even further. I wanted to put on a bold face and reassure him, but my voice was hoarse and had the opposite effect. I'm alright. I've already called for backup. There'll be a full squad here soon. It'll be quicker to put you through your head before the cops get here. But that family said no needless killing, so I'm taking it easy on you. Don't mess with me or I ain't holding back. This was bad. It was very, very bad. The second man was a completely different beast than the first. He had no signs of indecisiveness or mercy. If this man said he'd shoot, he'd shoot. He wasn't somebody that a man like me could buy time from. I really hated to admit it, but at that moment, the image of Yukie's smiling face crossed the back of my mind. I knew what that meant. I was warning myself not to throw my life away over a matter of pride. Of course I didn't want to die here. I was just starting a new life with Yukie, and I wanted to see the face of her soon-to-be-born child. Why should I risk my life for some minister's grandson without the clutch of a critical juncture in my own life? Damn it. I need to stop rambling at myself. So what do I do now? Give up the boy and extend my own life? What a good idea. Everybody's life is precious. My own life is in danger. Nobody could blame me. Damn it. It hurts. If I had known it would be this painful, I wouldn't have played the tough guy. The biggest miscalculation, though, was that the sound of the gunshot was far quieter than I had imagined. If it was only that loud, I could be drowned out by the rain in the forest. It wasn't something that somebody far away could hear. Damn it. Wait, just wait. I don't want to die. I don't want to kill you. As long as you understand. Don't shoot, okay? Don't shoot. I have a wife waiting for me at home. I don't want to die. I won't shoot so long as you don't yell enough. Jeez. Just quietly put your hands on your head and lie down. Will you really? Will you really? You'll keep your promise, right? This is a promise between men. I will. It's a promise between men. Keep your promise. Keep it. I'm going to get down on the ground, okay? I'm getting down. I'll keep my promise, so stop pointing the gun at me. You're still thinking of shooting me, aren't you? You want to shoot me, don't you? When I get down on the ground, you're just going to shoot me in the back of the head, aren't you? I won't. Fine. I'll put it away. I'll put that gun away. No, did you see what happened? Wait, what happened? I think I missed it. I don't know. I'll put it away. I'll put the gun away. It's a promise between men. There. No problem now, right? Yeah, absolutely no complaints. Yo! It was over in a flash. The moment he lowered his gun, Oishi didn't let his chance slip by. Oishi had been assessing the situation for quite some time behind the two men, but since they had their guns trained on me, he didn't really have a chance to jump in. Seeing the look on Oishi's face indicating that he wanted me to create an opening, I took that on that role completely. Oishi forcefully lifted the arm that was holding the gun. Then he took the gun from the man's hand in only an instant. The other man, who was a bit slow in grasping what had happened, pointed the gun at them, and with his ally grappling with Oishi, he couldn't pull the trigger. Did you just see what happened in response to the kid being like, "Are you okay?" after we got shot? I'm assuming that. If that man was the one that was wrestling with Oishi in that moment, he might have shot without hesitation. Yeah, okay, now I get it. But this man wouldn't shoot. He couldn't shoot. Oishi kicked the other man away, and while aiming the stolen gun in his left hand, pulled out his own. The gun's akimbo. He was aiming at both men at the same time. Yo! I do believe that's checkmate. It was perfectly played, but heedless of the guns pointed at them. The men shouted, "Scram!" as they scattered away at full speed. It was over in an instant. Those two running away without putting up a fight was honestly unexpected. Oishi, still clicking his tongue in admonishment, slipped both guns into his pants pockets. Those guys know their stuff. What do you mean? An officer won't fire at somebody who's fleeing. I want to keep my pension here. Oishi and I grinned at each other. Are you Toshiki Inugai? The prince... The prince... I almost said the princess. The grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inugai. Yes. This is going to be a major incident. We probably only cut the tail off the lizard, though. Oishi smiled amusedly. The fact that the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance, or rather the Sonozaki family behind them, was pulling the strings was apparent, but proving it wouldn't be easy. And, with apologies to Oishi, this incident was unlikely to go public. If this caused an uproar, it would obviously lead to the minister losing his office. With HQ having decided that doing so was in the national interest, it would probably be cleaned up quietly. It would be a rough way of saying it, but this was born in the shadows and was going to die in the shadows. Oishi probably understood the implications behind this incident. For the time being, let's cordon off the area, since it seems that one of them still has a gun. After that, let's get Inugai-kun to safety and get you to the hospital. As the tension of the situation faded and the pain from the gunshot wound in my shoulder blossomed once again, my forehead was also stinging painfully and had grown hot enough to start a fire. Thinking that the tension had caused me to sweat, I wiped my forehead, but what came off was a large amount of blood. I realized that my shirt had been stained bright crimson from the blood flowing from my head. I turned around. The boy was safe and sound, without a doubt. There would probably be an investigation on the man who ran, but that was for another day. At this point in time, I could safely say we had cleared the major hurdle of securing the boy's safety. As soon as I recognized that, it felt like the lights in my head had been hit by a power failure. My knees buckled from underneath me, the ground there feeling as soft as a cloud. It didn't feel unpleasant even as I was covered in the rain-soaked mud. Oishi came closer, asking if I was okay, but somehow I couldn't tell. I turned off the switch to the last light in my head. The exhaustion enveloped me. Sleep. Something softer than any blanket wrapped around me. As he just dies there. But I'm glad that we're at a good stopping point. Once it gives me a chance to save. Ooh, we actually finished that little bit. Very convenient. I always feel weird having to leave off in the middle of one of the chapters. But we shall leave it off here. It is about 6, so we have to go and find somebody to raid. But so far this is turning out very interesting. It's making me really miss Keiichi, I will say.
Let me see. Who is somebody that we could raid today?
Oh no! 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 Wow! What is your Okay, let me see. Ooh, we got some people. We have some people that we haven't raided, but also we have attack rack. Let me see. Let me see. We have one person playing something called Unpacking, but their description is they're working on missions. Oh, that's a 30-second ad. I don't have the patience for that. Yes, it is still raining.
Rain is cozy sometimes, though.
Let's see. But Sky is playing Banjo-Kazooie. That could be fun. Yeah, I think that could be fun. Okay, so we're gonna raid Attack Rack as per usual. Because it's always a cozy time over there. And then we'll just do... we'll just do a regular dragon raid. I think that'd be fun. So here is the raid message. If you prefer, if you want to use the new emote, you are free to also to do this one instead. Up to you guys. I will leave it up to you. But today was very fun. I'm very excited to actually finish this chapter and maybe do some other stuff. I don't know. I don't know when my next day of streaming will be. I think it should be Wednesday, but I'm not positive on that. Definitely check on my Twitter to see whether or not that is true or false. So yeah,
I'm gonna miss you guys. It's gonna be a while before my next stream. It's gonna be sad, but you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But anyway, it was fun hanging out with you guys. I don't know why I hit the corner. It was fun. Let me play you a ditty while the thing is going down.
let me see.